Okay, all right.
Did we get started?
Mitch McConnell has been reelected.
Really?
Shocker.
Wow.
Declared right
They
now.
said that was...
And they were going after him. And at
PBD, what's your...
and at 8:02.
No sweat.
All right, everybody, we are live tonight for the election marathon, and we have some special guests. If you know, this is our buddy Matt Sapala. When he was on last time, you guys loved him, so he's back with us. Matt got on a flight,
doesn't
got
love
here literally 30 minutes ago. We're excited to have you.
Great to be here. All right.
Okay, let me lower this audio with the podcast. We also have with us Adam Sauce. We have Tom Zenner back here. And last but not least, an old friend who hasn't been on for a while, the one and only BizDoc Tom Ellsworth is here to be a guest. If you're a valuetainer, remember the case studies, you obviously know who Tom Ellsworth, BizDoc, a.k.a. what was the famous noise you used to make? You used to say what? What was that one thing you used to do?
There is a word for that, and the word is damn.
So anyways, okay, so we got a lot to do. We got a lot to cover today. Matt, Tom, one of the things you may want to do is like you may want to come here so angle-wise as it's going
You got
through
it.
So
Roger that.
we're going to make some calls, right? We're going to call a few people.
Okay.
I know, Tom, you got some friends. Wendy Birch will call who she works at
KTLA
Maybe tell
in
us
LA.
who
Yeah, sure.
calling.
Okay, so Wendy, let's get someone on the street.
Yeah.
Some reporter. She's an anchor and reporter in LA.
Okay.
Been covering it for years. Been all over the election. She was in the polling places. She covered the riots this summer. Great perspective. Grant Woods. He's on the air right now in Phoenix, but he's two-time Attorney General in the state of Arizona. He was John McCain's first campaign manager, Attorney General of the year. But his background, he was Republican, and then he flipped because after McCain and Trump had that thing, so he completely flipped. He'll probably run for
Lincoln
Senate.
Project guy? Is he Lincoln?
We'll find out.
Okay.
We'll find out.
All right,
But
good.
you know what? He'll probably run for governor or senator next.
Okay.
But he'll have great perspective. Been in the media for years, and then more people, just professional people. I have a plastic surgeon friend in Beverly Hills, and some people in New York. So we'll get a good perspective.
Awesome. And
Very
then we're
nice.
going to have Dennis Prager, which we'll call on tonight. Dennis Prager
Oh,
is waiting
man,
as
wow.
well. And
Great.
maybe a few other calls. And we got a lot of things to go through tonight. So, Tom, how you been, Tom? We miss you.
Tom,
How's
hey.
Tom been?
I've been great. How you been?
Very
You've been doing great. I'm looking at 2.4 million
Yes.
subscribers.
Yes.
Look at all this.
2.6. Where you been in the last few weeks?
2.6.
Let's go, Tom.
Well, I read his Twitter bio because
Okay.
that's usually
You
got a
need to
lag
update
time.
that.
He updates that like
need to get
a-
him,
I got to update. That's a good reminder to update it. But Tom and I had a good lunch yesterday. And was it yesterday or no? Was it 2 days ago or yesterday?
thought it was yesterday.
What is today? Today's Tuesday or Wednesday?
Tuesday.
Oh my God, it feels like Wednesday.
This is not normal.
This is not normal.
You know what-
Flash
you know what's
forward.
crazy if you think about
If this
it?
is Wednesday. This podcast is really late.
Yes, it is. We should already
Definitely
know who the
Tuesday.
president is.
Think what a strange experience this is for Trump and Biden, because Trump wants to control everything. That's why he does all these rallies.
Yeah.
He can touch people and he can move people and everything. He has control. Biden, does he stay up past 9 o'clock on election night? I mean, is it sleepy time for him?
That was a
pretty
good
soon?
one, Tom. That was a good comedian over here. Something tells me he'll be up tonight, and Sleepy Joe will be just Drowsy Joe until about midnight. Then he'll wait to see what
I
happens.
wonder how his
tomorrow.
reaction is going to be. So let's just say Biden wins. Let's say in a perfect world, utopia, this guy wins.
Okay.
And he wins. What's his reaction? Is he like, oh my gosh, babe, I can't believe it, and he stays up for 4 hours?
I
Is he gonna
think
be
like,
like,
it'll go
okay,
something
this
like-
is awesome, I got to go to sleep.
I feel like he's gonna be like, babe, hold on.
Take out the Viagra.
I'm gonna take out the Viagra.
Blue pill coming out.
I'm gonna put on my shades. Bang bang, and then
That's
know.
what he's gonna do?
I don't know what he's gonna do.
I think he's
but
going to say, President Harris, we did it.
Where's my check? President
So-
Harris?
I'm out.
Okay, where's
So
my check?
if you're watching this, and you think Trump is going to win, press thumbs up. Put thumbs up if you
Lot
think
of
Trump's
thumbs
going to
up.
win. Okay, if you think Trump's going to win, push thumbs up. If you think Biden's going to win, put thumbs down. Okay, let's see how many thumbs up and thumbs down we're going to get. If you think Trump's going to win, put thumbs up. If you think Biden's going to win, put thumbs down. And then if you just joined us as well, let's share this podcast with other folks because we're going to go through the whole experience tonight. I don't know how long it's going to go. We got whiskey, we got beer, we got food, we got a lot of different things that we
got
got to cover
cigars
here.
too, we got cigars. Oh, come on,
we got a
come
lot
on.
of things going on. So as of right now, with everything that's gone on the last week, 2 weeks, right? People are coming out. You're seeing Biden in the last week. He's been campaigning, and some call it campaigning, and Trump's been campaigning. 14 stops in the last 3 days, going back and forth. How are you feeling how Trump is doing? How do you feel how Biden's doing?
That's on me now.
Anybody
Trump,
can take
Trump
the lead.
is obviously out there as if COVID does not exist and just one big rally. You got to respect that he is making the final push. He's going all over the country, every state, every city, doing this, doing that. You don't necessarily need your mask. Did you see what he said to Laura Ingraham?
What do you
She
say?
was wearing a mask. We all know who Laura Ingraham is, right?
on Fox.
Big time Fox personality. She was wearing a mask at a rally. And he looked at her and he's like, oh, look at you with the mask. Like, fake news, fake media over here. Like, gave her a hard time because she was wearing a mask.
Shame on him.
That's where we're at right now.
Shame
Is
on
Donald
him.
Trump is making fun of Fox personalities for wearing a mask in the middle of a rally.
What about the fact that he was drawing about 20,000 per rally? I think you have to put some stock into that. In the last week, what he did, those crowds, how can you look at that and think that Biden has the momentum? I mean, you just can't.
You can't fake enthusiasm,
You
can you?
can't.
You can't fake it.
That passion is real. And I think what the experts are saying, too, is that a lot of the Republicans are voting the day of. So I think we're going to see these numbers changing quickly. It's going to be interesting to see the media's reaction. They've done everything they can to help Biden along the way, including encouraging people probably not to go out and vote today. You know, so it's just going to be interesting to see what they do, if they're going to report actually what's happening. And we've got a cross section of the newscast here.
How much do you think it matters? How much do you think the attendance matters? Does that matter? How much of that matters? We were talking about that yesterday. I'm curious to know, you and I talked about it, so let's hear them. Obviously, I haven't brought it up to them. I'm curious to know what they're going to say. How much do you think attendance at these rallies matter?
You know, when Trump brings crowds and Biden brings cars, right? There's a different experience when everybody's in line for the movie versus everybody in their own individual vehicle. When I'm seeing, and especially when our events, we have a lot of flow. We have a people flow. There's a different kind of understanding about what's going on, and different energy and action when you're connecting with people. You feel the spirit, you feel the energy, versus just watching it online or watching it for a distance. So I think what that's going to translate to is people getting more proactive. The word of mouth is going to start getting out there. Our video guys at the office, they've been calling their folks, hey, we need to make sure we vote. Did you vote yet? No. Did you go and vote? No. Go register today. I wasn't planning on voting. Go register today. Go vote. So that's what the people flow, the energy is causing people to do.
I got to give one of my writers at VTPost.com, Corey Williams, credit for a good line. He said these rallies, it looks like Trump is running for president of the United States and Joe Biden is running for mayor of Radiator Springs. You know, having the cars up there, it's like, sorry, you don't have kids. But that's what it looks like with all the cars and the you can't see Biden without a mask either. I think it's a focus group. I totally think it's a last week focus group of what's going on in this country and the enthusiasm.
It's worse than that. When he doesn't do the car rallies and he's just got the white circles on the ground, it looks like he's in the Richmond's backyard. And he's got that little podium and a little thing there, and there's nobody standing around. And you look at it.
Do you think it matters, Tom? Do you think it matters? Like,
I think it matters a lot. I think that was the part. And somebody help me out here. Who was the reporter? It was the Reuters reporter that traveled with the Trump train the last week of the prior election, and came back and said, there's something going on here because I'm seeing nothing but enthusiasm. And we all know, Hillary never visited Wisconsin, all the things that went with that. But I think there was palpable there for certain in the media that were willing to look at everything. And there was this woman went out and, doesn't matter.
Oh, it was Laura Raditz, wasn't it?
Went out and saw everything and came back and said, listen, I'm sold out for Hillary like anybody else is on this side. But what I just saw makes me nervous. Yeah, she was right.
Adam, what do you think?
Yes.
Are I mean, let's be honest here. Trump is a rock star. You might not like the music that he's playing, half of America, but he is a rock star.
Okay.
Biden is a folk singer, right? I mean, you also might not like the music he's playing, but he's just doing his thing. If there wasn't a freaking worldwide pandemic going on right now, and this was actually the rally sizes, it'd be extremely sad, the difference. But, obviously, what's sad to me is that the virus and the mask concept has gotten so politicized that if you agree with masks, you must be a liberal Democrat. And if you are anti-mask, you must be a right-wing Republican.
Are you saying that without the pandemic, Biden is drawing crowds that would dwarf Trump's?
I don't think that's what I said at all, Tom. What I am saying is that the reason why it's so different is because there is a pandemic. If Biden were to have rallies, he would clearly need the Jay-Z's of the world, the Rocks of the world,
Yep.
the Lady Gagas of the world to show up. Nobody's showing up because they're excited for Joe. I voted for Joe Biden not because I'm excited for Joe Biden. The majority of people voted for Joe Biden because they're unexcited about Trump. Make no mistake about what I'm saying.
All this
But
time
no,
on
it's not that they're
Valuetainment, we can get you
unexcited about it.
on
It's
the right
that they
track.
hate him.
What's that?
It's not that they're unexcited about him. It's because they hate him. Right?
Hate's a strong word, but there's a lot of people that do hate him, yeah. There's a lot. I mean, look at what's going on around every city in America. They're boarding up the White House.
I just
They're
left
boarding
Chicago,
up every
and
city.
everybody's boarding
They're
up in
boarding
Chicago.
up. Say what you want about
Yep.
Trump, what he's done for businesses, taxes, legislation, the wall, respect. He's getting the job done. Like Pat has said, he's true to his word. He's kept his word. But what he has also done is made our country more divided. I'll argue with you all day if you don't think that he has made our country more divided. Respect. He's done what he said he was going to do. He's built the wall, something that the Democrats say, build bridges, not walls. Trump's a wall guy. He's a building guy. It is what it is. If he gets reelected, I really hope that American people can come together and get along. But he has shown us nothing other than trying to play to his base and win in that direction.
Disagree. Totally disagree. Why do you think Ice Cube and Lil Wayne and some of these other rappers, I mean, he's not trying to do that. The media and people who hate him so much cannot get past it, and they can't look past that.
So you disagree with what exactly? Because two black rappers
No, I think you're
support
saying
him,
that,
you're
that
saying
his
that all
intention
blacks
is,
should support him?
No, I just disagree that his intent is to divide people. I don't think it's a one-man...
What proof do you have that he's trying to unite people?
I didn't know I had to come here with united proof. I mean, I don't
Oh, you
have
don't
any,
ever have to show
I don't
proof?
have any
Okay.
proof on me right now. I'm just
All
simply
right,
saying that's
interesting.
just
Well,
too
what do you have for
easy of an
divide? What do
answer.
you have for divide?
What do I have for divide?
What do you have for divide?
There's fine people on both sides.
Okay.
Mexicans are rapists. The retarded reporter.
He said some of them
Some of them,
are
sure.
rapists, not Mexicans are rapists.
Listen, there's a lot of things that you can say about Trump, a lot of good and a lot of bad. There's not a lot you can say that he is the uniter in chief.
But when is that the what is that the specification?
Let's use an example from someone that I think the majority of this table will respect. General Mattis. Did
sure.
you not interview General Mattis?
I did interview General Mattis. Yep.
Matt Zapala interviewed General Mattis. General Mattis said the one thing that is so poignant. He said he's the first president in our lifetime does not seek to what?
to unify
To
the-
unify our country.
Yep.
This is the general. This was not. What's this? Like.
Oh, yeah, he's
okay.
Matt- that's Mad
Do we
Dog.
not trust at least his word?
Yeah.
So, am I going to believe what General Mattis has to say, who's worked with him, or Tom basically saying what proof? That's the proof.
One guy?
The general that worked with him. You're going to have to come
He
harder
might
than
have a
that, Tom.
personal
By the way, if you're
issue.
watching this, who do you agree with? You agree with Matt, or you agree with Adam, or you agree with Tom? I'm actually curious. Let me explain to you where I'm going with this.
Sure.
I'm genuinely asking to know if audience size. Tom, you're somebody that watches stuff regularly. You've been watching this stuff. The last election, you and I stayed up till I don't know what time it was, 3 o'clock in the morning, and we're going through the whole thing. I interviewed Alan Lichtman. Remember Alan Lichtman, the interview where he said he predicted that Biden's going to win. I don't remember the exact score he gave. He said 8-5 or 9-4.
Oh, the guy that you just
yeah,
said, yes.
the one that predicted
7-6.
7-6 or 8-5. I thought it was 8-5.
You
Anyways,
gave it 8-5.
I give it 9-4 is what
Oh,
I give
okay.
it. Here's the 13 keys he gave, and I actually like the keys that he gave.
Mm-hmm.
He got 8 straight right. Okay, he's gotten 8 of these right because he studied it with the earthquake expert from Russia, right? And that's kind of how the story came about. He said party mandate is one of them. After the midterm elections, the incumbent party holds more seats in the U.S. House of Representatives than the previous midterm elections. Contest, there's no serious contest for the incumbent party nomination. Incumbency, third party, short-term economy, midterm, long-term economy, policy change, social unrest, scandal, foreign military failure, foreign military success, incumbent charisma, challenger charisma, and you go based on the score. The thing I didn't see here is crowd. Like, I'm actually really curious. Does it really matter? Like, you remember in 04 and 08, Obama's running against McCain, okay? And you're sitting there, people are saying there's no way in the world McCain's resume is going to lose to Obama's resume. One-term president, one-term senator gives an insane talk, this guy's going to become a president. There's no way in the world. And then you saw the crowds.
Yeah.
McCain couldn't get 5,000 people in an arena, 2,500 people in an arena. Biden, Obama, 20,000, 30,000, 25,000. You're like,
Screaming. Same type of excitement that you see now.
Romney didn't have that.
Right.
McCain didn't have that.
Look, you have to make an effort to go to one of these rallies. You have to. I mean, the people in Omaha that were stranded, I heard personal stories of people that had to walk back, from the airport back home. It was a mess. So you've got to really give up your night, give up part of your week, and go do this. It's a sacrifice, and I think that shows what you're willing to do and how strongly you're taking your vote and how what you feel about one particular candidate. So it's a litmus test.
If there is a useful time of your time
survey,
for the pandemic and people aren't going to work, whatever, they have now time to rally and be part of these crowds. Whereas Obama, when I was in Chicago, people were coming out to work. It was a different crowd. It was more of an inspirational, first time ever
let's
dream,
do it, make history
type of crowd.
Yeah.
This type of crowd, what I'm looking at is like, whoa, our country's being attacked right now. We need to stand up for this. We need to protect our country. We need to stand up for what we believe in. That's a different energy as to this crowd, but it's still a crowd. It's still an energy that still brings in. If there's some similarities, it is.
But don't you think these people that are showing up, they're already voting for him? They're not being swayed. Like, how many independents?
But the question becomes for you to follow. Here's, I have no, I'm not solving for anything. The only thing I'm solving for is, does it have any kind of weight? Okay.
Well, for sure it has weight. Like, it's just how much?
How many people are voting for Biden that are not showing up?
A lot.
So why are they not showing up?
Showing up where?
Showing up anywhere. Obama goes the other day to campaign for him. 25 people showed up. Lady Gaga's doing an event.
How many people showed up to see Obama?
When he was running?
No, just now.
Nobody.
Okay, so there's a case example. You have somebody that can draw crowds. Yes or no, Obama?
Would people
For
are voting
Obama.
for him?
For Obama. Yes.
He can draw crowds for him running for office.
But guys, how are we not, like, there's a freaking pandemic going on. So what is the
I don't know about that.
what you don't know that there's a pandemic
I don't know
going
about
on?
that. Listen, I
What
talked to a guy, an attorney from Germany. I called him. He was in Germany. I did the Zoom interview with him. This is the guy that came up with. Kai, did we talk to him this week or last week? Last week, right on Thursday or Friday. What's his first name? Filman, something like that. Anyways, I talked to this guy.
Yeah.
And him and Robert Kennedy Jr. held an event in Germany. You know how many people showed up in Germany a month ago? 70,000 people showed up in Germany. 70,000 people showed up for Robert Kennedy and this guy to say that the pandemic, what they're doing in Germany, is out of control. For UK to say they're shutting down for 4 weeks and they're shutting down all these other, it's absolutely out of control what they're doing. What was the guy's name? Reiner is the guy that we talked to. But this is how I process it. The way I process it is this. Okay, so if you're my fighter, okay, and you go up against Tom Zenner, okay, you guys go fight, you're the same match, but Tom is 28-2, okay? You're 12-0, you're coming up, okay? You haven't yet fought anybody big. I put you in the ring with Tom. You beat him. No one thought you were going to beat Tom. Tom is supposed to win because Tom's going for, heavyweight fight, right? So then, you're now fighting Matt, hypothetically. Matt is 16-9, okay? I mean, Hillary Clinton, Biden. So if Trump is going against Hillary Clinton, he's drawing audiences, 25, 30,000, 40,000 people. Then he gets up, he says, I'm going to put the wall up. I'm going to get rid of Obamacare. I'm going to help relationships with UAE and with Israel. I'm going to, put sanctions on China. He's been saying China for 20, 30 years, that China's been ripping America off for a long time. There's not going to be any war. I'm going to go figure this thing out with Putin and North Korea. They say, can you trust a man that has the finger to the nuclear, and there's going to be war. We have to be so worried about it. Nothing happened. He kept all his promises. So whether you like his promises or not, they're irrelevant. He kept all his promises. Then, here's what happens. How many Republicans, Tom, you think, both Toms, how many Republicans you think in 2016 didn't like Trump and didn't vote for him?
I'd say voters?
Republicans.
Voters.
How many voters said, you know what, I'm just not voting for this guy, so I'm either sitting it out or I'm going to vote for Clinton because I think Hillary's going to be okay?
A fair amount.
A fair amount?
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Quantify a fair amount, if you would.
Okay, I don't think a lot. I think they would sit
your
out.
Personal goalpost. I'm not saying you've got like a document, but I'm saying.
No, but I'm simply saying I think they would be more inclined to sit it out as opposed to vote for Hillary. So I think
that
that's
was the data. Tell us.
I think it was barely 5%.
Well,
And it
5% is a lot.
Well, it was a lot. It was a lot, but there were barely 5% because there were never Trumpers back then because the entire establishment was turned on its head. Right? Jeb ran a terrible campaign. We can just tick them off. Everything, all the candidates are, oh, well, if Jeb's out, then, Marco Rubio's going to take all the oxygen out of the room. Didn't he, right? And they all fell. One at a time they fell. And all those debates kept getting smaller, and the red-haired guy is still in the middle, still there. There was about 5% that were absolutely never Trumpers.
We may never know this. Do you think Megyn Kelly voted for Trump?
No chance.
Do you think Megyn Kelly voted for Trump in 2016?
No freaking way.
No.
Okay,
Yeah,
but she's
yeah.
a Republican.
Correct, that's what I'm saying.
So watch.
But
Here's my
she's also
point.
Good
pure
question.
establishment.
What I'm trying to tell, and by the way, forget Megyn Kelly today. 4 years ago, Megyn Kelly's on TV every day. She is the Tucker Carlson 4 years ago.
She did the
right?
first debate.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
The first.
Yeah.
She was the one
Way
that
bigger than Laura
opened it up with the
Ingraham.
Rosie O'Donnell.
Yeah.
Okay, so watch this. So go to 2016. You're a Republican that you sat it out. You're the 5%. Now think about how many independents, Tom, this is the other question. Tom's the one that sent me the numbers about the 42%, 46%. And then the 4%, and the 2%, and you got the 10%,
Thanks for the
right?
data, Tom.
Okay, so check this out. Check this out. Out of the independents in 2016, how many of them didn't vote for Trump? Out of the independents, how many voted for Hillary? They said, look, I can't handle a guy like this. Not Republicans, out of the independents. What do you think?
Well, there's only 10% that are independent.
So how many of those voted for Hillary, said, I can't bank on Trump. I'm going to go Hillary.
3 to 4% of that 10?
Okay. Would you say that's put 2 to 3%, let's just say?
I was going to say 5, but
Okay.
Yeah, I think there were probably fiscal, conservative, independents that lean the other way.
Okay, that could potentially be converted. Mario, what we're going to need is a chair. If you want to pull up a chair, is what we're going to need. So, okay, so watch this. Hi, Jera. How are you? We got Jera here. Here's where I'm going with this. Tom, here's where I'm going with this. So check this out. 2016, you're the Republican. You say, honestly, I'm not good with them. I'm either going to sit it out or guess what? I'm going to go Hillary, okay? You're the independent that you said, listen, I don't know. I don't think Hillary's going to change the game up that much. I'm going to vote for Hillary, okay? Then Trump has 3.5 years to win both of you over. 3.5 years later, he builds the wall. He does everything he says he was going to do. You didn't think he was going to do it. No war gets started. Now you're sitting around saying, I don't know, bro. This guy who I didn't believe in, didn't vote for him. I think I'm going to give him the vote. Okay? The audience is massive. So then take it even another step, Tom. This is the next step. Imagine there is no coronavirus right now. Honestly, imagine
with
there's
the
no
economy,
pandemic.
Yeah.
What stadium in America holds the audiences that's going to want to go see Trump?
Right.
Imagine there is no pandemic. So when you process it that way, from my perspective, I'm like, how the hell can anybody beat this guy? He kept a lot of his promises. So if the audiences are getting bigger during the pandemic, I don't know. That's why I asked, does it matter how big the audiences are?
Well, Trump's running against Biden and the pandemic. It's not like he's just running against Biden. Biden's just running against Trump's record. I mean, even when Biden is asked, what would you do different about the COVID? What would you do? Well, Donald did this. So again, this goes back to my initial point. There's very few people who are wild about Biden. They're not wilding for Biden. That's just not what it is. They are, for the millionth time, just not feeling Trump. I can't explain it any clearer.
Boy,
They're
Pennsylvania.
just not feeling Trump.
Were Florida and Georgia, were we told for the last 2 weeks, every one of them, Pew, Rasmussen, go down the list, that they're basically tied. That we may not know Florida for 6 weeks, right? Trump is ahead 3.1 points here, and the New York Times has called it for Trump in Florida in excess of 95% likely.
New York Times?
Yes,
now.
check this out. Check this out.
You're kidding me.
Check this out. They are over-indexing even the most aggressive estimates, both campaigns said, with the Hispanic audience.
Wow.
In Georgia.
Ricky called it.
In Georgia, in excess of 10%,
Look at Georgia's
close
huge.
to 13% of the African-American vote. In Georgia, remember Atlanta.
Well, that's where they said it was
all
going to do poorly, in Fulton County.
Yeah, well, and remember Atlanta. There's a lot of history that's still very raw from tough times in this country's history that is still present in the African American community in Atlanta, and he's pulling at least 10, could be 14 points, and Georgia's not tossed
They're
up.
going to call Georgia
He's at
soon.
5, And New York Times is now saying 86% statistical likelihood as of this hour with the code that he gets Georgia. Remember, Florida, Georgia, and North Carolina were supposed to be these dangerous swing states. And if they fall, it's all part of the Biden landslide. I'm calling right now, it's not a Biden landslide.
You personally?
That's your
No, I'm
prediction.
saying of all the options, you say a Trump landslide, a Biden landslide.
Yeah, that's out.
Well, this is the state that it's all going to come
But by the
down
way,
to.
it wasn't out
Pennsylvania.
at ABC yesterday.
Yeah.
ABC yesterday was
Right.
like, oh, this is
No, but
looking
looking at
like
this,
a,
he's even leading in North Carolina right now.
correct.
And the New York Times will call Georgia soon.
New
if
York
they've already
Times
called
is saying
Florida.
that statistical, based on the precincts that are counted and not counted, because they got all this modeling going
I'm
on.
surprised Texas.
What?
I can't believe that with Texas.
Okay,
What?
but there's a lot
It's
more
the mail-
votes that haven't been
Yeah,
counted in Texas
yeah.
yet.
There's like
because
20 I think it was like
That was only
20%.
like 6 million there.
The fact that states like Texas, Arizona, Ohio, Georgia, North Carolina are even in question.
I think
What
Texas.
does that tell us?
I think Texas has changed the last 4 or 5 years. All the people coming here from California, all the people coming here from. I mean, Toyota moved here to Plano. You got all these different Austin's getting loaded with people from San Francisco.
Purpling it up.
Right, purple. Good. Yes, that's right. Good
So
term there. But
what happens, let's say Trump gets elected, all good, cool, we move on. What happens 4 or 8 years from now to Texas, Georgia, North Carolina, Florida per se, Arizona? What happens to all these, Sun Belt states that everyone's moving to? Is there, at this rate, when does Texas go Democrat? In
Well,
4 years?
let me read this. Let
In
me
8
read
years?
this to you. Let me read this to you
'Cause it's
based on
bound
what
to
you're
happen.
saying.
Yeah.
I think what you're saying is very powerful, by the way. So there's an article that came out saying Texas turning blue. Austin and other Texas metropolitan areas, Houston, Dallas, Fort Worth, San Antonio, have collectively grown by 19% from 2010 to 2018. Why? Jera, how are you, Jera? How you doing, girl? Good to see
Matt.
you. Okay.
Well,
All right.
well,
Why? Texas
Let me
cities
hang
are
up.
good for businesses. The Wall Street Journal ranked Austin. Adam, try to stay focused here. The
Trying to
Wall
dap
Street
up
Journal ranked Austin the hottest job market in U.S. for a second straight year in 2019, and tech companies like Apple and Tesla are building new offices and factories in the city like it's their own personal Minecraft server in Austin. What it means for election day, okay? Data compiled by the University of Houston shows that Texas's major metropolitan areas now account for 69% of statewide vote, up from 52% in 1968. That's problematic. That's 17%. With cities filling fast with young tech workers who broadly lean left, the one-time Republican stronghold has gradually drifted into swing state territory. Bottom line, it will take a historic upswell of Democratic support to flip the state in the election. But as new job seekers continue to reshape its economic landscape, Texas and its meaty 38 electoral college votes might be up for grabs when 2024 rolls around.
Wow.
But they're not saying this year. What do you think?
Yeah, I mean that's literally what I just said.
Yeah.
So I mean, look, what are the big states that have 20 plus electoral votes? New York, California's have what, 38? New York's got 30 something.
Florida, Texas.
Pennsylvania.
So if New York,
For now.
California, and Texas all go blue in 4 years from now, so this is what the Democrats, this is where they're at right now. We may lose to Trump this year. Why would you lose to Trump? Because Joe Biden is simply
Wait,
not
finally
a strong
5 of
candidate.
them are saying that.
What's that?
They're not saying that. Nobody is saying. They're not saying if we lose to him this year. Who's saying that?
Who's saying what?
On the blue side, who is saying what you just said? If we lose
Millions
to him
of
this
people
year.
understand that Trump could win this election, Tom. What do you mean? Like what talking heads you're talking about?
No, I'm looking at find me anybody in Pelosi's tribe. Find me anybody in that tribe that actually believe that they are going to lose tonight.
They're not going to publicly come out and say that. Oh, we might lose. Like, clearly they may lose. Like, clearly. But bigger picture, what we're talking about right now is in 4 years from now. What happens if Texas is then blue? Texas, the traditional.
Kai, can you pull up that history of voting on states? I think this is very important for people to see. Go to the top, not here. Go to the top and let that play. It's so important for people to visually see this. Okay, so check this out. I hope it goes back to it.
Yeah, it spins.
Okay, it spins. So watch this. Focus on, look at California when it first starts. So forget it's going to go to 2020, it's blue. California was red.
76.
76, redder.
Reagan.
Boom, red, blue,
Wow.
92, Clinton, 96,
Unbelievable.
Clinton, 2000, Bush, 2004, Bush, Obama, Obama, Trump. Okay, so you see how that works. Now look at Texas. Texas used to be blue in 76, then red, then redder, then red, then red, then still red. Look at Texas, redder.
That's George Bush.
That's Bush.
Blue in 76 is not blue like it is now.
No, but it's,
So-
just so you know,
What do you
it
mean by
is
that?
using, I know what you're saying because the whole colors used to be different, but it is using it saying it was a liberal vote at that time.
But the liberal, so I think that we have to define the fact that the liberal vote in 76 is nothing like the liberal vote of today.
100%.
And so, and that is the thing that a lot of people are missing about Democrat versus Republican is the entire definition of being a Democrat has changed since the 60s. Okay.
It's evolved, right?
It's
Yeah.
evolved, right? So the Democrats of the 60s and 70s are really the libertarians of today.
The Democrats of, I don't think that's a bad statement, by the way.
No, and she's absolutely right.
Yeah.
I mean, you go back and look at Kennedy, and you do a 1 to 10, and they do these assessments where
Yeah.
they talk about conservative liberal, so they make a consistent line, and then they put the candidates on there over history. Kennedy was like a 6.5.
Yeah.
Today we would call him a moderate, right? He was a 6.5 that, you know, all the Nixon folks is a criminal from. Are you, and remember, are you going to elect a Roman Catholic president of the United
Right.
States?
Yeah.
Remember that?
A
And
Roman
I think
Catholic.
that's something that we're not considering, and I listened on the way over here. I apologize for my tardiness, but God, I'm going to need this bourbon to take it.
We are waiting
Thank
for
you
ours,
for
but
the
Tikrin cut his
We
finger.
have a guy in the
Tikrin, if you're
hospital right
watching
now.
this, we love you,
Oh,
buddy,
no.
getting the stitches.
Yeah.
Much love to Tikrin.
You
no,
don't cut
can-
your finger when you drink it straight. I'm just letting you know.
He's trying to make some old
I've heard
fashions.
of blood oranges, but he was going liberal.
I think that one thing that I have not seen anybody talk about on any of the coverage of any of this election is the fact that this could really, truly spur traction for third party, for Libertarian Party. I really think so because with the
If it
country
goes
being
which
so,
way?
if it goes either way.
Okay.
Because I think that
100%.
what we're not considering are the fact that so many people in this country really do identify as libertarian, but they're afraid to vote that way because they don't think it's going to get any traction. I'm a libertarian. I'm pretty socially liberal, but I'm fiscally conservative. I want to keep more of my paycheck, but I don't think that gay people should be discriminated
Marginalized,
against.
yeah,
I don't
yeah,
think they
yeah.
should be marginalized. I think that our minority communities need more attention. Okay, but I think a lot of people think that way. But because all of the money, right, and all of the advertising and all of the SEO and all of the power is either Republican or Democrat, a libertarian candidate can't get any traction.
Yeah, but it has
And
to
it's
be
so
a dynamic
illogical.
candidate. It has to be somebody
Oh,
that
you're
would get
saying Joe
excited.
Jorgensen's not
Yeah.
dynamic.
I mean, a
Please
cult of
don't take shots
personality
like
that they
that.
could throw in there, maybe.
But
I mean,
but I'm telling you right now, probably about 80% of what she was talking about is exactly how I think.
But it's not about that. You need more than that.
Well, Tom,
you
let's
need
not think
somebody
about
to sell.
candidates for a second. Can we just stay on this for a second? Is the middle lane open? I think the middle lane is wide open.
I think it's going to be
Tom,
even more open.
But what's
after
needed
this.
for traction? Not it's wide open. What's needed to get above 25 points? Not 19 Ross Perot, 25 points. What's needed to get to 25, 30 points? What do you need?
There's going to have to, one of two things. Equivalent discussed, and we're almost there, right? Or you have a dynamic centrist that fights the human thinking, where people are convinced that you're just going to be wasting your vote. Oh, you're voting green again? Well, good luck for you. You're wasting your vote. What are you back with Ralph Nader and the Pinto's a dangerous car? Is store in Birkenstocks? You know, there's been that harshness that goes along with it. You're just wasting your vote. You're throwing your vote away. And Ross Perot showed all of us that if he hadn't dropped out and he stayed in, remember, he dropped out for 4 weeks and then said, I'll change my mind, I'm back. You know, and
In 92 or
That
96?
sounded exactly like him, by the way.
You're talking about in 92 or 96?
By the way, if
92.
you're watching this,
Ross Perot's votes
if you're
elected
watching
Bill
this
Clinton.
and you agree
Fact.
that in 2024 this creates an opening for a third-party libertarian, push that thumbs up button. If you don't, push down the thumbs up button. It's at 31 right now, and 1,000. I'm curious to know which one's going to go up the most. I'm actually curious. What do you think?
You know, I think they could definitely start making an impact. It's going to be a while until they could win an election, but I think the big question is in 2024, who would they hurt the most? Where would they pull the votes from? Probably equally the first time from both sides. But Ross Perot, he was a cult of personality. I mean, he was a big time character.
And he had the
They
money.
need some. You think they
had the
could
money.
find
You just
somebody
made a point
like
a
that?
minute ago, Tom, about you need that candidate with
Yeah.
magnetism, and he was idiosyncratic. He would remember what he did that was so clever. He sat there instead of a debate because they wouldn't let him into the debate. So he made those little charts. Remember those?
I remember Dana Carvey doing it on the Saturday
Well,
Night
no,
Live.
he held up a little chart.
Yeah.
He basically says,
That's
"You
right. He
are
did like a little
here.
press conference. Yeah.
This is bad. This is where the United States is." That's what it means. Forget all the stuff you don't understand on the evening news. That's what it means. And that's just sad.
You're so good at
No,
it. I'm
PBD,
excited.
you've brought this hybrid model where you're a Democrat candidate, president, vice president, Republican. You've talked about it in the past. What do you think is more of a play, that or a third party?
I think this, what you just brought up, before third party. So what he asked is a conversation that we had. He said, what if a Republican president runs with a Democratic VP, okay? Or vice versa? What if a Republican, a Democratic president runs with a Republican VP,
What
right?
happened in the 1800s?
It happened in 1800s.
People's heads would explode if that happened. Literally.
But
In media,
what's
oh my God.
more likely,
Yeah.
that or a third party?
Third party.
Winning.
party.
Third party winning?
I think
winning.
you're a Republican and a Democrat actually came together and had a strong message that we're sick of the divisiveness. We're sick of the party politics. We're sick of the division. We are coming together to unite this country, whether it's a Republican president and vice president, Democrat, or the other way around. The country would yearn for that. I gave you the example of the Republican and the Democrat in Utah, who came out and they did a political ad together. I'm Joe Blow. I'm running for the Senate seat in Utah. I'm Mike Smith, and I'm coming for. And we're doing this ad together to show you that we can get along and that we're not at each other's throats.
They probably got a cut rate for the commercial. They couldn't afford their own.
Go on. So the point is, I don't live in Utah, right? I'm in Texas. I live in Florida.
Kai, turn on your AirDrop.
The fact that I found that is because it went viral on the media saying, look at these
Pat, there's a case study on that.
Candidates
I disagree.
working together.
working together.
I disagree. Look at Feinstein, what happened to her in the Senate the other day during the Supreme Court nominee. I mean, she gives a Republican a hug, and they're ready to boot her out.
Wow.
I mean, I don't think the party leaders would allow it. I really don't.
Cut her some slack. She thought it was JFK.
I thought it was a cool move.
Here's the
I
ad right
liked
here.
it.
That's the ad.
You want to play it? Let's see it. Kai, I'm going to bring this video to you. Try to get off my phone.
3.6 million views.
Press it. Audio, we can't hear
Wow.
it. Here. Try to get this.
Statistical stuff is happening, folks.
Uh-oh.
You
Check
can't
the
see the
stats.
audio, guys. Can't hear it.
So I don't get it. Was this like a little mini debate in their commercial? Or what was this all about?
You're about to get it, Tom.
There we go.
And I'm Spencer Cox. I'm Chris Peterson. And I'm Spencer Cox. We are currently in the final days of campaigning against each other to be your next governor. And while I think you should vote for me, yeah, but really you should vote for me, there are some things we both agree on. We can debate issues without degrading each other's character. We can disagree without hating each other. And win or lose in Utah, we work together. So let's show the country that there's a better way. My name's Chris Peterson. And I'm Spencer Cox. And we approve this message. Wow.
I love it. I think
That
that's
was
so cool.
awesome.
Wow.
That was cool, man.
I almost got emotional.
Wow.
This is what the country needs right now. This is
But-
literally
but-
You know
what
what
the
this
country needs right
represents?
now.
Who people are. People
This
don't like
is
all
not
this
what the media
division.
is covering.
Yeah, it's all the media's
Right.
fault.
This is not
And
what
I
the
work
media
in the
is
media. I
covering.
think it's 90% the media's fault. I
So
really
you're
do.
telling me right now, if you have I'm making up names here, a Mark Cuban as a Democrat and a Matthew McConaughey as a Republican. I'm making up names here. Guys, we're going to get along. I'm a Republican, he's a Democrat. Get behind us, or Oprah and a rock. You telling me people wouldn't get behind these people? The country would love that. Enough of the politicians, enough of the
So
bullshit.
that could happen way before third party does.
Yes.
Okay.
We
But you're
have
talking
a
about
case study on
celebrities
this.
versus
It doesn't
regular
necessarily
people that are
even need to
running
be
for
celebrities.
office.
It could be two politicians.
See, I think
But it
the
just
average.
happened and nobody covered it. We didn't know.
Yeah, but
we didn't
that's
even know
Utah.
about
It
it.
was a
that's
state
Utah.
election.
Believe me, if a gubernatorial race in Utah is getting how many views? 3 million, 4 million views? They're up to something. Who cares about Utah gubernatorial race? The fact that we're showing it on a presidential podcast right now and we're bringing it up means they're onto something.
The media
Republicans
is
and Democrats getting
to
along.
blame.
There's
Pat,
something to it.
you were at the clinching game for the World Series, right? Do you think people were asking each other if you're a Republican or Democrat before they high-five each other?
course
It's
not.
only in politics,
Yeah.
and it's only
People are
because
divided.
of the media
Yeah.
that's doing this,
Yeah.
and social media.
So let me
boogeyman
ask you now.
propagation.
Let me ask you now a different question. Here's now a different question. Tonight, right now, what's the race? 91-73, Biden's up. 91-73, Biden's up as of right now. While the race is going on in New York, 95-96% Trump's ahead. New York Times is saying that Florida is going to go to Trump, 95-96%. Here's the other question. Tom, Jera, tonight we find out Trump wins. Tonight we find out Biden wins. Are we going to see any riots and protesting if one or the other wins? And how bad and how ugly can it get if one of those guys wins? Explain both.
Okay, I'll take it.
Sure.
There's going to be, because they're already determined. They've been working on these things for
Yeah,
weeks.
yep.
It's organized. The money's been coming in. I believe that it won't be as bad as this summer because I think the feds are onto it. They had to be tracking the money. They had to be figuring out where this was coming in.
So you don't think it's going to be as bad as this summer?
I don't think so, because I don't think they were prepared in the big cities for it to be as bad, and they let it go. It was just the climate in June. I don't think they're going to tolerate, and they're a little bit more prepared for it. And I think they might know who some of the main characters are, and they're snuffing it out. But something's happening regardless of how the election goes. If there's no result, it's still happening. This thing's planned and coordinated.
Do you think there's rioting
100%.
if Biden wins?
Absolutely.
Really?
Oh, for sure.
Okay.
I mean, definitely. They're not going
Right.
to stand down based on, they're not going to be watching the results and then stand down. Antifa's coming. They're doing it for sure.
Even if they have to misrepresent themselves
Because
to
it's not
to one
political.
side or the other, you know what I mean? Like, so they're going to cause chaos
Yeah.
one way or another. Now, I agree with you. I don't think that it's going to be as bad as we might think it would be. I think there's been plenty of social media videos of Antifa folks getting their ass waxed. So I think maybe they're going to back off a little bit, but you've
It
still got
hurts. It
some
hurts to
crazy
get your ass
people.
waxed, so it's
Yeah.
good to see.
But Antifa's not a political
never
party.
fun.
They want chaos. That's
Yeah.
all they want.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
it doesn't matter
They
who
don't
wins.
care who wins.
They're going to stir it up, and it's on.
Adam?
I mean, everything's boarded up. It's sad to see where we're at right now. Is that, I mean, when have we ever had anything like this? When have riots after elections occurred? When has it happened?
I don't know. I'm just wondering, do you think it's going to be pretty bad riots if one or the other? Like, do you think if Trump wins, do you think there's going to be bad riots tonight?
Yes.
If Biden wins, do you think there's going to be bad riots?
Yes, but to a lesser extent.
Why do you think?
I think the MAGA crowd will not be happy whatsoever.
But are they going to riot? Like go to businesses, shattering windows, breaking cars?
No, I
things
don't
like
think they're
that?
going to do that.
Okay.
I think that they'll do some. I mean, they're not Antifa.
Tom, what are your thoughts?
I want to get back to the middle candidate, and I think we forgot that there's a case study in America on the middle candidate, and his name is Joe Lieberman. Joe Lieberman was too moderate for the Democrats' taste, and he was siding in the Senate with Republicans. Remember this? And you remember what they did to him? They ganged up on him in the primary, and they blew him out in the Democrat primary. So he ran as an independent in Connecticut and won. And the people in Connecticut were into what he represented and his moderation. That's what they wanted. He was siding with the Republicans. He didn't like the way some of his votes went. Remember, he was known as the flip. He was known as the flip vote. Not that he flipped, but that he was going to flip a bill, flip a vote. Remember that? He ran as an independent and he won. And so what it showed you is that someone with the Connecticut is the case study that shows that a moderate candidate with the conviction to be independent can win in the system. Now, it hasn't happened since, because I think, look at the gamesmanship.
It has to be somebody. It has to be somebody like a Rock. It has to be
Yeah,
somebody like a
Lieberman, that's
Kardashian.
so boring.
And I'm not, by the way, I'm not saying Kardashian or The
Does
Rock. I'm
everybody
just saying
remember,
somebody that's
remember
got
what Joe Lieberman
influence.
differently?
yes, but by themselves.
Joe Lieberman could have been the vice president of the United States had Al Gore won. Was that not
Trump
his
has the
VP?
blueprint. He shows the big personality.
He
to
does.
it.
Somebody
Yeah.
like a Trump, and I think it's Rock. If Rock runs as an independent third party, but I don't think he would even run as a third party because he would run as a Democrat. He would run. But let me go back to that, Tom. If Trump or Biden wins today, are we going to see riots tomorrow?
Yes.
Tom, Ellsworth.
Oh, if Biden wins, I believe the Antifa will flare up, but I agree with Tom too, or Tom 1, I'm Tom 2. I agree with you.
How about we do Zen or we do Ellsworth?
That,
We'll do
that
Zen or
that there
Ellsworth.
is more preparation today,
Yeah.
and there is more readiness on the part of the authorities,
Yeah.
and they're ready for the scrap. They are ready for it. So I think it'll be a fast flare-up, but it's not going to be Portland. It's not going to go. They're not going to let
No,
it go.
no,
to
no,
So
no.
you
things
don't
like
think
that.
it's going to get that bad? Okay,
No,
so,
and that's
the-
so prolonged. I
then
hope they arrest people.
I want to show two videos to you guys, and I want to get your take on this to see what you think about this. By the way, do you guys want to give us an update where we are right now, Tom? Maybe give us an update where we are, New York Times. Any new thing posting on what we're seeing? I just saw Pennsylvania.
New York
Biden's
Times got
up.
North Carolina. They
Look
got
at
Georgia.
Biden on
they got
votes,
Florida.
654 to 293. Pennsylvania, 654 to 293. Florida, Trump's up by a good distance.
Trump's going to win
Hey,
Florida.
what about
It's
It's
Ohio
going to come
and
down to
Pennsylvania.
Pennsylvania. That's the state.
That's
I mean,
pretty intense.
None of these other states
Okay.
No,
necessarily matter.
There's
other
a
than
path for
Pennsylvania.
him without winning Pennsylvania. It depends on what happens in Michigan, Ohio, Nevada, Arizona.
Arizona, yeah. Kai, can you pull up the talk RFK gave and pull up the video I just gave you on what happened in New York today with Giuliani? Get those two videos ready, okay? So I want to show you this. I was here this Saturday and I was watching this speech. I was watching it with Mario, Kai, and who else was with us? I think Sam was also with us. Okay, just make it bigger and let's get the audio ready on this one. So, Tom, if you want to look at this one here, Zenner and Adam. So this is RFK, okay, giving a speech, announcing to the audience, this is pre-social media, pre-internet, pre-phone, pre-any of this stuff, announcing that MLK just died. And he's speaking to an audience of African Americans. Watch the reaction, then listen to what he says. There's a little bit of music in this, so you're going to have to listen to it even with the music, but there's a message to it. Can you play the video, please?
I have some very sad news for all of you, and I think sad news for all of our fellow citizens and people who love peace all over the world. And that is that Martin Luther King was shot and was killed tonight in Memphis, Tennessee. Martin Luther King dedicated his life to love and to justice between fellow human beings. He died in the cause of that effort. In this difficult day, in this difficult time for the United States, it's perhaps well to ask what kind of a nation we are and what direction we want to move in. For those of you who are black, considering the evidence evidently is that there were white people who were responsible, you can be filled with bitterness and with hatred and a desire for revenge.
Desire for revenge.
We can move in that direction as a country, in greater polarization, black people amongst blacks, and white amongst whites, filled with hatred toward one another. Or we can make an effort, as Martin Luther King did, to understand and to comprehend and replace that violence, that stain of bloodshed that is spread across our land with an effort to understand compassion and love. For those of you who are black
Watch this.
and are tempted to be filled with hatred and mistrust of the injustice of such an act against all white people, I would only say that I can also feel in my own heart
No teleprompter.
the same kind of
I was thinking
feelings.
he winged it.
I had a
Amazing.
member of my family killed,
Dude.
but he was killed by a white man.
Wow.
But we have to make an effort in the United States. We have to make an effort to understand, to get beyond or go beyond these rather difficult
Oh
times.
my gosh.
A favorite poem, my favorite poet was Aeschylus. He once wrote,
Yes, to remember it. Say it.
even in our sleep, pain which cannot forget falls drop by drop upon the heart, until in our own despair, against our will, comes wisdom through the awful grace
Oh
of God.
my goodness.
What we need in the United States is not division.
Look at this.
What we need in the United States is not hatred. What we need in the United States is not violence.
That's a Democrat
lawlessness,
speaking.
but is love and wisdom and compassion toward one another. Feeling of justice toward those who still suffer within our country, whether they be white or whether they be black.
Can you pause it right there? So here's my question for you. This goes on for 6 minutes and 28 seconds, right? Look at the reaction there. Here's my question for you, okay? Today, MLK gets assassinated in 2020. MLK gets assassinated in 2020. MLK gets assassinated 2020, okay? And an AOC, a Pelosi, a Schumer, a Obama, a Hillary is going to come up and give a speech. How many of them would give a speech like this, a Democrat, to their audience?
Yeah.
Zero. None. They wouldn't be allowed to, number one.
Yeah.
And no, it'd be war. It totally would be. He would have been a great president.
Did
was
he
unbelievable.
wing that?
Yeah, he did.
Like
apparently.
there was no
It
like.
just happened when he's giving this talk.
I mean,
He just got the
literally
news and he gets up and gives it.
That's
Nothing's
unbelievable.
written.
Yeah,
Off
and
the
the
dome.
worst possible news you could give to a
Oh
crowd
my
too. And
gosh.
then to think that he's probably murdered less than a year after that. Terrible.
Probably
My
that year.
mind is blown right now. I can't even comprehend.
That's
that.
leadership.
When I
man.
watched
That
this
was-
Saturday, my reaction, I was flabbergasted. And I've seen this thing 30 times because I'm a fan of listening to these talks. But when I caught it today, I'm like, how would that speech be delivered today?
Right, and that's the most powerful Democratic political family in the history of this country. And he'd be run out on his rails if he was a candidate right now, right? They wouldn't tolerate that.
So give
It's
me
too
the
bad,
speech
which is
of
way
if
too
that
bad.
happened today. How would that speech be given if that happened today?
You know what? It wouldn't even be a speech. AOC and some of them would be on social media stirring it up and getting the troops ready, and it'd be war. They'd be organized and ready to go. And it would just be all blame, all pushing, revenge, and this is what this other side's about, as when he was trying to do the opposite.
Which is what
you
they've
might
done.
be feeling it.
Well, and you're
But let's
right.
take
It
a higher
wouldn't be
road.
a speech. It would be many speeches. Many people would be coming out and saying what they felt with no. I mean, having an entire nation as an audience, right? I mean, he had the attention of the people, and he delivered it from his heart. I think that's the hugest problem that our political candidates have right now is they got no heart.
Yeah.
The other thing too, they'd be on the street. There'd be riots going on that night within minutes if MLK was assassinated now. I mean, every city would be on fire.
Yeah, look what's happening
you're
right
not
now.
wrong about that.
Tom, what do you think, Ellsworth?
I think the 24-hour news cycle and social media and the instantaneous reactions fuel it. I also think that there's just a lot more tension in people's lives today, and they pop fast. And I think we aren't going to have the thoughtful moderation. We don't have the thoughtful moderation in the United States that we had at the time RFK. And RFK would be assassinated in '68 at the Ambassador Hotel in Los Angeles. And it wasn't even a flashpoint. People were upset. It was horrifying, but it wasn't like a flashpoint. I think right now, in our world we live in now, people are wound real tight. And they've got a lot of history and they get a lot of resentment. And when things happen, they pop. And I also think there's a lot of manipulation under the pop. I think Antifa is like a layup of manipulation under the pop.
They have a resentment because of history. They have a resentment because I think that's a huge thing that I work in a lot of predominantly African American communities, and the way that it is presented to me, I can't pretend to know about it. I can't speak to it from experience, but the way that it's presented to me is that the African American community is upset because we get a very whitewashed version of history when we go to school. We get a very whitewashed version of history. And so we aren't taught about things like 1921 Black Wall Street. We're not taught these things. And so I think the African American community is pushing for an education system that is going to be fair to all minority communities, even Latino and Latina communities and things like that, so that we are getting an accurate representation of where we were versus where we are, okay? And a really great example of that is the Second Amendment. Right? Everybody this is a very controversial topic right now. But when we talk about the Second Amendment, what we don't talk about is the Second Amendment gone wrong. Okay, so you had a constitution that was ratified in the 1700s, and then you turned around 100 years later, and we have the Second Amendment, and it says, you know, hey, the right to bear arms is for everybody, like all men are created equal, all this, okay? Well, then 100 years later, you have the battle at Wounded Knee, where Native Americans, my ancestors, okay, were disarmed for their own good, and then they were turned around and murdered women, children, men, everybody, okay? And then you turn around and you have 1921 Black Wall Street, where an entire prosperous community of Black Americans were murdered because they were prosperous and because these white people over here got jealous. Okay, that's a libertarian thought process. Is we want more of our money. We love our Second Amendment rights, and we want history to be taught the way that it was so that things are truly fair. It has taken us this long to even get remotely close to being fair. And how slow-moving is that?
Did you see what Trump passed today with education? Did you see what he passed today with education on the patriotic side, where they're going to go back and teach, not allow teachers to manipulate that America's a bad country and all this other stuff, talk about what America's done to be great. It was passed today, by the way, which is similar to, Jera, I agree with you, but I also think there is a lot more of the other side going on right now. If you look at university stats, at any major university today, per one conservative professor, there are 13 liberal professors today. You don't call that a slight edge. That's a monopoly when it's 13 to 1. So my kids I'm talking to one of these schools, and I'm sitting there saying, why would I send my kids to your school? You don't think capitalists are good people. You think rich people are bad people. You think rich people, all they care about is money.
I never got a job from somebody on welfare.
Yeah, I never got a job from somebody, but in schools, they teach it in a different way. So it's interesting to see what the speech is. This is what happened in New York this morning, by the way. Watch this. This is Giuliani driving through and a bunch of Trump fans celebrating, and look what's going on in New York. This is today, by the way. Press play. I believe it's today.
Guys. Go fuck yourself, Giuliani. You fucking scum. Gentlemen.
And he pulls his window down.
Wow.
This is today.
Oh yeah. Just tear the American flag and just throw it on the ground, huh?
Idiots.
Come on, man.
I mean, why are they not being arrested? My God.
So let's have this conversation.
This only goes one way.
Yeah.
Show me in a city where Biden can actually get 10 cars together, right? Like this. With this enthusiasm, they get attacked this way.
And they knew they were coming. They were waiting for him.
So let's have this conversation. Let's put ourselves in these people's shoes. Why are they acting like this?
Why are they?
Yeah, I'm asking you. Like, I want to go around the table and think about.
Pause it. It's good. We saw plenty.
Here's one option. They're part of an organized effort. They're paid to
be
there.
Let's say they're just not. Okay.
I don't believe that's raw emotion of those people that take time out of their day to go down to 6th Avenue or wherever that is and throw rocks at Rudy Giuliani.
So you don't think people actually feel this way about Giuliani?
I don't know. How would they know Rudy Giuliani is going to be driving down that street at one time? That's what I'm saying. They knew a Trump rally was coming. They happened to see Giuliani, so the cameras are rolling, and that's what they do.
So you're saying people don't feel that way?
Are you legitimizing the behavior?
That's not what
I don't care how they feel. Are you legitimizing the behavior?
No.
Yes, you are.
How am I legitimizing the behavior? I'm actually.
You're carrying a rope into all these.
You think that this is just a normal reaction of Biden supporters to go throw rocks at a Trump caravan?
I'm asking you why you think they're doing that. I'm asking you why you think
because
they're doing
I know what's
that.
going on in this country. I follow the
news.
news.
Because you yourself think there's a reason? Or,
yeah.
Okay, why?
Trump has created this.
Oh my God.
Oh.
Okay.
You guys, all right. You guys could be tone deaf to the fact that people are disgusted by Trump. All you freaking want. You can give me the, oh my God, I can't believe he said that people hate Trump spiel. People hate Trump.
Is Antifa just Trump haters that they go out there and...
Those aren't Antifa. Everything can't be blamed on Antifa. Trump has created this. So People weren't doing this towards Obama.
Don't you think that's
People
kind of
weren't-
convenient?
How about some of the
As
results?
what?
Your argument. Don't you
follow
think your
the
argument
race?
is pretty convenient?
How do you mean?
Well, because if Trump created it, then there's no other way to explain it.
Did this
And then
happen
you're
under
putting-
Obama? Did this happen under Bush? Did this happen under Clinton? Did this happen under Reagan? Did this happen under
You ever
Carter?
read Rules for Radicals? You ever read the Rules for Radicals?
I have not read that. No,
Okay,
but I've
you wanna
read the
read
clip
it,
notes.
What's happening
Okay,
in
so
Ohio?
it's a manual.
Okay.
It's a manual that kind of gives an idea what to do on what kind of a picture you can paint
Okay.
to the world.
Trump
So-
didn't create this.
Trump did not create this
Trump did
whatsoever.
not create this. No, I think that people who have a disgust for Trump, that has to be compartmentalized outside of this behavior. Okay, like I get that people don't. I'm not a big Trump fan either. Okay, I get it, but this
you
has
voted
to
for
be
But you voted for him.
No, I
You
voted
did
for
not.
Joe Jorgensen.
Okay, so you voted for Joe Jordan.
So you can't call me a hypocrite across the table.
I'm not. That's not what I'm
this.
saying.
I
What
love
if
this
she
with
did?
this table,
She's
by the way. I
disqualified.
love the
Isn't
fact
that
that there are three
Dis-
different
disqualified
votes here
from
at
what?
this table. So you voted for Joe
Listen to
Jorgensen.
yourself.
I love that. Okay.
I am listening to
So
myself.
she voted for Joe
help
Jorgensen. So
Okay.
you don't think Trump created this, and you didn't vote for him. You
I don't
voted for
think.
Joe.
Listen, I think that it is a dangerous blanket statement to say that Trump created this. Okay, because here's what you have going on with Trump that a lot of people aren't researching. People aren't thinking for themselves. The media created this. No doubt, okay? And that is a blanket statement that I will stick to. And I'm not big on blanket statements, okay? But Trump did not create this. Trump, as big of a buffoon as you think he is, he needs to stay off Twitter. Let's be real, okay? But he has been talking about how much he loves this freaking country since the 80s. You can go back and look at his Oprah interview, where he has been talking about how much he loves America. He wants to see America succeed. His biggest interest in America is keeping our economy sound, okay, and keeping us great as a world power. That's what he wants, okay? And I can't say that I necessarily disagree with us wanting to have a good economy. That is at the basis of what he wants, okay? And that is what he said. If he was like, he said, I don't want to run for president. This is what he said to Oprah. I don't want to run for president, but if I saw that the country was in such a state that they needed someone like me to come and help, I would do it. He basically prophesized his own presidential run. So I don't think that he ran to, I just think that he has some emotional unintelligence. I don't think that he ran to create division in America. I think that he ran to help our economy, which was tanking, okay, and to assist in foreign policy. We were getting run over by all kinds of people in foreign policy and with trade deals. And that's all that he really wanted. He didn't really
He's been saying that for 20 years.
He's been saying it, so he has
Yeah.
a track record. So you have to understand the track record, right? And so I don't think that he intended to create division. I don't think that that's what he wanted in his heart. I think that the media spurred this because that's where ratings come from. This right here that we saw on this video,
Yeah.
those are people that have no emotional intelligence. They probably aren't very educated people, and it's probably not their fault that they're not educated people, okay? And we saw them take down that Blue Lives Matter flag, you know, the thin blue line flag, okay? These are probably people that have bad relationships with police. And that is in and of itself its own issue that has to be addressed. So when we say things like Obama created this or Trump created this, those blanket statements are so dangerous, and all you're really doing is creating the kind of division that you're speaking out against when you make these blanket statements. Some of these things
Knock
we have
it
to
off,
take.
Adam, is what she's
we
saying.
have to take it on
Knock
a
it
case
off.
by case
I
basis.
can't believe we're not willing to admit that Trump is so hated in this country that he causes this. I'm not saying he is the cause of it. I'm not saying he's the cause. But I can't believe we're not willing to admit that there's a large percentage of this country that just simply hates Trump.
Let me ask you a question. 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 Tom, you have kids?
Yeah.
Tom, you have kids?
Absolutely.
You have
Of
kids?
course, five.
Okay.
Five of
Let
them.
me ask you a question. When you have kids and you're married, how important is health insurance?
Extremely.
And how sensitive is the health insurance that you have for your family? How sensitive? Meaning, once you get comfortable with a health insurance, you don't want anybody to touch it.
Sure.
Because you like the system, you like the copay, you like all of that. Yes, sir?
Yeah, yeah, it's a lot of hassle.
You like your
Yes,
doctors, they take the insurance.
Right.
Yeah.
So I want you to think about. I want you to think about in a world where a guy runs for office. Okay, Ellsworth, I need you with me here because this is parents. A guy runs for office and he says, "I have this great plan for this health insurance. It's going to come out with this plan, and guess what? If you like your plan, guess what? You can keep it. You don't have to worry about canceling your plan, okay? All right, so you run, you say, I'm gonna vote for this guy. He says this, your health insurance that you've had for your wife and kids and husband for a long time is all of a sudden canceled. You can't have it now. Premium goes up. What did premium go up in 1 year? Tom, do you remember? We were dealing with this here at the home office when we were, premium goes up in 1 year, 40%.
Wow. Yeah, because my policy doubled, almost doubled.
Yeah.
Increased
I got rid of
$1,000 a
my
month.
insurance completely because of it.
Many people did that, right? But
solid.
some people, even worse, that got canceled. When you're married with kids, there's one thing you worry about is the health of your kids. When that health insurance gets canceled that you've been used to for, you know what kind of rage it creates? Tremendous rage. How many people you saw going out there throwing stuff at Obama driving the car?
That's true.
Nobody.
Never.
They just he created so much hatred in the company, in the country, with something that people. It's the reaction like that. You don't see people reacting like that. There's way too much of that happening on one side right now. And by the way, here's why I showed the video of RFK. The reason why I showed the video of RFK is, whoever leads the party, that's who determines how the voters of that party react. Meaning, if today the party of the left is led by who? A Pelosi, it's led by a Schumer, it's led by a Obama, it's led by a, AOC, it's led by Sanders. The reaction is what? Overreaction. And whoever leads it, like an RFK, it's like, hey, listen, you can react this way, but we're better than this, but we can learn from this. That is a reaction to whoever the leader of that party is, to say it's okay to go do this. People react to the leader, man, no matter what you do. You can sit with somebody's kids and you'll say, that's his kids. You can sit with you sit with Dylan, do you not know Dylan's my kid? You know Dylan's my kid. You sit with his kids, you would say it's his kids. You sit with Dash, you say it's Tom's kids, right? We got Ray Crockett in the house, two-time Super Bowl champ in the house, just like you.
Everything in the house. Good to see you, man.
How you feeling, man?
I'm good, man.
How you feeling? So,
just got back from LA, your land of La La that you love.
I think the only person you haven't met Jera, and I don't think you've met Tom, but you met everybody else.
I have not.
Yes.
Nice to meet you.
No, you guys have met before.
Yeah.
That's why I said you haven't met Jera and Tom. It's good to have you. I think the conversation we were having right now, just to kind of bring you up to date, we're talking about
You guys are looking really spiffy. I just got off
Nice, though.
You still look good.
So
real talent.
Huh?
And he still looks good.
Yeah.
He's getting off the
No,
plane.
Can we address a couple of, oh, go ahead.
Yeah, but to your point, PBD, yeah, when we're looking at raising a family, raising a party, raising a country, I have my kids. They throw a temper tantrum. I tell them, no, that's not good. Mm-hmm. And then they don't get any attention from me unless they get done with their temper tantrum. I move on, and then they calm down. Move, okay, now you want. And so I think today the media rewards that negative behavior, and I think that's the right way to act.
Yeah. Yes,
And
they
so,
do, and that's what they cover. The squeaky wheel gets the.
And plus, the left right now literally wants to change the country. I mean, it's the leadership of the left wants to take all the wealth, they want to redistribute it, they want to fundamentally change things, and
because that equals power.
I got a private equity guy called me yesterday. We were having a conversation together. It's a pretty well-known private equity guy. He's done very good for himself. And we have this conversation together. And he says, Pat, I just want you to know. He says, what's that? You can't tell this to anybody. I said, what can I tell anybody? He says, I'm voting for Trump, but I can't tell anybody.
Wow.
Okay? He says, I can't tell. And I said, he said, you can't. I said, I'm telling you, I'm going to say it on the podcast to somebody.
Right.
But I'm not going to say.
But why can't you tell anybody?
So that's the point. But
Why can't you tell
because
anybody?
he'd be ostracized. He can't do it in his
You lose
industry.
clients.
Because of the overreaction of the other side.
The point today is, if you say it today, it's a different story today.
It's
In
end of your
today's
career.
climate.
I mean,
Yeah.
in Hollywood, you can't do it. If you work for a professional sports team, you're just unable to do it.
Yeah, cancel culture. They'll cancel you
beyond
right
So
out.
Ray,
difficult.
Croc,
It's
be honest.
impossible.
Can you tell everybody that you're voting for Trump?
If I was, I could. Yeah, I would. I would say that. I would. But it's different. It's a different field because, as you guys just mentioned, this web manager, he has tons and tons and tons of clients. It's a different look. So I guess I say that to say this: if you're running a corporation, if you're running a company, and your company is, you know what you have. You know what you have as employers. You know what you have as clients. So obviously he knows that.
Well, let me ask you a question a different way. Here's a different question for you. You're a guy that played sports. Okay, here's a question for you. You won Super Bowl Elway, what year is that?
96, 97, 98.
97, 98. Okay, 97, 98. So 97, 98 you won. Okay, Super Bowl. Okay. During that time, president is who? Is it Clinton? Okay, Clinton. In the locker room, you voted for Clinton.
Yeah.
I did too. For me, I was a Clinton guy. In the locker room, could people openly say they're Republicans?
Yeah.
Okay.
And they did.
That's 97, 98.
Right.
Okay. Now watch this. In what sport today can you not say you're voting for Trump? Pick one of the 4 sports. Pick one of the 4 sports. You know it. You know what sport it is. You know what sport it is. What is it? It's not your sport.
No, it's definitely not
your sport.
Can you say you are?
What sport you cannot say? It's only one.
You're not allowed to.
NBA.
Yeah, NBA.
Viewership dropped 72%. Finals.
But you have to understand this though.
Bro.
It's
not a good business model.
It's not a good business model, but it happened because of what? It's just like you guys just mentioned. It happened more so because of the media. Because when Trump and the NBA players were going at each other, the media kept it going more than it should have.
But in the NFL, but in the NFL, wait a minute, I disagree with you. And you're somebody that's in the sports game. So if you look at the sports game here, who started this whole BLM? Who started the BLM? One player, what's his name? Who started it?
Colin
Kaepernick.
But he didn't start though. But I got you.
But what I'm trying to say to you is the conflict came from Colin.
Yeah,
What sport
so it came
is
from
that?
football.
It came from football.
Right.
Okay. And Robert Kraft, Tom Brady, are they Republican or Democrats?
They're Republicans.
They're Republicans. It's cool.
Right.
Totally fine, right? So in the NFL, you got Republicans, you got Democrats, and they get along. Okay, they can make it work. They don't have a problem making it work. But the one sport,
you can actually make it work in basketball as well. The only difference is here's the problem, and you have to do demographics. It comes down to it. I know we don't like to, or we try not to because it's
what's
such
the
a touchy.
football though?
Well, there's a lot of white guys in football still as well. So therefore,
as
basketball, oh man, yeah, basketball is probably 75%.
Oh, it's
black.
more than 75%.
Yeah, more than that. Yeah, absolutely.
So when you have as your demographic of players, you have 80% that are African American that are probably going against Trump, then the 10% that maybe are going, with Trump, they're not going to say anything.
When Brady was
because
asked,
it's such a big discrepancy.
When Brady was asked about Trump, what did Brady say? You remember?
He spoke one time and didn't speak no more.
Right.
Yeah.
He tapped dance.
He said,
exactly.
He said he's a friend.
Yeah, he's a friend.
We're good to go.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Now watch this. Name me one NBA player ever that's worn a MAGA hat.
Well, I mean, and quite frankly, I'm not trying to be. I mean, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but I know a lot of the NBA players. Of course, I do. They don't like Trump. They just don't. I mean, so I'm saying as a whole.
Why?
But most of it is because of some of the divisive things that Trump has said.
Hold on,
some
what?
of it's the media.
Trump's divisive? You're out of control, Ray.
No,
you're out of control. He is
But
perfect.
can we agree that? Can we agree that people take things out of context on both sides?
Of course
And that is
Well,
the
that's
hugest part of the debate.
Well, what
because
comes
we're
out of your
so
mouth is not taking
Watch
anything
his
wrong.
table here.
No,
Watch his
it
table
is.
here.
I mean, tone has a context, right? I mean, in the situation in which you're saying it has context. Like, context matters, and being able to pick up on that is very important.
But I don't think it has anything to do with tone or context when you say so-and-so is the son of a, so-and-so is an A.
I'm not saying every time.
I can say you're
I'm not saying every time.
You're talking about Trump's comments about the NBA. He called LeBron. Yeah, but Trump never said that.
Sweetheart, you're a son of a bitch.
Yeah.
Does that sound the same?
It makes me want to hug you.
The way he
Thank
said
you
it.
so much,
How you
Ray.
say
You're
it.
so sweet. But go back.
But no, going back to your point though, I mean, yes, in the NBA,
you can't say you're
No,
a
you
Trump
No,
guy.
you
can't.
can't.
No,
And
if you stand for the national anthem, you're in trouble. They want to do an intervention. If you stand for the national
Only
anthem.
one guy stood up for the national anthem, the
I doubt
Orlando
if he'll be
kid.
in the league next year.
Jonathan
That's
Isaac,
exact.
and then he blew out his knee.
And here's
He will
the,
be.
he did.
They made his ass take a knee, all right.
Hey,
Adam Silver has a major problem, right? I mean, they look at the start date of the NBA right now. If the players get their way and they don't start before
Dirty
Christmas,
right
they're going to
there.
lose $1 billion.
Sorry.
He's allowed the league to completely politicize itself, and he realizes he's got sponsors, he's got team owners, he's got some serious problems. Here's
But
my
the funny
question.
thing is this, though. I mean, trust me, Adam Silver is a very, very smart man. And if he was losing like the NFL started to at first, started to lose major, major sponsorships, So there had to be an intervention. Everybody had to come together and say,
No,
okay, how we
no,
figure this
Axel has
out?
already
What
done
we gotta
that.
do?
He said he regrets embracing BLM like they did. He already said it.
Well, I don't know if he regrets embracing it because he didn't really embrace it. He just didn't stop it. He just let it, you know what I'm saying? He let it go. He never came out
what
and
do you mean?
said.
He never stopped it. He chooses what's on the floor. He chooses what shirt. He chooses all of that
But
stuff.
the
So-
NBA has always been that league, though. That's the one league that, all of us that are
I don't know about that. I
But-
disagree.
time out,
I
time out.
disagree.
It was even that
disagree.
way. Go back to
No.
the 70s.
Wait a minute. Did you
They
not
had-
watch
that
The
wasn't
Last Dance?
politicized.
Did you
That was
watch The
more-
Last Dance?
Yes. Of course I
So what
watched
was that one political part when Obama said, "I'm not happy with Jordan"? Do you remember that one time?
Oh, yeah, that when Jordan said that
He didn't want to support
Republican-
him.
but Jordan was just thinking about his brand. Everybody knew that. Jordan was a selfish son of
Well,
a...
no, time out here. That doesn't mean he's selfish.
I'm just playing.
You know,
but
coming from
he,
a guy that partied with him, you partied.
I know. I'm just
We can't talk about it, but yeah.
But no, I mean, I love Jordan. But once again, everybody knew what that comment was about. And even Jordan has come back to say he hate that he made that comment the way he, kind of like what you said, in the context that he said.
Well, Michael's making up the
I'm
words.
gonna hug you before the night is over. You know that, right?
Their league, they have
I
the
love
most
ya.
socially active person in the history of sports, probably.
And that's what I'm
he's,
saying.
he's more powerful than anybody else in the league. LeBron runs the league right now. Here's a question I have. And
Scary thought for the league, by the way.
it's
That's
the
what I
truth,
was
though.
about to
He's
say.
running, and he's got even more empowered because they won the title. And they own an agency. They had a combine this week with the top draft picks coming in. He's running the league. Here's the question. When it comes to Hollywood, when it comes to sports, based on the reaction tonight, is there a tipping point where people that have to be on their toes, that could have their career canceled, could have their life, harmed irreparably for taking a certain side, even though this is a free country? Is there a tipping point where it's going to maybe start going to the other side? I think that there will be. I think sanity is going to slowly start to prevail, at least with some people that are so fearful of speaking their mind. I really do.
People need to quit being so emotionally
do you
weak.
not think that Jordan ran the league? Do you not think that Bird at one time ran
Yeah,
the
but he
league?
didn't do it as a political organization. He did it.
Things were different then. I mean, we didn't have this
Right.
politically going
But
on.
wait a minute. But how come?
I mean,
you say we didn't have this. How come this is not happening to the NFL? How come this is not happening to the MLB? How come this is not happening to the? How come this is not happening to other sports?
Well, the Players Association, the NBA, is way stronger than
that's
it
what I
is
was,
than anything else.
and the visibility of the players.
And that's why
the
the
thing,
finals
reason why a lot-
viewership was down 72%.
No, that's not why.
What? It's not why?
That's not why.
Tell
It's
us
just
why.
Because of the bubble, because of no fans. Because I mean,
Why is an
even me
NFL
as an
down
athlete, I didn't want
Why
to
is
see
an
it.
NFL regular season down 72%?
Well, the NFL is going to be different though, because look, people can say what you want to say about basketball, baseball, and all. Football is America's favorite sport. Period. Period. So you got so many people that's going to watch it.
I think
you got so many. Baseball, come on now, you get 4,000 people in the stands. Nobody wants to see that on TV. They may go out every now and then to the game, but to watch 9 innings of baseball on TV is boring.
Here's why the ratings are so important in the NBA.
You know it is. You
Well,
know-
watch me some Sunday night.
Exactly.
Sunday
You'll
night football.
see
Monday night
3
football.
innings and
Yeah.
turn to something else.
Yeah.
You'll see football, basketball.
You just
it's
hardcore offended the guy sitting to your left.
He's
Bob's watching a pitching duel.
I'm sorry.
1-0. He said,
Give me a picture of any day. Look.
There's a real reason why these NBA ratings are a problem is because the NBA has no other revenue streams. They're losing their local sponsorships. They have no local money. They have no ticket money. So the ratings is a huge deal, no matter what the reason is. And everybody's got their own reason for tuning it out, partly because we're used to watching basketball playoffs in the summer, not in the fall. It's a perfect storm that's killing
competing
them.
against everything.
Yeah.
And if you, like you just said, you put it all together, it's a perfect storm. But basketball is one of those sports that need fans in the stands.
But they also need ratings. They
Yeah, of
need
course,
them.
everybody needs ratings.
Yeah.
But they already knew it. But you can best believe that they already knew this was coming from everything they were going up against. From going up against the start of football season, going up against the World Series. They knew all of this. They knew it was going to happen. And then when you don't have fans, I hate to say it, basketball, I love the basketball players. We all do.
No, the energy that
The
it's just
energy
different.
is
It's different.
just not the same.
Yeah, you're right. It's not the same.
When
With
you watch
what?
the
In the
game,
bubble?
Yeah.
yeah,
I
the
mean, without
energy is
fans
just
in
not
there,
the same.
you know,
it's not the same.
Football
Football can be the
there was
same.
no
You know
home
why?
court
Because
advantage.
it's physicality. It's going to be there. It's going to be the same. Basketball, there's no home court advantage. You don't have the fans cussing at the players. You don't have interaction. It just wasn't.
They
the
should
same.
hire you for PR relations.
They should have.
seriously hire
They
you.
should have.
in Texas.
John Cornyn just won in Texas.
What is going on? Who's winning Ohio? Who's winning Michigan?
Trump,
Trump is
51%
winning Florida. Biden is winning North Carolina, it looks like, and Ohio, as of right now, and Pennsylvania, and Trump's up big in Georgia.
You know, it was Trump's campaign manager that went on a show the other
Oh,
day
that flipped
on
quick.
Sunday.
Georgia flipped quick. Some of these are going to flip real quick, by the way, just so you know.
Why, are you saying Biden's in the lead in Georgia now?
No, Trump's now ahead
Oh,
in Georgia.
okay.
So Trump is ahead in Georgia?
I did not say that, did I?
Yeah, it was too close to call today. 1%,
Yeah, but a lot
too
of
close
that,
to call.
look at all the advance votes they had here in Texas.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Yeah,
Everybody
the
pre-voted, so-
day of vote is going to be strong for the Republicans today.
Tom, you were going to say something.
I did have a great point that I was about to make.
Well, Kai, why don't you pull up a couple things with this week's rally?
Oh, yeah.
When you
I remember what I was going to
Go
say.
ahead.
The Sun Belt states, the campaign director for Trump went on George Stephanopoulos' show on ABC on Sunday. He thought that they could conceivably sweep the Sun Belt states to make Pennsylvania not really even matter, which would be, I think, great for this country that we don't have to hang to wait on Pennsylvania, especially with that Attorney General tweeting out what he did today.
So Ray, what do you think about what's going on? You're talking to a lot of your friends in sports, and you're seeing what's going on right now. You obviously not giving any names. You got any athletes that are you're in contact with a lot of these guys, baseball, football, a lot of these guys.
Right.
Are there some friends of yours that are saying, "Hey Ray, I'm voting for Trump. I'm voting for Biden. Just don't tell anybody." You got some of those conversations.
They don't tell anybody, but yeah, of course I have friends that are voting for Trump. I mean, we had a deep discussion. There was probably about 20 of us on the phone. Because, we, of course, with all the Black Lives Matters and Be Woke vote, you have different
20 of you got on
mindsets.
a call to decide who you're voting for.
Well, not to decide, but we were just talking about it.
to each other openly.
We're doing a Be Woke vote conversation.
Not
and-
live, privately.
Privately,
Yeah.
privately. And I mean, there was a lot of good look, as they say, good things going back and forth. And that's what we do, though. And that's the one thing that people fail to realize when it comes to players and athletes and celebrities and whatnot. I mean, we're not going to hate each other for your choice. That's your choice. I mean, but we do talk about
What's
it.
the average age of the person that's on that call with 20 people?
Average age, I would say 40.
40.
Yeah.
Okay.
Because there were some 30, a couple 30 that are still
So
playing.
retired athletes,
Some
for the
that
most
are,
part.
most of the part is retired athletes. Most
Other than Tom Brady, most people in 40 are
yeah.
So I have a
Retired,
question. I have a
yes.
question, and I've never gotten to ask anybody this before, so I'm pretty excited. What do you say to people who tell you things like, just shut up and play? Or just, you know what I mean? Like
nobody would ever tell me
celebrities,
that.
like, yeah, but like,
do that.
but if somebody told
regret
you
it.
that, as someone who has played the game, who is a prominent figure, what would you say to somebody that told you that?
I mean, to be honest, the response would be similar to what it is now. Because here's the worst part about it, is that most of those people are those media people who say that or who have that opinion. They're talking about something they've never done either.
But I think,
So
I
at
think
the
that
end of
most
the
of the
day-
time it's coming from just regular people like me
Yeah,
that are on
and
social
that's my
media going,
point,
quit
even-
giving your opinion, just shut up and play.
Well, that social media mimics media because everybody on social media wants to be a reporter. To be honest, that's what they
Or a law professor.
Exactly. So it mimics the
economics
same thing. So
major.
when you have someone on Fox or whatever that can say shut up and play and it gets away with that, then all of a sudden you'll see social media just take off the same way. So it's kind of, if you look at what Trump said when he said about the flag, most people were a little undecisive because they didn't understand it. They didn't understand what Kaepernick was doing. Even myself, I didn't understand what it. So for me, when I first saw it, I'm like, okay, well, why are they taking a knee? You know, why? What? Because that's never happened. Like I said, once again, we never even had to come out. When I played, we didn't have to come out for the national anthem. It became a paid public sponsorship after that.
Really?
Yeah, we didn't have to come out. We stayed in the locker room.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, we
That's
stayed
what
in
they
the
should be
locker room.
doing now. It would save this country a lot of grief.
Well, you know what? The only reason why we started coming out, like I said, is because we got paid to. the NFL started taking millions of dollars.
Oh, that's right, because they got the big endorsement deal from the military.
Exactly. That's why you see the military people at halftime. They walk them out. None of that stuff happened.
Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. So the media, the whole shut up and dribble. I think it was Ingram that said it, right? When
she said it to
Trump,
LeBron, who was very
very
political.
But the reason why she said it, though, she said it was more than to LeBron.
One more for me.
She mentioned LeBron. She mentioned some other athletes or whatever, and she said, "Shut up." It really, most people want to put it all on LeBron like he's the only one because he's the most prominent figure or whatever. But it wasn't just started from him. He just picked it up after he started seeing the injustices. And that's why he's getting credit more so than Michael Jordan, because Michael Jordan would have done what he was doing, win championships, run his company, and he would have never stepped out on that ledge. Well, LeBron stepped out on it once he stepped out.
Here's a question for you.
Freedom for everybody else.
Michael was forced to not get political for business reasons back in the 80s and 90s. Do you think this is benefiting LeBron to be political when you consider he's got his production company and he's actually killing it right now in Hollywood?
I think
and all his business ventures, it might be a benefit for him to be this radical politically.
Well, I mean, I think it is a benefit for him. And that's simply because of where we are now over the last 4 years. A lot of, just like PBD said, a lot of Hollywood, I just got back, but I go to Hollywood quite often. A lot of people in Hollywood are against Trump. So
no, time out, Rick. Everybody in Hollywood is against
So of course that helps him, of course, and he may, but I think he would still, I mean, I know LeBron, I've met him, several times. I think he would still be the same guy with or without.
Let me,
Hollywood's gonna lose their mind.
I got a question for you guys here. Jared, that you brought that up. I mean, there's got to be full context behind a comment like that. So you got two comments here. One is a reporter at Fox says, shut up and dribble, okay? The other one is the face of a league tweets out at the president saying, you bum. Steph Curry already said he ain't going. So therefore, ain't no invite. Going to White House was a great honor until you showed up. What's more disrespectful? The face of the league saying that, or a host saying shut up and dribble?
I would say what's more disrespectful, and once again, you have to put it, I want to be careful how I say this.
Yeah.
LeBron would have never said those things had certain things not come out of Trump's mouth. So we have to put, you can't just say that. You can't just read that and not read the stuff that Trump's been saying.
I don't know about that.
Let me
ask you a question.
After the president calls
but I'm
going to
ask you a question.
All bets off.
Ray,
all bets off.
Would you ever say any president, you bum? Would you ever say that to
any
president on Twitter?
Call players son of a bitches? Would any president say, I mean, there's...
But they have, let's just say right now, would you say you bum?
Here's to you, Ray.
It depends on...
You would say you bum?
Yeah. You wouldn't
say you bum.
Why not?
You wouldn't.
Why not? Sure. Wait, if Trump can wake up every morning and tweet the stuff that he tweet, if he can wake up and call you a son of a bitch, if he can call third world countries shitholes and all this stuff.
Who did he call a son of a bitch? Who did he call a son of a bitch?
He called the players us. He called all the NFL players son of a bitches.
NFL players he called son of a bitch.
Not all of them. The ones that wouldn't.
He said, get those son of a bitches out of here.
Well, the ones that
they were kneeling.
But you got to get full context, though.
So
you got to get full context.
That is context.
But that's not NBA.
I thought you already knew that.
No, but that's not NBA saying.
But he's also said about the NBA, nobody wants to watch you. Your game sucks and all. I mean, so if a president of the country steps in and puts himself in that position.
Is this the one where he said, get the son of a bitch off the field? Is that one you're saying?
Yeah, he said, we can't wait. I can't wait till one of these owners. And then on top of it, he came back and said that we were disrespecting the flag, we were disrespecting the anthem. That was never the case. But that was never the case.
He was saying that any player that kneels for the flag is a son of a bitch.
Get those, And so basically, once you know how athletes are, just like a Marine. Once you said about one of us, you said about all of us.
To answer your question, it's way worse for what LeBron did as opposed to Laura Ingraham. She's an entertainer.
But here's the thing.
And people look at LeBron as a leader. They follow him. Yeah.
But here's the thing. The disrespect came from higher up. Name me a president. I'm 53. I'm older than probably most. I can't remember a president. And of course, now I know you're going to say social media wasn't created back then and all that. But I doubt very seriously if any president, Republican or Democrat we've ever had, would do use social media like Trump
Look, it's
uses
just
social
if
media.
I'll
other
I'll say
presidents
it.
were in this.
I'll say
Name
it.
I
me
say
one that
yes.
would. Name me one that had that. I mean, when it comes to a president.
But
name me
it's
one.
impossible
Just
to
name me
compare
one.
completely different
Just name me
eras
one,
like
though.
this.
Well, no, it's not impossible.
Clinton's a
Is it?
strategic guy. He might have been all over, but maybe not in the same way. But that's his
You think
personality.
he was? You
He's
think
not
he
a
would say some of the
politician.
things that?
No, probably
Exactly.
I think
That's
Tom's
what
got
I'm
an update for us. Tom, how we looking?
We're talking about things that matter, really, really matter.
Right.
And I agree with all that. But over our shoulder, there's
An election. Yeah.
Yeah.
What's going on?
What happened?
Look at Ohio, man. That is tight.
Ohio's tight,
I'll say it.
but Michigan
I
is
think
done.
that Trump is the most unpresidential president that we've ever had.
But he's always said he was.
I'll say it.
But see,
I think
and that's the
Michigan's
thing.
done.
That's
He
what
takes
makes-
that. He's proud of that.
But see,
No.
and that's what I'm saying.
I
Because
think Trump's
so
going to win
proud of
Michigan.
that.
I don't
That's
think
what
he's going to be
makes
even
other
close in
There's
Minnesota.
12% of the votes in on Michigan.
Put yourself in that
But it's
arena,
where they're in.
then you asking
Up to
for
20
a
now.
backlash to come.
58% Trump.
You
wonder
wanna
what's
be
gonna happen in the next
president.
And they got 60%. They got all the absentee in, and they got
North
60%
Carolina,
of
Trump.
Detroit.
80%.
Okay, what do you, so what about
80% in.
Michigan?
I think Michigan's going.
What do you mean?
Trump's
I
up.
think it's going
Pennsylvania, he
Trump.
just caught Pennsylvania.
Yeah,
Trump
you
was
heard
behind
so much about you. I heard you
250,000
upstairs
votes.
when
Now
you
it's
were
only
doing your
50,000.
Ohio, he was behind
It's
300,000.
because he's going
and
to
it's
do day
closing.
of pretty well in
He
a lot of
should,
these
Trump is
states.
killing Michigan, shouldn't he be?
Yes.
Trump should, he should still be just, I mean, Michigan loves him.
So Ray, what's your prediction? I mean, everybody here's got a prediction. What's your prediction tonight?
I think Trump's going to win.
Look at the
I
house.
think he's going to win.
You think Trump's going to win?
I think it's tight, but
It's tight. I think he's going to squeak it out.
I think it's tight, and I think the president's sitting on 274 right now.
It's just, it's hard.
With or without Pennsylvania?
So
No
we asked this
Pennsylvania,
question
no
before you got
Wisconsin,
here.
no
So
Minnesota,
Trump
no
wins.
Nevada.
What's up?
None of
Big
those
riots,
sitting at
large riots?
274?
What do you think?
Do we think we'll
Correct.
have an answer tonight?
If he
I don't
He
want
just wants to delay his
I don't want to think about it.
No, actually,
It's gonna get ugly.
I have my
It's
own.
gonna
make a little
I don't
more
think we'll
interest.
It's some
Save
place.
that money, so.
No, I
It's
don't.
side
some
are
place.
you on?
But I think
I'm just on real clear
there
politics,
will be
and I'm looking at
something
leans.
done to space this out a little more.
These aren't-
because
I'm trying to
everyone
find
knows that
people
the
that are
tension is
using
up so
truly
much right
non-partisan
now.
sources.
That
or
if they
independent
announced it
sources.
tonight or first thing in the morning,
You don't think we're going to know tonight?
No, I don't think so.
You think we're going to know
I
tonight?
think, put it
I
this
don't
way,
think so.
I think there is a chance that we don't have to wait for Pennsylvania. I think there's a chance. I'm not saying for sure, and I'm not saying it won't go to court because, of course,
And that's what I was about to say. I think
there's.
there's
Yeah.
because
I
of the
think we could
tension
know.
being so high right now, it may be smart not to announce. Especially
No,
It
you're
would be
probably
smart
right.
not to
No,
announce?
it would be smart not to.
You think there's going to be riots?
I think there could
Do
be
you
some.
want
Well,
that
I
tension
don't-
to
I
go
think what
longer?
Ray's saying, there's nothing to
I mean,
gain
do
by
you
either
want
one of
people
these
to, like,
candidates.
play that waiting
I'm
game?
going to try to get a decision tonight.
So would
You know?
I, man.
Me
It's
too.
time to put this
It has a lot
election
to do
behind
with
us
Yeah, it
and
is.
move on, baby.
So tell
Yeah.
me, since we're here, tell me what. Let's just hypothetical. What would the next 4 years look like if Trump wins? What do you think? What would be some major changes, or will there be any major changes with him personally, first and foremost? Do you think he will do anything differently?
Why? I'll go first if you're asking me the
Yes,
next 4
I'm
years.
asking.
If Trump gets elected, okay. If Trump gets elected, there are no games to play on the left with Trump as the way they did on first term.
First
You know
term,
why?
yeah.
Because there is no re-election.
Right.
This is it.
That's it.
So
So
no matter
it's all
what you do,
going
you
in.
can do another impeachment. No one cares. No one cares what you do to taint his legacy because he's not trying to get reelected, right?
Right.
So all they have to do, what Trump's going to do is he's going to bring the economy back up. Powell's already said they're going to keep the interest rates at 0 till 2023, which
Okay.
means that's going to keep
That's-
real estate going
yeah,
the way it
that's
is. That's not
perfect.
going to change till 2023. China's situation, China's not going to be too happy, so they're going to have to figure something out because they can't wait 4 years with these sanctions. They're
Right.
going to have to come to the
They
table.
got to come back and
because
do
they're
something.
going to have
Yeah.
to come back.
2 years. I'll give them
Iran
2.
has to come back and sit down and figure something out because there is no 4 years waiting. You wait, there's going to be riots and protesting going on in Iran on the kinds that you've never seen before. Jobs, economy on fire. Dow will go to God knows what numbers that we've never
Small
seen before.
businesses.
Small businesses, median income will go high. All of that stuff's going to be taking place. The problem, here's what the problem is going to be for me. This is my problem, is I would much rather not have the economy go like this. I would much rather have the economy go like
Grow.
this, and we spend some of the money to pay back our debt. I would much rather get a little tighter. No more constant stimulus. No more giving the money away. The day he gets elected, the next he's passing a stimulus bill, by the way.
Right.
The day he does.
And
next day
it's
$2
heavy.
trillion.
That's all about it. It's heavy. It's in the
He
trillions.
said he'll take
yeah.
one as well. $2 trillion
You're
stimulus
saying if
bill.
Biden gets elected.
Okay.
Of course.
Yeah.
Yes. He's going to do one of these. By the way, you want beer or you want old-fashioned?
I'm old-fashioned.
By the way, this old-fashioned is a legit old-fashioned.
Yes.
It's
Did you guys put Boss Hog in there?
yes, it's Boss
We
Hog.
don't have to talk about that.
Yeah, so that's what I think
know
is
your
going to
stuff.
happen
You know your
if Trump gets elected the next 4 years. Now, the question really is, flip it. What happens, and I'll ask you, since you asked me, and I want to hear it from you.
Okay.
If Biden wins tonight, what happens to the economy next 4 years? It's only for you. Nobody else at the table.
Why is it only for me?
It's only for you,
Why is it
buddy.
only for
Because
me?
I took it to have the right
Because that
moral
NFL
authority
pension
to
you're
to
getting
you.
And by the way, Elizabeth Warren becomes
Tom, let him say it, Tom. Let him say it.
Overregulator.
Let him say it, and then we'll come to
the
you.
jock tax.
Let
that you
him
know
say
about.
it.
Yeah,
Tell us. What happened?
It's
Gets worse.
going to be but here's the thing. I think I don't know. What do y'all call it? The jock tax?
Jock tax. Every state you play in, you got to get taxed,
You know, it's
baby.
why you had to pay. It's why you had to
I don't
pay.
like that word, the jock tax. You mean the athlete tax?
Jock strap tax
Jock
for you.
strap tax for you guys. You know, you got to drop your jock strap every time you go to the city. No, I'm just playing.
What the hell?
No, that's what we used to say, though.
Wait, but
no, I got you.
If there's a different
It's-
word for it, I'll use it.
No,
It was
no,
what they're
it's-
talking
you're
about.
fine. I'm
It's
messing with
it's because everybody
Very rare
agreed
Tom
that
asks
they
to
didn't
see
want
someone's
millionaire
jock
athletes to only
on
pay in
live.
their
Tax.
home
Very impressive moment here. But go ahead. Let's
No,
not take
it's
this
gonna be-
pressure off Ray. Ray,
No,
we want to know your
gonna be tough.
assessment.
The economy is
What were
going
you
to
about
be.
to
It's
say?
going to be tough. Well, for one, some of the things that he's going to do is going to be. I mean, we already know what Trump's going to do, and everybody knows. I mean, we want the economy strong. I don't think we can go 2.5, 3 years trying to figure it out. And from what I've heard so far from Biden, I haven't gotten any real something I can chew on to say this is going to happen, this is where it's going to be. It's been back and forth between I'm going to do this, and when he says about the taxes and things of that nature, of course he's going to tax everybody because what he's really trying to do, PBD Biden.
Right,
He's
and
gonna,
there'll be 10% for the big guy.
yeah, it's going to be tax because that's the way he's
Right.
Yeah, exactly. That's what,
Yeah. There you go.
I have never understood why we want to continually punish the job creators in this country.
Yeah.
I've never
Or
understood.
see,
people
that's
will
Ben PBD talking
put,
about
put
that.
the
Now,
economy in the toilet because they hate Trump.
because they hate Trump. Yeah,
Makes
and-
no sense at all. Hey, to continue your thought about what's going to happen in the next 4 years,
it's going to be ugly.
he's going to take the shackles off on. He's going to be worse on Twitter.
Yeah, it's gonna be ugly.
because he has nothing to lose, and he'll be thinking
100%.
about his legacy.
every time
okay,
he's
gonna rip.
And here's the other thing too. You don't think Trump's going to hold some grudges against these people that have made his life a living hell for 4 years? The Adam Schiffs, the Nancy Pelosi. You think it's bad now? She'll retire.
Yeah.
He'll drive her out of
Got it.
politics.
Something you need to keep in mind is, okay, let's say Trump gets elected. Okay, let's play this game. The House is staying Democrat, is it not?
We don't
Yeah,
know.
no-
We
no.
don't know. Look right there. I don't know. Is it?
Well, let's all play a
They
game.
need, what,
It is.
Well, I
17?
hope it
The
doesn't.
House is likely
Yeah,
to stay
yeah.
Democrat.
There's
Let's
no
just go with
question.
that.
It's
No
likely.
question.
Let's
Yeah.
say
80% I'm saying is
Let's say
Yeah. So
that-
Democrat.
the
Senate
Senate
flips.
as well.
Well, then he's not having
What's
as
Trump's
much
life
power.
going to be like? Literally being the president.
There's going to be
and
a lot of
having
executive orders.
no
So I was about to
chambers of
say,
power.
power is going to be a lot of his power is going to be taken
And
away.
that's a
No,
very.
that's a good point.
Yeah.
He definitely needs that Senate to
I mean,
stay
think
where
about
it's
how
at.
much issues he's having right now, just with the House against him. He can't get a lot of stuff done. He's having to resort to executive orders just with the House. Now, if you have the House
And Senate.
and potentially the Senate,
Yeah.
this guy's going to be off his rocker. So,
But by the way,
I had that problem.
by the way,
Would you rather that problem?
No, I had that problem when I was president.
Oh.
I lost the House, I lost the Senate, I was in the Oval Office and board. This intern came in and everything just kind of blew up.
Come on, Clint. Come on, Clint. Tell me what else happened, Clint?
That's two famous politicians that you do pretty good at.
Not
Say
bad.
something.
I'm loving it.
Yeah, look, and because
Can we
Clint
get a
was
little
right in my
Obama
ear saying
time?
congratulations, you sound like Clinton. You do. You sound like Clinton.
You say congratulations?
Yeah, right in my ear. Say it again.
I don't recall, but it's good to see you.
Oh, this made me feel good. Oh, put the ring on again. That's a good one. But
so
no, it's
Tom,
gonna
Tom,
be
why don't
ugly,
you
though.
give it to us? Give it to us from the perspective of Mr. Wikipedia, Tom Ellsworth, what happens if Trump gets elected? And he made a very good point, Senate and House. And what happens if Biden gets elected?
Well, I think if Trump gets elected, there'll be two things that go on. We know what we get with Trump. We'll just get more of it. Done. The other side is they're going to be going after him again. How do we impeach him? How do we go after him? They're going to keep going after him because it doesn't look like the Senate's going to flip. So the Senate maybe can be tighter and the House will be the same or maybe a little broader, but it's basically what we have right now. So they're going to be going after him and he's just going to get more of what you got. Now, if Biden wins, we are ignoring the civil war that is in the Democrat Party right now. There is a ceasefire in the Democrat Party right now. With Bernie and the squad are right over here. They are not lined up with the rest of the party.
Yeah.
And there is going to be a civil war because they're going to expect payback for getting in line with this election. And if he does not put the more progressive things in there, and if he does not put Elizabeth Warren in the Treasury chair, there's going to be hell to pay.
But he will.
There's
But
going
he will.
to
He will.
Yeah.
That's part one of it. But there is going to be a civil war, and I think there'll be. I think the economy is going to belch a little bit. I think there's going to be a civil war in the Democrat Party, and I think they're going to do exactly what Clinton first term did. He overreached. Remember first State of the Union address? Has a little
Right.
red, white, and
And then
blue
he ended up
card.
losing the House because
and he
of
hands
that,
it
right?
up to he hands it to Gore. This will be the America medical card. Remember that?
Yeah, and then he lost the House in '94. Here's the
And
question.
the biggest pendulum switch back ever.
Okay, if this civil war, who's on the other side? I thought that far left, those radicals are running it. Who's got the power to even go against them on the Democratic side? Who is it?
Pelosi and Schiff think they're holding on by a thread.
Well, Tom, you'll
Pelosi
be
ain't holding on
happy
to nothing.
to hear that your good friend Ilhan Omar just got reelected in Minnesota. So
Gross.
Well, look at that.
congratulations.
Celebration.
That's your good friend, and
Congrats, that's a big
Unbelievable.
deal.
There she
Oh,
goes.
my goodness.
So how much do you
Gross.
think Biden is? I mean, and here's my problem, because anybody, of course, who's running against Trump, whoever it was going to be, was going to take the opposite approach and the opposite opinion, and they're going to say what they think the people want to hear. So how much you think is going to really get done? That's the problem that you always have when
Oh,
you
a
get
lot
into
will get
this.
done radically because Kamala Harris will be driving the ship.
I mean, that was going to be my next question is how many people at this table are confident that if Biden wins this election, he'll still be president in a year?
That's what I said in 2 years. I'm
No,
saying,
he's-
I'm
no,
saying
he's
in-
getting
I'm
this
saying in 2 years.
He looks
He's
beat
getting
up
another
right
30
now.
million.
He's beat up
Hunter
right
will
now.
go,
Yes,
Hunter
yes.
will go
You
pick
can
up
tell
another 30
from
million
that
for
first
him.
day.
Oh.
He
How
resigns.
does not
and-
hurt him more, Hunter Biden? It's unbelievable. I mean, the fact that the media ignored it as much as they did the last 3 weeks. Watch everything come out now.
And that
afterwards, right?
that is a testament to how divisive
America.
the media is.
Tom. America.
Come on, Tom.
Do I have one yet?
America. That's yours. Sitting right next
That's
to you.
mine? I thought that was your refill.
Ray, yours is coming up, buddy.
Oh, good.
Yours is coming up. And
It's America, ladies and
America.
Let's make America great again.
Yeah, however we make it.
I'd like to take a
You were saying
moment,
it.
if I
You were saying
could.
I think let's
Saucy.
pick up on what you were saying about the media. Finish your point here, but then I'd like to continue.
No, mine. You
with your prior
continue
point
because
on the
mine's a
media.
totally different point. So I want to finish what you want to talk about.
How close is CNN to jettisoning Zucker today?
to doing what?
Jettisoning?
Oh.
No.
To jettison.
I think it'll be his choice if he leaves.
You think?
Yeah, I really do.
Well, what condition is CNN in ad sales to deficit? Bad.
True.
They're in bad shape.
Right.
A Biden presidency is actually bad for the NBC children, CNBC and MSNBC, because CNBC, the only thing they have is, you remember they lost their news ratings. So now they go squawk on the street, morning bell, power lunch, closing bell.
All business.
All business all day. It's become a business channel. Everything else is gone. So the NBC daughter channels are in trouble. They're tight. They're tight. And
Yeah.
they've all said, a Biden presidency is not good for us.
Right.
It gives us
I
nothing to
thought that
do
too.
because
They don't
we
have
will
an
not
enemy
be
anymore.
allowed to
Yeah.
run.
There's no enemies.
Right, and they won't have a strong
There
economy
will
to
be an
report
enemy,
on
but
either.
they're just not allowed to go after it.
Yeah.
All right, let me give a
That's
shout out to a
interesting.
couple people. Funes just gave $5. Said the difference between Trump and Biden is Trump built a wall to keep the illegals out. Biden will use it to keep the overtaxed slaves in. Okay, so that's that. Very politically correct. And Al Longton just gave $20 just to give $20.
Heavy duty.
By the way, if you're watching this right now, and you believe Biden's gonna win, and you're certain of it, text us at 310-340-1132. If you think Biden's gonna win, text us. I believe Biden's gonna win. We may just call you right now to hear your thoughts for 30 seconds to 60 seconds. Tell us why you think Biden's going to win. Send us a text, 310-340-1132, with your phone number, the best number to call you back. We'll call you back in the next few minutes here. But let's continue. You guys were saying, I think, Jerry, you had a point
Just
you
on
wanted to
that
make.
note right there, I mean, if there is a chance that Biden wins,
And you want to just bring
It's
the bottles.
because-
Just bring the bottles.
it's
Good call.
because just what we wanted, and even I myself, I'll be the first to say, and I think I told you this before PVD, that before Trump, I met Trump before he became the president.
Tom, it's going to
And-
taste
and
like apple juice. Delicious.
He was one of the
USFL?
yeah, I met USFL, but I actually went to his house he used to do this film in Florida. He used to do this big film festival. And myself and a friend of mine had a movie at the time. And we took it to the film festival and got
Was it bump and run?
No.
No, it was a bump and run.
Did you have a good Did you have a good interaction with him?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I told people this. He's one of the coolest cats I ever met.
Right, I know.
I mean, and
Yeah, because
everybody was there.
hatred
You
is
know,
just-
everybody. So what we all
And he loves athletes. He does.
what we all thought we were getting somehow, some way. Probably after a year or two, something happened. You know, because everybody wanted somebody who wasn't as presidential as the other presidents that we had, who wasn't the stand up and say what I think you want to hear type thing, because that's what politicians do. Most of the time, they stand up and say what they think you want to hear, or whatever they think is the strongest. They'll say that. Not look, knowing damn well they probably don't even feel that way. So we thought that's what we wanted. We thought we wanted a businessman. You know, we wanted someone to run the country differently. We got that. But there's a lot of people that said, I don't know if I really. Sometimes you ask for something you really don't want.
But the constant drumbeat of the media telling you how horrible he is every single day.
But here's the problem,
and no
I
other
keep
message.
I keep saying that's because for the first time that I've been into I guess since 15, 16, since I started watching president elections and things of that nature. There's never been a president to go after the media like Trump does.
And I love it.
So when you put yourself in that arena, you're going to get disrespect.
Right. So you've known Trump for a while.
Yes.
Okay. Herschel Walker has known him for a while.
Right.
I remember what he did with The Apprentice. Everybody loved him in The Apprentice. I remember a reality show he did for Omarosa to try to get her a husband. You know. So with
It's
all
going to
that,
be a tough one.
yeah, she didn't end up with a husband.
That's the biggest loser.
So knowing what you know of Trump, your experiences with him, your dealings with him, your interactions with him, do you think that he's a racist?
No, I didn't.
Honestly?
I didn't. I honestly didn't. No.
So do you think there's-
you know what? And I think some of this stuff, like I said, a lot of this stuff, I feel, once you become the president, there's a lot of people you have to answer to in different positions that he never would have had to answer to before.
Yeah.
You know, so once you put yourself, it's kind of like they say, you never know who you are until you get real power.
Sure.
I'm like, he didn't have real power when I met him. Of course, he was rich, but a lot of people.
Unpack that a little bit.
A lot of people are
Ray,
rich.
unpack that a little bit. I don't think Trump is a full-on racist.
No,
But you meant something. You were going somewhere with that.
Yeah,
Where were you going with that?
But he had some racial tendencies.
Okay, what does that mean?
So when you say that, those are some, like, I mean, all of us can have some racial tendencies. It depends on how you handle it. I'll be the first. I ain't no
Fair
saint.
enough.
I mean, so so when it comes to that, there's a lot I had to learn. When you right on Bronco, I'm not a saint.
He started as a lawyer.
But you're right on point.
I thought you were getting carried away because you're drinking.
Oh no.
Give us some
When I first
I'm going to call somebody in a minute about it. I got 2-3 numbers.
When I went to Duncanville,
Bring it
it was
to
an
the
all-white
table.
high school.
Yeah.
I've never been to an all-white high school before.
Huh?
When I first got there.
I'm checking community. I've been texting on community.
You know,
So
I fought fire with fire for at least a year. So my whole sophomore year was really lost fighting.
Yeah.
Literally, figuratively,
Yeah.
I fought every day. You know, because I didn't know how to handle people who had racial tendencies or were racist, or I didn't know how to handle that. So once it blew up, then I got to settle down. Whereas with Trump, I feel the same way with him. I feel that he probably always had a way he felt about, because we are in the West Palms is a different place.
Palm Beach.
Yeah, Palm Beach, West Palms.
People who live there concern me a little bit.
Well, there must be a reason that you asked that question.
I
mean, you haven't chimed in
Yeah.
in the last 20 minutes.
To be honest with
why
you,
do you
the
ask
most
that?
quietest person
Yeah.
the last 30 minutes has been Adam.
No.
He has been sitting quiet this entire time. He's like, take it over, Ray. Please save me. Save me from the Toms.
That's been
Toms
lovely.
are coming out.
6 months.
I play basketball.
I'm not even a black guy.
Now-
I'm like, black guy, please
now,
take it away.
you brought up Herschel Walker.
Yep.
No, do you know him?
No, I don't. Not personally.
Okay, because he has kind of come out and been sort of vocal in
Yeah.
support
Oh, straight vocal,
of
yeah.
Trump. I shot in a clay tournament with him 2
really?
years
He's a
ago.
Dude, man, he's
Did
great.
you know
Like,
that dude? On the one hand, I want to point out
saying
that dude
Herschel?
still does like 1,000 push-ups a day.
Dang.
By the way,
That push-up sit-ups, yeah,
but
that's his
he's
thing.
So does
very
Matt, by the
like
way, so he ain't scared.
he's very. He seems to me to be a very logical, open-minded human,
Reasonable.
very reasonable human.
And you have to be that.
And you have to be that. And I think that when people get in situations like this,
right.
where we're sitting at a round table, I mean, look at us. And I want to take the opportunity really quick before we move on to point out a couple of things in the comment section here, because I always get a kick out of the BetDavid Podcast comment section. But I want to point that out is someone said earlier in the podcast that we are all out of touch because everybody that's sitting at this table is wealthy. And I want to tell, yes, and I want to tell that person
I got $2.52
that
today.
that assuming is very dangerous because everybody sitting at this table is not wealthy.
Right.
We're all of different races, ethnicities, political backgrounds, genders, and I am a middle class American. So don't do that. And then the second thing that I want to point out before we move on is the person who called me Pocahontas. Because I brought up my Native American heritage. Elizabeth Warren ain't got nothing on me. Okay, I'm the real deal. My 8th great grandfather was the leader of the Iroquois Confederacy.
Wow.
Okay, and you can look it up, and I can prove it. Okay, so don't be assuming things on the chat here
So what are
about
you trying
people's
to
background or wealth.
By the
okay.
way, just FYI, follow on this. I think it's important to give this disclaimer. Jera's carrying right now.
Yeah.
So
Right now.
wherever you are, she will most likely come track down your IP address and say,
I
"What'd
didn't
you
wanna
say
say that. I
again?
didn't wanna
Call
say
me
that.
Pocahontas
You
one
can
more
find
time."
me very easily on social media, and we can talk about it.
Hey, let's call somebody.
That
Let's
sounds
call
like a
somebody.
9mm.
I'm gonna call somebody here. So we got somebody that just said they're a Biden fan and they believe Biden's gonna win. We're calling you 812. I gotta give the number. All right, let's see here. You got the speaker on so everybody can hear
Hello,
it?
Joe. Is that you?
Sam?
He's sleeping.
Man, you drink
Duranian, sir, speaking.
Duranian, how are you? This is Patrick BetDavid and the BetDavid Podcast. How are you?
Man, I'm doing awesome. Thank you so much for calling me, bud.
Yes, of course. So tell us,
Stuff.
I appreciate you, buddy. So tell us, why do you think Biden's winning?
I'll be honest with you, man. I just think it's just the early voters, really. That's the early voters.
Okay.
And I really think also he's probably winning because they're cheating on him.
Oh, so you think he's winning because they're cheating on him?
I'm sorry?
You're thinking he's winning because they're cheating on Trump?
Oh, yeah. With Elon Omar, with, just the ballot harvesting and everything like that, and you saw the mail-in ballots with Trump, it's just, it's that whole spiel. But not only that, I mean, it's a lot of early voters. Like, the Democrats were leading in early voters, but after that's all washed up, I think Trump's going to come in with this deal. But at the end of the day, it's all in God's hands, man.
Where are you based out of, by the way? Indiana. Any crazy thing going on right now? Any riots, any protesting, or nothing crazy yet?
Oh, no, man. Indiana's a chill country. I mean,
Okay.
we have a
All
little
right.
bit of that in Louisville, Kentucky, in the city.
Indiana's a chill
We're not too far from
We're state.
Louisville City, but nothing like that in Indiana, man. We're just loving people down here.
Well, much love to you as well, brother. Just the way you're talking, man. Much love right back at you.
Hey, buddy, how do you feel about Mike Pence?
Mike Pence, I think Mike Pence will be a good president after Donald Trump. Once he finds a good VP, like you guys said, he seems more unifying as opposed to Donald Trump. I think he's really grooming himself to become the president.
Interesting.
Well, Pence is from Indiana.
Well, buddy, great feedback. Thanks for picking up the call. Have a great evening. Stay with us here as we find out if the winner's going to be announced today. Have a good one.
You too, man. I'm here all night.
All right.
Oh man, much love,
Stay
much
tuned,
love.
buddy. So the way you just mentioned Pence and finding a good running, vice or whatever, how much do you feel that Harris was only picked because
She's
black
black.
female
100%.
and color?
Do you like Kamala, by the way?
I'm indifferent.
3-second pause.
Oh, I mean, don't get me wrong. I don't know her well enough to say if I really liked her. I mean, early on, years ago, there was some things I wasn't a fan of hers. I'm starting to research a lot more now.
Yeah.
But I mean, people change. People allowed to change.
You sound very diplomatic and political. Can you pull
I'm
up
a
that
politician
video?
now.
Can you pull up that video that Kamala Harris shared yesterday or 2 days ago that got 6-7 million views? That
Wow.
probably wasn't the best timing. I'm a byproduct of escaping Iran to come here because of that video. Just so you know, I don't know if you saw that video or not.
No,
Have you seen the video?
Haven't seen it.
Have you seen Kamala's video?
It's not
I've
a
not
good
seen
look.
it.
Okay, this is great because we're
Not
going
a
to get
good
the
look.
reaction
60
together.
years married.
Please turn your attentions to this wonderful video made by Kamala's marketing team. Oh my gosh.
Interesting
I
title.
see this and my body shakes. I think Kai's trying to tell us that's a good movie. Kai, honestly, we are not interested in watching that movie. I'm just glad it's not a different video. Okay, there we go. Let's watch this video. Make it bigger. There you go. Press
Right,
play.
equality versus equity. This is not a VC pitch.
Watch
No,
this.
yeah,
Watch
right.
this. Tom.
Just the start of it.
So there's a big difference between equality and equity.
Here we go.
Equality suggests, everyone should get the same amount. The problem with that, not everybody's starting out from the same place. So if we're all getting the same amount, but you started out back there and I started out over here, we can get the same amount, but you're still gonna be that far back behind me. It's about giving people the resources and the support they need so that everyone can be on equal footing and then compete on equal footing. Equitable treatment means we all end up at the same place.
I'm getting emotional watching this video. It's a tearjerker. Tom, what do you think about this
It
video?
looks like it was made for 5-year-olds.
What do you think about this video when you see this? Adam, what
So
do you
there's
think
a
about
big
this
difference
video?
between equality and
Kai,
equity.
can you pause that?
moving.
Is it really?
No, I don't know.
I can't understand why was it made. Like, what was the point of it?
What she's trying to say is that socialism
Oh, I
works.
get
with-
what I get what she's trying to say, but I'm like, right now, I mean, I don't know.
Oh, you went
2
socialism
days
with
before.
that.
I don't know if
Where
that
did
would
you go?
be
Where did you go with
what
that?
I would be
three
thinking.
I mean, I'm just
You pay
taking
3
it on
extra
its
high
face
intensity
that there's a
games.
difference
You
between
win the Super
equality and
Bowl.
equity.
You
And
get a
she's
Super
basically
Bowl
saying
check.
that
Right.
Except
black
it gets
people
cut up
have
and get
not
everybody
started at
else
the
to
same
play for extra games. Maybe
starting
they can
place
help on
as
their team.
white
Right.
people. That's where I went with
That's
that.
how you processed it?
I didn't think.
No,
Okay.
no, we get our money.
Do you have a nickname?
I'm
Do
saying-
you have a
Get his
nickname?
thoughts on that
I'll give you a
as a
nickname.
Ray, how did you
Well,
process that?
Well, here's the thing: is like you just said,
But no, I must have done.
it's kind of to put it in that context. It's a little
I'm
different.
gonna come up with a nickname for you.
It's a little different because I understand what she's trying to say, of course, that if your track, I mean, let's just call it what it is. If I start in the hood and you started in the suburbs, you're probably going to get to where you're trying to go as far as success, if you're going to measure success on that. As far as success-wise, if we both were given the same resources. You started in the penthouse, I started in the projects. That's pretty much what
She's saying.
That's what she's saying.
That's how I took it.
Yeah.
That's what she's saying. She's saying that there's no, where you are saying, some people will say, oh no, it's not happening. Or everybody starts on the same foot. Everybody goes out and work the same. If you work hard, you're going to be successful. That's not always true. It's a lot more.
I disagree.
difficult.
I fully disagree.
And I know you disagree with that because
I
you
fully
can't hear
disagree.
it. But here's what I'm saying
Mark
though.
done.
But here's the thing though. It's all about your mindset. It's all about your mindset. And when what she said in that, or what I'm assuming what she was trying to say, I would have approached it in that manner. Just if your mind has been tampered with for so long, and then you finally get out and they give you the same resources, you're probably not going to end up the same way. I can work 19 times harder than you. Sometimes it just doesn't work out that way. But for the few, it will. For the few, it will. Everybody's not going to get where you got to because of work ethic. I mean, I know guys that will work all day, all night. They're still not going to get.
Oh no, I don't disagree with that, but I don't think that's the only area though.
Oh,
I think
exactly.
it's.
I agree there.
I think at the end of the day, to give a message like that, it's to me it's a divisive message because for me, look, everybody has the same amount of hours per week. I can pick and choose to watch TV when I get home. I can pick and choose to pick up a book. I can pick and choose to go home and play video games. I can pick and choose to learn how to sell and learn a new skill set. I can pick and choose to go and watch sports all night long, and I can pick and choose to start a side business. I have that choice, and I don't buy into what she's saying with that video.
Though, I mean, of course you can pick and choose certain things, but it's just like me being a professional football player. A lot had to go right for me to end up.
Yeah, including you had to work really hard. I think you should be offended by what she said, to be honest with you, because what she's saying is it goes against everything that this country stands for, meaning let's all get to the same place, and if you don't have this certain advantage, well, we'll take from the people that have it, we'll bring it down here so we can all be here.
I didn't get that out of there.
Yeah,
I didn't get that out of there.
What was your predominant area growing up?
Dallas.
I'm from LA. You're from Dallas. Okay. We watched in California Kamala Harris change the incarceration rules. This is not a Trump talking point. It's real. She changed the rules. It's bad, right? Says.
And that's why
crack and powder had penalty like this. Crack had this kind of penalty.
Yeah.
Powder had this penalty. You know that's a racial. You know that's an absolute discriminate.
Yeah, because we're not doing the powder. We're doing the crack. We know because we can't afford the powder. That's
$5 on the pipe.
Yeah, that's rich
$80
stuff.
$80 a gram.
No doubt, no doubt.
And
so that's why. But that's look.
Tom can do laps around everybody at this table regarding the topic of marijuana if you want to. We're not going
see,
there.
That's why I was saying PBD that I said I have my differences because of that part of her. So now. She comes in, now it's a whole different thing that she's come. So that it's kind of double talking to me. So it's hard for me to listen if you know that early part. Because she definitely wasn't saying those things then.
I start from the starting point that she's the most liberal senator in the Senate. So you've got to read between the lines of everything she's trying to say. She is trying to push it towards a socialist, communist regime, basically. That's what she wants.
I think that she, especially with this message, she is surfing on a wave of cosmic hypocrisy that I can't even swallow it, okay? Because she will come out with something like this and she'll rant and rave about how we need to invest in our minority communities, which we need to do. But she didn't think about that when she incarcerated thousands of people for trivial crimes.
Exactly.
And so this is what I'm talking about is the media makes it so hard for you to actually research the validity of a candidate. And I'm so sorry. We can say what we want about Trump. God, he's a buffoon sometimes. But Kamala Harris is not a friend to the African American community. She is not.
Yeah, I did an IG Live Thursday, and I said, "What do you think about what's going on?" And we had people there from Iran, Haiti, Philippines, El Salvador, and all of them we said, to answer that ad, we have a great resource, United States of America. That's the resource, and just depends on how you use this resource. The access to information, the access to a lot of the programs you have.
And it's really different. And now, to be honest, it's a lot. I would definitely look at that now in this day and age. I would look at it and say, I don't agree with that.
And a lot of
because of what you can do now with social media.
But they got so many people believing that they need a hand out to get a hand up.
And see that, and most of that I feel, once again, I go back to what I said earlier because I feel that's political talk. That's politician talk.
Yeah.
Look at, okay, what do you think they want to hear? And let's run that ad.
Exactly. So Patrick, as an entrepreneur, do you not feel like your obstacles make you better at what you do?
No question about it. I think the biggest thing is just the distractions. I had a choice on what to do with my time. And by the way, this is coming from a guy asking. I was so glad the day my sister decided to work with us in PHP, and she's one of our vice presidents out of Southern California. Shout out to my sister Paulette and Siomax Sabetimani Kingdom Builders. They do a great job. Very proud of those guys. But when Paulette came, I told everybody, go talk to my sister about who I used to be. I said, go talk to her. And I said, Paulette, tell them everything. I'm totally fine with that. And she said, you sure? I said, Just pretty much everything. You know what I'm saying?
Just leave those 2 nights out.
Leave
those 2
tell
nights.
There's a lot she doesn't do.
How much time do you have?
It was 2 nights that I
But
don't
you know
want
what
you to
was the
say.
best thing? Because what people needed to know was what I did every day. I was at a nightclub. In the Army, I drank a bottle of tequila every single week on Friday, Saturday. I finished one, our buddies would go finish one, then we go straight to Nashville, Tennessee, either Mix Factory, Connections, or some Silverado to learn how to dance country. I partied every night. I could care less about books. First time I ever finished a book, I was 21 years old. I never finished a book cover to cover until I was 21 years old. Never. So I didn't use my time wisely. And then one time, my dad has a heart attack. I go to the hospital, UCLA Medical Center. I see him. I go down to my car. Next day, I said, it's over with. I'm not going to live this life. From that next day, I said, don't call me to the nightclubs. I'm not coming to the nightclubs. I'm not coming to the parties. I don't want to do nothing with you guys. They said, we don't believe you. I said, try me. 6 months, nothing. They stopped calling me. And then my life changed. I made a decision to go in a different direction. And I had everything around me, Special K, LSD, ecstasy, cocaine, heroin, pot, you name it. Every single thing was around me. I made a decision to go to different. Parents got a divorce. My parents got a divorce twice. All of these things you add up together.
Right.
I refuse to buy into you feeling sorry for me.
Right.
The biggest offense I take when somebody feels sorry for me. You know the whole Thanksgiving people would bring you stuff and it's oh poor Patrick. I don't ever worry about.
See, Pat, that's your see. I mean, I love that. Don't get me wrong, but that's once again that's your mindset. That's a mindset. I mean,
I disagree. I disagree because
everybody doesn't have that.
Are you a man of faith? Are you a man
Yeah,
of faith?
very much so.
Okay, so
Yeah.
man of faith. God, the story about the talents, is that a new story? It's a 2,000-year story.
Yeah.
What's
Great
the story
story.
about?
Yeah,
It's a story about
everybody.
135.
Everybody has a different talent.
Okay,
yeah.
but
he gave everybody something.
God, if you believe in
Yeah.
God, you believe in free will,
Yes.
freedom to choose, right?
Right.
Kamala Harris doesn't believe in freedom to choose. Kamala Harris believes let
Most
me
dangerous
choose and
thing
I'll
is
be
to change
God.
mind, and that's what you did. You
What
changed your
I'm
mind.
trying to say is, if you believe in God, and I believe in God, and say 41% of America believes in God, okay, let's just say Christians,
Okay.
not just God, a lot of them believe in God, but a different God. Let's just say 41% is Christians. And he said, you have the freedom to choose. You have the free will to do what you want to do. You can make good or bad choices.
Right.
So what are we going to do? Now you're going to rate me based on not hold me accountable to my bad choices? I made bad choices.
Right.
I chose to make bad choices. It's not on you.
And that's
I chose
exactly
to
what
make
this
bad
country
choices.
is lacking
And
is
unfortunately,
accountability.
the difference between an RFK or a JFK and a Kamala Harris or Joe Biden today is the following. A JFK said, stop asking what your country can do for you. Today, they're saying, ask what your country can do for you. It's flipped. It's the same Democratic Party. Why are you asking the country to do anything for you? I went to Boston. When I'm in Boston, I went to the John F. Kennedy Museum. When you go into the John F. Kennedy Museum, by the way, if you've not been, you have to go to it. So you go to the John F. Kennedy Museum, and they show all the back problems this guy had. Growing up as a kid, nobody thought he was going to do anything. It was always Joseph. He went to war. He was a pilot. Joseph gets killed. Dad is devastated. Anxiety, panic attack, depression. The father. No one thinks John F. Kennedy is going to do anything. And then one day John F. Kennedy decides to run, and he becomes a president. When you go there, you know what was the most interesting thing about John F. Kennedy? How many different countries around the world loved John F. Kennedy? How many different countries around the world created their own museum just as a shout out to say, listen, man, we respect you, we love you. Other countries, not paid for by America, not a George Bush library here in Dallas, not a, John F. Kennedy library in Boston. What's the point? There's a very big difference between the Democratic Party of 1960s, 1970s, and even 80s versus 2020.
Yep.
Very different. I sit with the guys in my company. You know what company I run.
Yeah.
You know exactly what I do. We've sat down, the first time we sat down at 5 guys, and we started talking. That's how you and I made the connection, and that it led to all these other things that we've done together. In our company, I'm from Iran, okay? We are 54% Latino. We are 18% African American. We are 51% women. We are, I don't know what other stats to give you. We sit down and we talk. So what are you for?
1%
By the way,
Filipino.
You know what's crazy? We now have multiple executives in the company that are gay and lesbian. Multiple gay and lesbian. We have a lesbian couple that's hardcore Christian that they get treated royally. We don't sit there and judge you at all. We welcome you. Come on down. Let's go take over the world together. We don't have any issues against you. Moral of the story. There's a Democratic Party of John F. Kennedy, and there's the Democratic Socialist Party of today, where let us solve all your problems for you. I don't agree with that.
Now, I don't agree with that, but that's the political side.
That's what Kamala Harris said.
And that's the politician side
But that's
of
what
it.
they're
Because
voting
Get your
That's
vote.
Kamala, though.
Get your vote.
That's what did I tell you, PVD, last time we talked about it.
And they're not gonna
They
be able
will
to
say
solve
whatever the hell they want to say to get your vote. I don't believe half of the, and that's where the problem is. The problem becomes this. Trump has shown us, we're not guessing, we know what he's about and what he's going to do and how he operates over these last 4 years. So
Is that a positive or negative?
it could be both. It depends on who you are. Depends on who you are and what you like. If you like it that way, it's a positive.
Well,
if
he's
you
not
don't,
for sale,
it's
and
negative.
that's not their game.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But what about the economy and things like that?
I mean, look at the economy, yes, but you have to go back and some of the stuff that Trump is saying, like he's saying all he's done for the blacks and this, that, and the other, some of that stuff he shouldn't even say. Like,
Are you saying it's not true?
some of it's not true. But
Are you saying that Trump is not the least
no,
racist
look,
person that
Abe
ever
Lincoln is
existed?
coming to get him. Right, he's on a flight. He's on a flight. He said, if he mentions my name one more
I
time,
tell
I'm
you,
on a flight.
when I saw him today, when he said something, I mean, listen, I'll be the first to say today he said, you know, I have to tell you, I've been the greatest president for African Americans since Abraham Lincoln. And I have to say that because out of respect, some even say I'm better than Abraham Lincoln.
Yes.
But so he does those things, which is a little bit. And by the
super
way,
annoying.
yes,
And
listen,
that's what I'm saying.
It's
Some
so
people,
annoying.
but I tell you,
some
I don't disagree with you with that part. I don't, but I cannot stand a philosophy that tells me, poor you, Patrick.
Yeah,
This
and-
is
and
why
that's-
you need us.
yes,
Listen,
that
let me
is-
give a shout out to a couple people. One guy here, Funes, said that he guarantees Trump wears, Superman wears Trump underwear, is what he says. He gave $5 just to say
Superman
that.
wears
it's
Trump
red.
underwear.
Yeah,
This is red.
So Coach Constance
Okay.
said, $25 car. I think she's doing a shout out for her business. We got Patrick is so right. I don't know on which point.
So I'm
25
sorry,
bucks.
PBD. I missed the raising. What do we? You said $25. I keep hearing these numbers.
These people are donating. They're just
They're
donating.
donating money. So I'm going to call somebody
for what?
here.
Is there something?
They love you.
Trump
They said
2020
we
campaign.
love Ray Crockett.
No, I
He's
just
the
missed
most
it. I
handsome
just-
guy on the set. Ray,
PBD, I just
gotta
missed it.
give it to you,
I
man.
just missed it. I
They're
just
giving
wanted
you
to
love.
know.
I'm calling, by the way. If somebody picks up, let's see if we got him on speaker. I'm not putting it on speaker. Okay, so I'm gonna call Ricky. Ricky, if you're ready, Ricky, you're getting a call. Ricky's about to get a call, and I think he has some thoughts for our friends here. I don't know. I don't think, Ray, you've ever met Ricky before.
Is Ricky in California?
Ricky is, he may be in Michoacan. He may be in Michoacan. Let's raise the audio a little bit.
Yo.
Ricky!
Yes, sir.
How you doing?
I'm doing good.
So, Ricky, what do you think about what's being said right now with Ray Crockett, with Adam, with Tom, Jera, Sapala? What's on your mind?
You know, I'm gonna be honest with you, Pat. If I could be honest with you, with all due respect to the professional football player that you have in front of you, you know, I'm a little bit disappointed because, you know, as a kid that grew up watching sports and listening to, you know, watching Oscar de la Hoya and watching Julio Cesar Chavez and watching all the boxers that we admire, I would hate to hear the message that, well, it depends where you come from. It depends where you come from if you're gonna make it or not. It's a very disappointing message from a kid that grew up in the hood that wants to aspire to be somebody, because now what you're saying is, oh, I can only make it if the circumstances are perfect. I can only make it if everything is lined up for me. It's because I got lucky. That takes my chances of success away. And that's the issue right now. Like you said, Pat, the issue is not red or blue, Democrat or Republican. The issue is that one government is trying to, here you go, you're unable, you're incapable. I come from a family in Mexico. You know, we're from Naranjo de Chila, Michoacan. It's one of the most dangerous parts of Mexico in the world. Mexico is the most dangerous part. My family migrated here. My dad had 5 businesses with he didn't speak English. He was 28 years old and he had absolutely no papers. I mean, we didn't grow up to be victims. We didn't grow up with handouts. So to be told that we can only do things or make things happen if things are lined up for us, it's just very disappointing to hear. And on top of that, you know, that's why I don't buy into socialism. Hispanics are naturally conservative. Hispanics naturally, we want to work hard. We love our country. We love God. We love our families, and we don't want handouts. But now what happens is you have a government that's saying, we're going to give you this, we're going to give you that, we're going to give you this. Why are people subscribing to that? Why are we being told that we can't do something by ourselves, that we are forced to need somebody? I don't need anybody. I'm a grown man. I don't need another man to hand me something out. I don't need another woman to hand me something out. Why can't I trust my abilities? Why can't I trust my talents, my God-given talents? The Bible says that God made me unique. The Bible says that God made me who I am as a man.
I agree.
Why should I have to depend on another man?
Well, I think if you look at more so where she was trying to go with this, I don't think she was more so trying to say, and that's why I said the commercial was bad, because it wasn't explained enough. It just wasn't enough explanation. But if you go back and you look at the home situation of buying homes, first time buyer homes and all this stuff with HUD and all the ways that they tried to bamboozle us and not allow us to buy homes and things. That's what she's talking about when she's saying, start out equally. They only give out 10% of the loans, and they don't go to.
She wasn't gearing that commercial at the black community.
I think she was just gearing it in general. I think she was gearing it in general.
Here's the thing, though, Tom. Here's the thing.
By the way, just FYI, Ricky, give me a second.
Yes.
When Ricky speaks, when you guys talk, even into your mics, you're whispering, they're picking it up. So don't say anything when the phone call is speaking, and we'll respond back to Ricky. Go ahead, Ricky.
But here's the thing, though, Tom. Here's the thing, though. She represents the party that literally owned the slaves. She represents the party that supported the Ku Klux Klan, that supported Jim Crow. The party's never switched. It's a myth. It's a lie. It never happened. There's no proof of it. That she supports the party that LBJ created this program that incentivized father absence. That's part of the party she's a part of. And on top of that, I mean, if you're gonna sit there and say, "Oh, we're gonna, poor you," well, of course, poor me, because you created a system. If anybody created the systematic oppression, it was them. So to sit there and try to say like you're gonna be my savior, you're the one that shot me. Now you're gonna come and put a Band-Aid over me. Now you're gonna try to cure me? No, get out of my way. Give me opportunity. Don't try to be my savior when you're the one that shot me. You hunted me now, and now you want to pretend like you're gonna save me. On top of that, Joe Biden, 1977, he was against integration and he wanted segregation. I mean, this is the same man that pushed the crime bill, the mass incarcerated blacks. Yeah, Trump just signed the First Step Act that released 4,000 prisoners, 85% of them being black. I mean, if we're going to look into the history of this party and we're going to look into this message, why can't we see past the bullshit? Why can't we see past the hypocrisy? Because at the end of the day, that's all it is. It's lies and hypocrisy. The same states that keep voting blue continue to be the states, the 10 worst cities in the country are Democrat cities. And the people keep voting the same way. Why? There's got to be a change. Stop telling me I can't make it. Get out of my way. Let me use capitalism, free enterprise, and the free market system to get where I need to get to. Stop telling me that. I don't need to hear that I can't make it. I don't need to hear that circumstances need to be perfect. I don't need to hear that I was screwed over 50 years ago. That has nothing to do with my choices right now. It has nothing to do with who I am as a man right now. If we're going to talk about that, the Spaniards came and took the gold from the Mayans and the Aztecs. They took 1,000 years ago. They come and wiped us out. They changed our religion and killed our leaders, raped our women, took our gold. What am I going to do? Cry about what happened 1,000 years ago? And I'm all of a sudden generationally wounded because I had post-traumatic stress disorder because of something that happened 1,000 years ago? That's the message they're sending, and it's so annoying.
Yeah, and the problem with that is, just like I told PBD, it's really a mental thing. At the end of the day, you have to, as a man, woman, whatever, you have to decide and make your mind up as to what you want and what you want to be without expecting any handouts at all. The harder you work, things are going to come your way anyway. I believe that. I believe you'll work yourself into a good situation.
Ricky, imagine what's going to happen when she gets some real power.
But here's the thing, though. You got to understand this. This is what politicians do. This is what they've been doing.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
To get in, I'm going to say what I need to say to get votes.
I disagree, though. We just watched Robert Kennedy give a talk. This is today's politicians.
Well,
if you want to add today's, if you want to say today's politician, I agree. I don't think this is.
Well, you're going back, but I'm saying
today.
Let's just say,
I agree.
Yes.
Yeah,
okay.
I agree
we're on the same page.
Yeah, we're on the same page.
As far as I can remember, that's what they've done.
You know, even Malcolm X warned us in the 1950s.
He did.
He warned us about the liberals. He told us the white liberal is deceiving. Now the liberals are now black, white, and Mexican.
Malcolm X.
It's just the demographics changed. But the reality is The liberal has never changed. They've always been the same way. Malcolm X warned us in the 50s before they killed him. So the reality is nothing, you're right. Nothing has changed because it's the same people deceiving us, fooling us, and we keep falling for the same bullshit every time.
And they keep flip-flopping.
So, Ricky, tell us, who's winning tonight?
Trump 2020, baby. Trump, baby.
How did I know you was about to say that?
We're tired of the bullshit. Keep America great.
Ricky, we'll talk to you later tonight as the results are coming in. Take care, buddy.
Ricky, I miss
you. Bye-bye.
I need to meet Ricky.
You're gonna love Ricky.
You haven't met Ricky yet?
You're
gonna love Ricky. Yeah. We had a friend here that just gave 1,000 MKD, which in US dollars is $20. We had another person said Moshe DC. Ricky's on fire. Another person said Ricky's on fire. Moshe ED. What do you think about what Ricky said right there, Tom? You were listening to what Ricky said, but you didn't comment on it. Thoughts on what Ricky said?
What Ricky just said is that let me be who I am and don't put any. Well, basically, he just said that low expectations is a terrible prejudice. That's what he just said. Why are you going to get upset about something that happened 1,000 years ago? And history is important. It's important to understand that. But it doesn't, quote Ricky, that doesn't change who I am today as a man. And I think what he said is, give me a platform of liberty, freedom, and free enterprise, and let me run. And I'm going to run. I think that's what he just said.
I'm going to call somebody here from Cuba that left socialism. This is Cuban. He lives in Miami.
Wow.
And they've messaged nonstop. Nelson wants to say something to us. I don't know what he has to say. Let's see what Nelson. Nelson, we are calling you, so get your phone ready, Nelson.
Por favor, deje su mensaje para...
Gotta pick up.
What is
that?
That
was your opportunity.
Servicio prima
dos. I'm going to call one more time. Nelson, come on, Nelson. Let's call him one more time.
You just never know who's calling.
Somebody said Ricky is
Por
the
favor,
Mexican
deje su
Tupac.
mensaje.
Last call, Nelson. Last call.
Very true, actually.
What did he say about Ricky? What did he say?
Mexican
They said it
Tupac.
was the Mexican Tupac.
He is the Mexican Tupac.
You have no
Por
idea.
favor, deje su
Okay,
mensaje.
Nelson, you were going to get that call, but your phone is out. So,
No, you
shout
asked
out
me
to
for-
Forever Faithful Diamonds, $25 out of Newport Beach. Supports PBD Podcast. This 2 times or 3 times tonight. Anthony, Kamal. Thank you, Anthony. Go ahead, Tom.
What I was going to say is that what many people don't know, and I'm going to talk about you for a second. Can I talk about you?
Sure.
Okay.
Yeah,
So, when you take a look at Pat's company and, and the business they're in, it's harder to get licensed in that business in Illinois than it is in California. California, there's a test you have to take to get licensed.
Sure.
They've knocked it down to 60%.
What license is it?
Insurance license.
Insurance license. So they knocked it down to 60%, and you pass and get a license. In Illinois, they didn't knock it down. Not only that, they force you have to log in and you have to go to some place where you can be counted and confirm that you were in the room
Physical
for the full
classroom.
8 hours.
You mean not cheating?
The classroom.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say.
Right.
Not
You can't just go home and, move your mouse around and pass it 60%.
To sell insurance.
Yes.
To sell insurance.
Pre-licensing course.
This is by the way, these are the 2 states that are doing the same thing to give a life insurance license to someone who's going to sell the same policy from the same national carrier.
I have to say it's easier to get a gun license in Texas than all that.
For sure. You can't get a FOID license
That's
in
crazy.
Illinois.
Well, but I'm going to point out his.
You can kill somebody, can't sell insurance.
There are fantastic agents in every state of the union working for Pat's company. Fantastic. But you can analyze it quantitatively and show that there was a set of agents in Illinois, and I thought that their productivity, that they were more stick-to-itive, they were more forceful, they were more committed, because it was harder to get the license. And I honestly felt at that time that was the truth. That because it was a little bit harder.
What a great point, by the way.
They had to dedicate
These guys had
themselves
to
a
do
little bit more.
classrooms. You had to go into an office. You had to go on Sundays. They had a person
Gotta earn
teaching.
it.
Very good point. And they were kicking everybody's butt on license. Everyone's saying, how? And so we're doing a classroom. People
We're
show
still
up on a
doing it.
Sunday.
We're still doing it.
People
Yep.
showing up on a
Yep.
Sunday. But by the way, Nelson gave me the number. And
This
he
is
gave me
Ricky's
one
point.
wrong number,
Your
and I'm going
reality
to call
is
him
Ricky's
back.
point.
Nelson, I'm
It should be
calling you.
hard for me, but I'm
By
gonna
the
make
phone.
That's it, Tom. Good point. I agree.
Let's see if we got
I
Nelson.
approve that message.
Nelson from Cuba
What's
is
your title now?
upset with...
Hello?
My title now?
Nelson, can you hear us?
Yeah, I can hear you.
So Nelson, tell us why you love Kamala Harris's video about socialism.
What?
Man,
Samba Cubano.
You're lucky I love you, buddy. You're lucky I love
Duck.
Tell me, what's on your mind? What are you thinking with what's going on?
you. Man.
30
It's just a
seconds.
shame, man.
30 seconds.
I
I have an uncle who died on a raft on the way over here, and to see people who want to preach socialism and bring socialism to this country is the saddest thing I've ever seen, man. Like the other day, I had a conversation with somebody about it, and I was like, really? Is that why my uncle died at sea? Is that why his brother had to watch him float away as he died and possibly got eaten by sharks or God knows what happened? Because socialism is great. You know what I mean? Like, no, man. There's a reason why so many of us are here. There's a reason why we run away from it. It's because it destroys lives and it destroys people. And Cubans, there's a reason why we're so right-wing. We're just pro-America, man. I relate so much to what Ricky says, how we get here with nothing, and you don't got to give us anything, man. Just give us the opportunity to be in this country, and that's really all we need. Socialism is not the answer, and I think it's the saddest thing I've ever seen is for Cubans to get here and have kids here and then them embrace the ideology of socialism. It's the saddest thing I've ever seen, you know. Like, me personally, the day I have kids, I'm going to make sure, like, I saw the podcast the other day when you were taking your kids and asking the principal about socialism, and that's like 101 for me, man. That's exactly what I'm going to do when I have kids.
I love it.
What's his name?
It's
Nelson.
Hey, Nelson, this is Matt. You know, I'm looking at a change here from 2016 in precincts where voting is complete. Leading the way in change in precincts from 2016 to today, 40% bump change in Cuban neighborhoods. In Cuban neighborhoods, 14% change towards Trump. Ain't that crazy?
Not surprised.
No, I mean, me personally, we've always been a very right-wing race, but Obama is the only one who kind of messed us up a little bit. And then at the end, of course, he showed his true colors when they denied us asylum. I don't know if you guys know that, but Obama's last week as president, he denied Cubans political asylum. So basically, you know, when we were able to get here, like that Westwood Rifle law stuff, like if they caught us on land, they let us stay here, and if they caught us at the sea, they would send us back. Now we're basically just stuck, you know. And yeah, just me personally, I'm a diehard capitalist. I own a business. Pat, I listen to your. I absolutely love your content, and to me, it's more of just your political ideology has more to do with what you believe about yourself. Like I see a direct relation with being an entrepreneur, with leaning a little right, and then more like not understanding capitalism with leaning a little more left. It's just my perspective, man. I'm blessed to be in this country. I'm blessed to be able to own a business. I'm blessed that I get to.
Love it.
My family ran away from that system when we know what it's like, and we don't buy the garbage that people like blood-sucking vampires like Kamala Harris preach to us. You know what I mean?
Whoa, you just offended Adam. Nelson, what are you doing, Nelson?
See,
Adam just got pissed.
Adam, this is Alan's boy from the barbershop, dude. What's up?
Is it right?
What's up, brother?
How you doing? Send my love to Alan, bro. I'll see you when I go to catch a haircut.
I love you, buddy. Regardless that you're soy boy and bike, I love you. I love you.
What are the freaking odds?
What are the freaking odds?
You know me, bro.
Nelson, have a good night, and then stay tuned with us, man. We're going to see what's going to happen tonight.
Thank you, Nelson.
Stay blessed, PBT.
You got it, buddy. My man.
So here's an interesting comment on the thread. Someone said, Andrew Hall said, people don't risk their lives and say, if I can just get to Poland, everything will be okay.
Yeah.
Wow. Well, here's the thing, though. One thing that you have to understand, and we all understand it, especially who's lived here all our life. So you guys come from a different mindset, and that's why I keep saying mindset. If I lived somewhere else in a third world or something, whatever, I probably would have had the same mindset that you have.
Yeah.
But my mindset, I've been here all along, and you've heard that everybody is created equal and all this stuff. But then when you find out that it's really not, then your mindset is different.
Yeah.
You know,
and that's a really
not
good
you
point.
find out you're not, is what you repetitively have to hear.
What you hear on a daily basis.
Of course.
You guys coming from Iraq, Iran, wherever else, hell, I want to get the hell out. Yeah, so your mindset and my mindset.
You trying to say we got to keep Middle Easterns out of America?
I'm not saying that. What I'm saying is when you come over here with that mindset, with that open palate, yes, you're gonna come over here and you probably would do better.
Talk about open palate. You said open palate, and the pizza arrived. By the way, you just said open palate.
You know,
is it Papa John's or what is it?
Papa John's.
You got this dressing as well or no?
Papayons.
Oh, awesome.
And it goes on the other
Awesome.
side too, PBD.
Yeah,
As far as with whites and black. If you've heard all your life that whites are superior, whites are superior, whites are superior, then you finally come in contact with a black guy, you're gonna think you're superior.
I also don't disagree on that either, by the way. Here's, by the way, let me give a quick shout out to a couple people, and we're gonna go to the next one. Mario Lula Ortega, $10, #1 fan, love it, thank you. Matthew Souza, in the future, with algorithm, have a say in elections. Thoughts? In the future, will algorithms have a say in the elections?
I saw that.
In the future, will algorithms have a say in election? Harry Sarkisian, he's the biggest donator tonight, $50. Thank you, Harry. Much love to Harry. And then we got $25 from Tossnap. Podcast supports PBD, voted Trump. Here's what a bunch of people showed up. Okay, so here's somebody said, what's Trump's next 5 moves? This is what I want to hear. This is what I want to hear. I want to hear who, if this is even out there, I'm curious, who voted for Trump and is voting for Biden this time? If you voted for Trump in 16 and you're voting for Biden this time, text us at 310-340-1132, 310-340-1132. I want to know why. And also the opposite, who voted for the left last time, meaning Hillary, but this time you're going to Trump. Text us as well and tell us why. We want to hear from you.
I'll be the first to start. I voted for Trump.
In 16?
Yeah.
And now you're going to Biden?
Probably.
It's a little late now. It's a little late now.
I'm just not going to say.
Yeah.
But you just did, though. You just said
I voted
so.
for Trump in 16, yes.
And
I
20.
did.
So what was it that made you officially switch?
Switch
You didn't say switch.
to Trump the first time?
No, you
When?
voted. You just said that you voted
I
for
voted
Trump
for Trump.
in
I didn't say I
2016.
switched. I didn't say
He can neither confirm nor deny that
I didn't
remark.
confirm nor deny.
Norman Schwarzkopf.
Adam needs a savior tonight, buddy.
You did switch.
Yeah, I
okay, all right. So you don't want to say it, but you'll say you switched. What was the deciding factor saying, all right, I assume you voted for Obama twice.
Yes.
Okay. You just did not believe in Hillary Clinton.
No.
So you went with Trump.
Good.
Yes.
Reluctantly,
No,
or
it wasn't relucantly. Like I said, I
met him.
met
You
him
had some- you
before,
had
so
some
I had some
contact with him?
yes, I had a
Cool. Don't worry, I'm not
preconceived
gonna stab you in
notion.
the eye.
I had a preconceived notion as to
What?
what he would do business wise. I knew what he would do.
What was it
Economy wise, I knew what he
specifically?
would do.
What was it specifically that caused you to say, all right, he's just not getting my vote this time around? Was it something in 2017, 18, 19, 20? Was it over the last month or two? Did you not have your mind made up until the last week? Like, what was it?
I probably changed probably 6-7 months ago, but it was a totality thing. It was all the way.
All
for
the
one,
ingredients.
all the ingredients, and then what I really don't like is when someone kind of, I guess if I'm second in charge, I'm second in charge. If I'm third in charge, then whatever, I'm gonna say what I am. But when you start to try to bamboozle me with BS that I already knew what was in the works and say I did this when that was already on the ticket before you got it off, don't you know what I'm saying?
Give a specific example.
I mean, that's what you're saying you did for blacks. Now, a lot of the stuff that he says he's done was already on the docket.
So who was a better president for blacks, him or Abraham Lincoln? Because he's right there with Abraham.
I wasn't born when Abraham Lincoln, but I mean,
you know what
I
my
would
problem
have
is
to assume
when I heard that
what he
Kamala
did
thing,
is more powerful.
I take it personally when people have a major problem with this country that live here and they want to change this country that's been pretty good for people, and when they want to dominate, when they want to dominate people's lives,
right?
When they want to raise taxes, when they want to make sure that the economy for sure will suffer because of what they're going to do when they're in power. When they
low
want to
expectations
dominate,
are a prejudice.
and they want to dominate so many aspects of their
Didn't the economy do pretty
lives.
well in front of
Can you
Obama?
rewind
Didn't
and
the
tell
economy
me-
do well in front of
Wait,
Clinton?
that's
Why
not
are we
what
saying that
can
the
you just
economy is
rewind?
Because,
Tell me what
because
it's done pretty
Clinton
well
is
for
not
who?
Kamala Harris and Bernie Sanders.
Is Bernie
This
Sanders the president? One
You
of the
said-
things
you
that I
said for a
respect about
country
Joe
that's done
Biden,
pretty well for who?
one of the things I respect about Joe Biden is he said Trump thinks he's running against Sanders. I beat Sanders because I had different policies than him. So I'm a capitalist, full on. So just so everyone
Revival.
understands.
Adam Revival.
There we go. The
No,
alcohol just
that is I don't believe that at all. Biden got chosen because he can be controlled.
You can also be a capitalist and also not believe in Trump. It's not.
And that's
you can do both.
And see, that's what I
A broke
understand.
one.
That's what I hear. I'm with Adam.
You can
It ain't a
also
broke
think
one, guy.
that
But how does
Trump is a
affect your
buffoon
life so
and
much?
still understand the good things that he's done.
Trump doesn't affect my life whatsoever.
Yes, he does, because you won't vote for him because you say you're a capitalist. Well, you would
Why?
vote for a guy who would probably be the most pro-capitalist president we've ever seen, but you hate him so much that you can't vote for him.
I'd never said that I
But he
hate him
didn't-
so much.
he
I
didn't
just
say he
don't
didn't like
think he is
a
a.
capitalist.
I don't think he is fit to be president. Do I want him running my company?
That-
Do I
yes.
want him running my real estate company? Do I want him running
Any company.
any
He's
company?
proven that he
cool
can
with
do
it.
We gotta have
Is he-
we gotta rip
Look,
his
do I
tape
want
in
him
6
being
months.
my
when
president?
Biden
I
is
just
president.
feel.
We're talking over each other here.
Okay.
Yeah.
We're
As a
talking over each
president. Go ahead.
Takes a smart
you go,
lady
Jen.
to
You
run a
It's
city.
fine. Okay, so what we need to do is take a time out and rewind because you had a question to him before and ask it again.
I forgot what the
It
question
was who
Question
has.
was, would you like some
Yeah.
pizza?
She threw a flag.
No. Yes, because he said the country has been so good. Thank you. But who has it been good
sausage.
for in general?
The people, I mean,
Pepperoni. Meat.
it's the people that want it to be good
No
for 'em.
olives.
The people who want to have the opportunity. I don't know. I mean,
Do you think that good education can be found in minority communities right now?
Do you feel the way they handled up the educational system? Meaning, I lived in the suburbs since I could live in the suburbs. The minorities, I think it should be dollar for dollar for kid, but it's not. It's for where you are and where you live. It's how they dish out.
Because
the
I
money.
don't
So
think
do you
that there's
the
been good
education can be
education.
found in minority communities?
no, I think in certain
So has
cities.
it been good for them?
I mean, I don't know. I'm not a scholar on that, but no, definitely in some inner cities, the quality of the education is not great. Is
No,
that- is that what-
and education
So should
is
we
the
change that?
foundation. Can be the foundation for success. So we're not setting up our minority community children for success. We're not assisting
And
them
that's
in
part
that
of what
endeavor.
I felt Camilla Harris was trying to say, but like
It was
I said,
what she was
it
trying to
would've-
say in the beginning, yes.
Exactly, but it would have been better not to have a cartoon and make us assume
Can I say something?
what you're doing.
We have a savior for you and for Ray. We have a senator from Illinois who is a Democrat who wants to jump on and say a few words.
Yes.
Is that okay?
Really?
Yes.
Let's call him up.
Yes.
Give us his number. Let's call him up. Come on.
All right.
Come on, Senator. Senator
Look,
Tom.
look, I'm about
Give me
to
his
call.
Go ahead.
I'm about
His
to
number.
call
Put
the
it.
mayor
Okay.
of Denver and see what he got to say about this.
Here. Tom, I know you're watching right now.
Yeah, them four right
There
there.
you go. Tom, I know you're watching right now. Senator Culleton, stand by. We're calling you on the podcast.
All right, here we
phone.
go. Right after this, it's going to be another friend of ours who's waiting for a call. We'll call him
Tom
as well.
Cullerton, Illinois State Senator.
Senator Tom, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Very good. So, how do you think it's going tonight?
Well, it's definitely interesting to watch. It's great to see that it's huge voter turnout. That's amazing.
That's some spin.
Do you think it's going in the direction you want it to go, or no?
I'm not sure yet. It's in my mind, it's way too early. There's too many vote by mails and too many early voting results that haven't necessarily been counted yet. And this is a hard election because of the fact of COVID going on. The vote by mail is staggering throughout the entire country.
Have you been listening to the banter the guy's been having the last 15, 20 minutes?
Actually, I haven't. I've been playing in my own state and watching results in my own state. So I have not. And I got to tell you, I love all your podcasts and I love listening to you, but right now I'm just watching my own state and watching these local races that I've been involved with.
Well, I respect that.
I apologize that I have not pushed out into listening to the realm of possibility of what's going on nationally.
Well, let me ask you, who do you think is going to end up winning tonight?
Holy
Man, I'm not sure. It's super close. I mean, the Electoral College is really a tough thing, and it's so different from the popular vote. Look, if we were going to go popular vote, and we were going to take city by city, I mean, you take New York, Chicago, and LA, they could probably outvote everybody in the country. But we are a country based on the Electoral College, and so it makes things a lot different than it would be. But there is still only 3 states that actually split Electoral College votes. I want to say it's Nebraska, Maine, and one other. But everybody else, whoever wins the popular vote, takes the entire set.
So what are the chances you think we'll know tonight? Do you think it'll be postponed, or you think we would definitely know tonight?
I'm guessing we may have a good idea tonight, but I don't know if presidential will may know tonight, but I'm guessing a lot of these lowercase races, and truthfully, look, some of the lowercase races are way more important than the presidential race. The presidential race does one thing, but state by state, who wins your local representation is almost way more important than who wins the presidential race. The president can do certain things, but who does your taxes in your state, and who deals with the issues that you're going with in your state? That's almost more important, and I don't think that's going to be solved tonight.
Senator Tom, you said you weren't listening for the last 15 minutes. We've been having sort of an overall debate on the merits of capitalism and socialism, and
how's that been going?
Not fun until you showed up, guys.
I don't hear a lot of laughing. I hear a lot more laughing by that comment.
So you're a Democrat, right?
Yes.
So tell me how much of a socialist you are, please.
Wow, that's kind of a loaded question.
Yeah,
unnecessary of a question. And truthfully, that's, you know what, I'm not going to answer that. How about that?
Okay, well, how about this? Let's just be a
I
little
think
more.
it's a very valid
No,
question.
I'm dead serious.
Let's just I'll be a little more.
You called me, and I was respectful with you, but to make that
just
kind of comment
just to be clear, I voted for a Democrat and I voted for Biden. So this isn't some right-wing conspiracy theory coming at you.
No, I get it, but
however,
that was kind of rude.
what are your thoughts on capitalism? Let's just go with that.
Yeah.
I'm not sure what you mean by that, though.
It's a very simple question.
Yeah, Senator, I think really what he's saying is this. As a Democrat.
Wait, I can barely hear.
Okay.
Put
You
that
got it?
person closer to the mic.
Oh, you got me now?
Yeah, I got you now.
Okay, I think what he's wanting to know from a Democratic standpoint,
Okay.
do we stand for capitalism or socialism?
Do we what?
Do we stand for capitalism?
Or socialism.
Or socialism?
Again, I think you're pushing two different narratives that don't necessarily. It's not necessarily one or the other.
Really?
It's not necessarily one or the other with Joe Biden or with Donald Trump.
No, we're not even talking about Biden versus Trump.
No. I mean, I heard the question, but I think you're saying it has to be one or the other, and it doesn't have to be one or the other.
So it can be a combination.
There are ways of making things work, and to say that it only has to be one or the other in this election is kind of ridiculous.
So I have a question.
I'm sorry. Is that too brutal?
No. So Senator, I have a question. So how do you see, in summary, how do you see capitalism and socialism existing together?
Look, I like capitalism. I do. I think people have an opportunity to make money and I push my children to go make their way in the world. I also see that, when people say socialism, look, man, at a certain extent, it's already happening, man. Who do you think provides the water? Who do you think provides the roads? Who do you think provides the fire and the police? Wouldn't that be considered socialism? Because that's government interrupting your lives and being part of your lives, right? They take care of the roads, they take care of the sewers, they take care of the water, they take care of the water you drink. and make sure it's not full of lead poisoning. They make sure that the police are there every day if you need them. They make sure that the fire department is there if you need them. Would you not say that that is socialism?
No.
I don't know that I would say that that's socialism.
Wait. How is that capitalism? Because if you're trying to portray that capitalism is only based on only money can provide the resources you need, well, the government provides some resources you need, correct?
Some.
So I guess-
how would
I
you?
guess-
How would
Correct.
you? So how would you
Am I
explain
wrong?
things like?
That
So how would you explain?
provides-
No, you're right.
provides huge amounts of resources that you need on a daily basis.
I think that there are some. I think that there are some very basic and necessary things that the American people are willing to pay taxes for in order to have. And you mentioned those things: water, roads, etc. So how do you explain ridiculous things like estate tax, capital gains tax, and the other 90 taxes that have come into play just in the last 50 or 60 years?
Well, first of all, I'm not trying to explain any of those.
I know. I was asking you to.
I get that you want me on the show to explain that, but I'm not trying to explain those. But I will say that to say that the government is not involved in your daily life and does not provide you with services and does not provide you with opportunity is incorrect. And to say that government isn't a crucial part of your life and doesn't help you is incorrect as well.
Senator Tom, I have one last question for you, and we can go one of two directions with this. We can wrap up the call and let you go back to
By the way,
seeing.
Patrick, I
Yes,
love
sir.
listening to your voice.
I
really
appreciate
do.
that.
Your
Thank you
voice
so
is
much.
fantastic, and I watch all of your videos all the time.
I appreciate that. Thank you. The one question I would have for you, I've had socialist professors on, I've had communist professors on, I've had hardcore capitalists, I've had far right, I've had everybody on to present their argument. The question I want to ask you is, what do you think is a fair amount for somebody to pay in taxes? Tom, when you talk that, he hears you. So when you guys whisper, it's picking up on calls. So on calls, we can't whisper.
Patrick,
when we're talking, we can't.
I gotta tell you, and trust me, when I tell you straight up, I listen to you all the time. I'm friends with Matt Sapulo. Love that guy. Think he's one of the best entrepreneurs I've ever seen in my life. I got to tell you, I'm not sure.
That's
I'm
a
not
fair
sure,
answer.
and I can't. And
That's a good
I'd love to say I
think
can
that's fair.
equate it to something, but I can't. I can't necessarily equate it to something.
Yeah,
I think everybody should contribute to society to make us better, and I think the poor and the disabled need help. And I think we should do our best to help them, and not just through, oh, I'm going to give a little something to my church over this weekend and that'll make me feel better. I think that, we have a responsibility as a society, as Americans, to make sure that our most vulnerable people are helped and taken care of. I don't know what that number is, though, Matt. I got to tell you, I straight up don't know.
Yeah, I appreciate that answer. I think honestly, nobody here is disputing whether we ought to put into the pie to help for the roads, schools. When we first came to Texas,
right,
and I lived in California for 20 years, I had a friend of mine in the car, Jose Andres, and we're driving, and we pulled up, and I had to pay $3. And he says, "What is this?" I said, "This is what you call toll road, tollway."
Tolls,
so
yeah.
I paid $3 for a toll, and I went to the express and says, "That's not fair. We don't do that in California." I said, "The difference is here you pay taxes for things you use. In California, you pay taxes for things you don't use." So I don't have a problem paying taxes into things. And I think the real conversation tonight becomes a number, and I don't think we're going to figure it out. So look, go back to watching what's going on with Illinois, because I do agree with you that state and Senate and House and Congress matters more than the presidential. We appreciate you for your time.
Tom, I said
Matt,
I said no
Matt,
to the progressive
I gotta-
tax, man. Said no.
Matt, I got to tell you, I thank you very much for calling me, and I appreciate how good you're doing, and I appreciate you as an entrepreneur and everything you're doing.
Tom, let's grab a cigar when we get back.
All right, sounds
All right,
good.
talk soon. All right,
Bye-bye.
bye-bye.
Bye-bye. By the way, Nelson Rodriguez, it's so funny, these comments, gave $5 and said, tell that senator I'm going to send him a Che Guevara t-shirt, undercover socialist, Nelson from Miami. It's the same, that's the guy.
That's my guy,
Yeah, that's
Nelson.
your guy.
Shoot me a
So
message,
Dennis
Nelson.
Prager is waiting for us to call him next. But what do you think about what he said? What is that? I think that's really an important question.
I think it's a huge frustration for the American people when, and I think this guy's probably a really good dude. Like I don't know him from, like I'm not going to judge him, but the way that he answered those questions is the huge frustration that the American people have. We can't get a straight answer from politicians, and if you don't know, say you don't know. I can't speak intelligently to that. Let me research it and get back to you. But quit fiddle fucking around and answer the fucking question.
Say it again for the people in the back.
That's what I want. Answer the question.
And that's kind of what me and PBD talked about the last time we talked about it. Politicians are politicians. It's what their mindset is. And for whatever reason, we've heard that a lot going on this, especially during this presidency. We've heard that a lot. Fiddle, say it again, what's the word?
Fiddle fucking around.
We heard a lot of fiddle fucking around.
There you go.
And we don't get what we really want. So now you leave there, and you asked me that question, Adam, earlier. Now I leave there having to decide for myself. Is it fiddle fucking or is it real?
Moshe, it's so funny, man. These people, the fans are funny fans and they're brutal. You know, they have no filters. Moshe said,
For
please
real.
hang up on, I'll give $10 for you to hang up on the senator, please.
I can see how he'd be a little offensive to a few.
Okay, so let's call Dennis Prager. Dennis and I really appreciate Dennis,
You know,
and
you
I
need to
appreciate
add
his
this
wife,
concept to the book for the chapter on processing. You know,
the fiddle, or
yeah. The fiddle is it this or this, or it could be this. It's all part of the processing.
Oh my gosh.
Oh man.
Hello?
Is this the legendary one and only Dennis Prager?
I'll get him.
Cannot deny that voice.
Dennis, how are you? How you doing?
I'm probably doing as well as much of the country. I'm nervous. I'm nervous with hope.
Nervous with hope. So you're watching all the scores. You're watching all the things that's coming up. Texas, Florida, Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Arizona. How you feeling about it tonight?
Well, Hugh Hewitt is calling in. I could talk to them. Sorry about that. How am I feeling? Okay. I'm worried about this notion, this utterly irresponsible notion, that in Pennsylvania and Georgia, they stopped counting at 10:30 so that they could go to have a nice night's sleep. Like they don't owe it to the country.
No kidding.
100%.
They should be a joke for
They stopped
Pennsylvania.
counting at 10:30?
They stopped counting at 10:30.
That's right.
How do you
That's
do
correct.
that?
He said they just announced it too.
And Pennsylvania's rule that they could count ballots until Friday.
What?
That is infuriating.
Yeah, no kidding. Two rogue states.
That's why I'm telling you, I don't think we don't know.
So that was, you said Pennsylvania, Dennis, and what was the other state?
Georgia.
Georgia.
So
But
let
the
me ask you.
president is unexpectedly double-digit lead
Yeah,
in
in
Georgia.
both of them.
So then here's a question for you. Can we find out results without those two states?
It's possible. It depends on Michigan, Wisconsin, and even Minnesota. Look, what the only other absolutely clear thing is that the pollsters were wrong again. Trump may not win, but the pollsters look absurd, and I don't know why people take them seriously. It's like voodoo.
Dennis, you've been around politics for a while. How often have you seen states just decide in the middle of the night we're not going to count tonight?
I don't recall this happening. I don't recall a lot of things. I don't recall in the history of America people who didn't sign up to get an absentee ballot. Tens of millions of people get ballots in the mail. I know so many individual cases of it gone awry. My friend's daughters moved from California like 8 years ago to Texas. They got ballots in California and ballots in Texas.
Wow.
Do you think there can be other states tonight, like in Michigan or Wisconsin, that can just say, we're not counting tonight until tomorrow or the next day?
If in fact it's that close and they haven't done the mail-in ballots, that's probably what they'll announce.
Can they legally do that?
States can do whatever they want. It's the advantage and disadvantage of the system. I prefer states having power, but when Democrats run states, you get corruption. There is no exception to that rule, of which I know, and this is another example.
God. Yeah, what are they going to do with those ballots overnight?
That's my concern.
Wow.
My concern is that they'll figure out where did you ever notice that whenever they find ballots in close races, they're always Democratic ballots? They never find Republican ballots. They never get lost. Isn't that astonishing?
So you sound very optimistic.
No, I said I have hope, and let's put it this way: I was utterly pessimistic 4 years ago. I am more optimistic this time. So for whatever that's worth. I have a theory that optimism and pessimism are both worthless. But I'll happily go on your podcast and give my theory on pessimism and optimism and their worthlessness.
Well, I definitely look forward to that, because when you talk, you make the mind work, because your perspective's always a little bit different. But here's the last question for you before we let you go, and you can go on. Hugh Hewitt, what is the biggest difference in your opinion between a Biden 2020 versus a Hillary 2016?
There's no difference. The Democrats have become a left-wing party in the last 20 years. They are not a liberal party. If they were a liberal party, I would still vote Republican, but I would be able to sleep at night. I didn't stay up all night when Bill Clinton won. I didn't vote for him, but so be it. He was a liberal. He wasn't a leftist. But now it's the Destroy America Party versus the Republicans. That's the difference.
So that's what you're calling a left wing, because I just want for our listeners to understand exactly
this
what
is
you're
Ray
saying.
Crockett, two-time Super Bowl champion with the Denver Broncos. Ray Crockett, go ahead, Ray.
And I just wanted you to clarify more of what you're calling a left wing, just so that we know, why did you not sleep? Because of?
Okay, because of the left. All over the world, the left hates America. The American left is no different. And the proof is the example, the 1619 lie of the New York Times that will be taught to almost all school children in America. America was founded to have slavery. That was its purpose. The revolution did not start America. Slavery started America. The idea that America is founded in slavery, for every country on earth, every ethnicity, every race, every religion had slaves, every single one. But they single out America because they hate it. Brazil got 12 million slaves. America got 360,000 slaves. Are they attacking Brazil? No, because Brazil is not a threat to the left. America is a threat to the left, because America is a capitalist success. It is a religious success. Everything they hate, we've been successful in.
Who's they? Who's the left?
Yeah, because I like
the left is the people who consider America needing fundamental transformation. They are people who do not believe in the excellence of capitalism. And most, even bigger than that, they do not believe in free speech. The left, since Lenin, there is no exception. I've studied the left my whole life. The left has always, there is no exception, suppressed free speech wherever and whenever it has power, from Vladimir Lenin and the Russian Revolution to the university campus in the United States today, to Google, YouTube, Instagram, and Facebook, and Twitter. Twitter's the worst.
So you're saying that big tech is the current leftists?
Insofar as free speech is concerned, absolutely.
Okay. I just want to know who you mean by they.
Yeah, what about speech and protest?
No, it's a very fair question. I'll answer everything you ask.
Does speech and protest go the same?
I'm sorry?
Does speech and protest, or is that the same as far as your freedoms?
Yeah, you're totally free to protest in the United States. Nobody says no. You're not free to riot. You're not free to loot. You're not free to burn. You're not free to smash. But you are certainly free to protest.
So why were the other side? Why were the Republicans so upset at the free protesting that Colin Kaepernick started then?
because he was ruining the sport, and they weren't against. They never said he wasn't free to do it. You're free to burn the American flag, as far as we're concerned. What if Colin Kaepernick had burned the flag before a game? Is he free to do so? Absolutely. Free doesn't mean you should do it.
Okay.
This is the first time in American history that sports have been politicized. What if people took the knee who are pro-life? What if pro-life athletes? America has abortion. I'm not going to stand for the national anthem. I would be just as upset.
I do agree with the hypocrisy. I think that obviously Tim Tebow is a good correlation to make there. He was given incredible amounts of scrutiny for, worshiping his Savior, and then, and he still did it, but, now, everybody's saying, well, Colin Kaepernick should be able to do it. And I think there's a massive amount of hypocrisy there, but I don't, I do think that we need to be really careful in our professional sports about what we align with. I mean, so professional sports in history, right, they've aligned with, breast cancer, right? Everybody wears pink. They've aligned with Lou Gehrig's disease in baseball, right? But when you start to bring in an organization like Black Lives Matter, and you have to be able to compartmentalize this, once again, there has to be logic here, right? So is the Black Lives Matter movement important? Yes, but the organization is crap. Okay, so I want somebody, I've been asking this for weeks, I've been asking this for actually months. I want somebody to show me all the massive amounts of money that Black Lives Matter has raised. I want you to show me one black family that's benefited from it. I want you to show me a scholarship. I want you to show me a house paid off.
What do you think about that? What do you think about what
she's saying? Because you can't.
What she's saying is so true. Let me make it very clear. The left cares about blacks as much as communists cares about workers. Communists use workers to get into power, and then they craft on the workers. The left doesn't care about any group. It uses them to gain power. The left doesn't care about women. The proof is that when biological men race against biological women in high school sports, they think it's fair. They don't care. It's a non-issue protecting women. The elementary right to race against people of your own sex. The communists or the left has always used groups. The president has done more for blacks. If you care about blacks, you should have voted for the Republicans. If you care about being angry, then you should vote for the Democrats. So the question is, if I'm a black, I have two choices. Do I want a better life, or do I want to shit on America?
And the Republicans give a better life how?
Because it's the lowest black unemployment rate, because it says we are not going to lower standards for blacks, because unlike the left, we believe blacks are just as capable as every other group in America to succeed if they work hard. But if you say people should work hard, according to the left, you are now a racist. If you say that you're colorblind, according to the left, you are now a racist. If you say there shouldn't be all black dormitories, according to the left, you are now a racist. Every liberal idea is opposed by the left. They believe in all black dorms. So does the Ku Klux Klan.
I can't say that I got that from the left, but I mean, you say you know. I mean, maybe you know a lot more than me.
Would you?
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
I just because what you're saying, I haven't really fully heard a lot. Name names, would you? You're saying they. You're saying leftists. You're saying them.
The New York Times. The New York Times.
Name names though. Like you're saying the editor-in-chief of
Charles M. Blow, columnist, New York Times. Does it mean anything to you? The average American professor. Okay, I think Charles Blow has done blacks more harm than almost any living writer. He teaches his kids in his own columns. He teaches his kids that whites hate them. Is that a lie or is that a lie? I'm a Jew. If I taught my Jewish kids that Christians hate them, I would be doing the biggest disservice to my children. It's a form of child abuse to raise a black kid to think whites hate him. He's abused his children, Charles Blow.
Dennis, as a fellow member of the tribe, MOT, why do 75% of Jewish people vote Democrat? What's wrong with them?
American Jewry has become an embarrassment to this Jew who has done so much for Judaism. I wrote the most widely used introduction to Judaism in the English language, the most widely used commentary on the Torah at this time. I founded a synagogue, a Jewish day school. I was a leader in the Soviet Jewry movement. I am embarrassed by my fellow 75% of my fellow Jews who have traded in Judaism for leftism. That is their new religion. The Jews who believe in the Torah are Orthodox, and they vote Republican.
So, at what point did it change for me? Because I mean, I'm wondering this myself. Why do so many blacks vote Democrat other than Republican?
Because
as well?
they just like the Jews, they have accepted the brainwash that conservatives hate them. Donald Trump has done more for the Jews than any president, virtually any president of my lifetime, and 60% of Israeli Jews support Trump. Of Israel's Jews, interesting, isn't it? Not American Jews are unique in their leftism. Unique.
Wow. You have a follow-up for that, Adam? I mean, you had that question, so maybe you got a follow-up as a fellow Jew.
Yeah, well, obviously, if you're an Orthodox Jew, you tend to be more conservative. That's
Yeah,
just
why?
Like if you're an
that?
evangelical Christian, you tend to be more conservative.
That's correct. I agree, which makes the case for religion, doesn't it?
Dennis, this is Matt. I got one question on my end. Come from military, Marine Corps. My family comes from the Philippines. And this is a conversation for, I think, a lot of our listeners, first time listening to the show. Why isn't government not supposed to fix your life?
Okay, in 1 second I'll answer. I have to figure out because I owe my Salem radio.
Sure.
Okay, I got to go on to. If you guys want to continue this after I go on Hugh Hewitt, I'll be happy to.
Yeah, okay. Dennis, just send me a text, Sue. Why don't you send me a text, Sue?
All right,
we'll have you back on
when I'm done. Okay, you got it.
Thanks, Sue.
Don't forget the last question. It's a good one.
We're gonna come to when he come back. Sue, just send me a text, Sue.
Okay, I want to go back to something really quick. I want to go back to something because we were talking about this sort of accountability of the BLM organization and where this money is going, because this is really fascinating to me. So according to, on June 2nd, Black Lives Matter raised $41 million in 24 hours. $41 million. Their bail funds alone are $90 million. The money they raised to bail people out of jail is $90 million. $100,000, 200 students, $500 each. That's the scholarship program.
500 bones, huh? That's it?
Well,
it's
first
right
and foremost,
here.
First and foremost,
So,
I'll be the first to say, as far as Black Lives Matter, I'm more of a dig deep inside of what you're about before I support. And there were some things that in their curriculum that I didn't,
But that's why I'm saying our sports franchises need to be wiser than this. Wiser than this. Don't you think? Aligning yourself with an organization who can't seem to account for all the money that they've raised and where it's going and what they're using it for, and then they give this piddly ass $500 scholarships. You raise $41 million in a day.
That's what has happened not only to the organizations, but that's what happened to some of the owners, to be honest. If we're on the same page and speaking the same thing, they're aligning themselves with Donald Trump, not knowing that he would say and do some of the things he did. That's why they pulled back. It was like, wait a minute. You didn't tell us you were going to do that shit.
Are they calling paying people's bail scholarships? Is that
no, that's not the same.
That was the number that they raised.
No, that was for the people that was going. No, that's totally different.
Hey, by the way, CNN's reporting that it's a very close election.
This is
That
an update.
It's going to come down to 4 states: Arizona, Pennsylvania, Michigan, and Wisconsin. I think
Michigan
Biden's
is
winning
killed.
in Arizona big time. I think Trump's winning Michigan, right, Tom?
Big time.
I think Trump has a small lead in Wisconsin. And look, this is very strategic.
I don't think Trump will get
That's why they
Wisconsin.
shut it down in
And that's-
Pennsylvania.
and
They're going to
that's what I
figure out how they can
said,
cheat and screw him over.
Did you say
I don't know if it's about
winning in
screwing him
Arizona
over.
right
I
He's
just think it's
killing
both
Trump
ways.
in Arizona. I think he's up by 10%.
Yeah, 53
Yeah,
to
I mean, that one's
45,
over.
8%.
He's going to win Arizona.
Arizona goes to Biden? What?
No, I'm looking at it.
Unless the votes are going to be
That's just a bunch of retirees.
Exactly what you said. I'm looking at it right now. 287 Trump, 249 Biden. That's the tail of the tape right now.
With or without Pennsylvania?
No, that's Pennsylvania in there.
Okay, for Trump.
Trump's up 400,000 votes in Pennsylvania right now.
Okay. Boy, that'll take one
400,000
massive
votes.
cheating effort, but I'm sure they're up for it.
400,000 is a lot to catch up on.
Now, where it is right now? Who's got it open right now?
Hey, what are the odds that one of those precincts burns down in the next few days?
So let me ask you this, because I'm getting this vibe. I just have to ask you. Before Trump, were you always a Republican?
I don't know.
Real talk.
Here's the thing. This isn't about Trump.
When I get such a strong
this
vibe
is about a fundamental
about
change in the country.
Let me take a drink.
I know I'm speaking for a few other people at this table when I say.
Go ahead. You were asking a question. You guys talk. We're listening.
Go ahead. I just need to hear this.
All I'd say is let's roll this tape back in 6 months if Biden
I
wins.
just say this. And I told PB this. Look, I told PBD and I told Matt. I'm for what is right. Like, I'm not far left. You can't put me far left or far. That's why I wanted to know what far left really was. Because maybe I'm associating myself with the wrong thing. I just wanted to hear, wait a minute, what the hell?
You just found out that you're a communist.
Yeah, I'm like, shit, I might need to go to Iran. I'm like, I would
welcome you.
But no,
I think
no, what I'm saying is because as strongly as I hear, and the cheating and this and this and this and that, you are very, very
character.
strong.
Okay.
That you are.
Okay.
But
no.
I just want to know what is the background.
I think there's a certain percentage of people that are underestimating what the real agenda for the people that want power is on the left.
That's not the question I asked you. How long have you been a Republican?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter because
It really does.
No, it really doesn't because this is a vacuum. This is a different
Because
situation.
if it doesn't matter, then you're doing what the politicians
Ray,
do.
how long have you been a Democrat?
I've been a Democrat all my life.
He has as well. He's never voted for a Republican president.
Well, yeah, I've been I
But you
voted
have.
for Trump.
You have. You
Yes,
voted for Trump.
But my passion.
And that's and the reason. Excuse me. The reason was because I researched it more. Because, like I said, the mind is a terrible thing to waste.
So you've been not researching lately.
No. Lately, I have been researching.
And that's when you flip.
Yes.
What are you most excited
what
about?
I'm saying about
the
before I
administration?
went from Obama to Trump, I started researching a lot more, and I started to look at more than. And that's why in my PSA, what I did with NFL, I say make sure you research the candidates. Choose who
Great
you
feedback.
want and what.
Great feedback.
And what you want. Because at the end of the day,
great feedback.
That's what you have to do.
Yeah, and Ray, that's
if
saying
you
more
just
than most
jump on a
athletes do.
if you just jump on and
Yeah.
say,
Vote.
because he's a,
No, they just say vote.
Yeah.
Okay, so let me ask you this. Let me ask you this.
Yes.
Who would have been your ideal choice democratically as a candidate?
To be honest, the pickings were slim, and that was a sad thing.
I don't think they were, because I think Tulsi Gabbard
say-
got the shaft. And I
Yeah,
think she's
money,
miles
I mean,
ahead of Kamala
well,
Harris.
I would agree with that as far as an apology.
Tulsi way before
Yeah.
I ever
For
picked
sure,
Kamala.
that's
for
because
sure.
she's pretty.
But you said as a president, though. You said as a president or as a vice. You said
It doesn't matter, either one.
I mean, and see, here's the thing: when you come and talk about being a president, do you have the background resources? Because all that stuff comes into play as a presidency. You know that, right?
Are you
It ain't
sure?
like they're just
Because
picking the best
Barack
person.
Obama did not have a lot of he
had a
did
lot of
not have a
backing.
lot of experience.
He had a lot of
But you're
backing.
talking about experience. That's what you just
No,
said.
I said experience, backing, not the whole
Okay,
package.
but you're talking about the totality of
Yes,
circumstances,
yes.
and Barack Obama did not have the totality of circumstances, and he still became president. So who would have been your ideal
I think
candidate?
He did. Well, let's just say this: it was time.
Oh, certainly.
So I think that
I agree with that.
includes backing.
Okay,
Yes.
I think I would have gone. I would have gone. Maybe I would have even looked at maybe Colin Powell.
For sure.
Before
but
Barack
he
Obama.
didn't want to do it.
You know,
He didn't want to do it.
I would have looked at Condoleezza Rice.
Yeah, he didn't want. Well,
before I would have looked at Barack
I don't
Obama.
think time was ready for her, but Colin Powell, perfect.
Okay, Condi wasn't ready for it?
Condi is the most ready for
No, I
it.
said
She didn't
time.
want it, but
Time. I said time.
Here, I got somebody to call who's a former Honduras immigrant, and he's got some thoughts here. Let's see what he has to say. He is
You have a
currently
Democrat?
in Florida.
Here's what I think it is.
Yeah.
Yeah, awesome.
Tom's not going to answer that, are you, Tom?
Look,
Well, no,
you see him skipping it. He skipped what I asked him.
No. But my passion has nothing to do with being a Republican. My passion comes strictly from who I believe wants to control the left and what their plans are to do to this country. That's what I'm opposed to.
Marvin Del Valle, how are you? This is
Valle.
Patrick Bet-David.
Pat, what's going on, buddy? How are you?
I am doing good. So what do you think about the madness going on? I know you're in Orlando, Florida right now. What do you think about everything that's going on right now? It's 11:30 where you're at.
Patrick, first of all, I'm extremely happy that we were able to deliver Florida. Here's a guy that sounds like Julio Iglesias that has to somewhere somehow explain everybody the many blessings that we have in this country. This is a place where what happened with the last beacon of hope, the shining light on the hill? What happened to those days when people actually believed that there was a place where we were able to go to and see it as a real, place for hope for people? This is the people where people are dying to come to. Pat, I was 18 years old and I was dying. I was literally dying, crossing the border to come into this country. And so many blessings that have been afforded to me because of this country. So many blessings, so many things that I was able to do for my family. But I'm going to tell you, the level of misinformation that's taking place right now is just beyond understanding for the average person. We need new voices. What you are doing right now, what that beautiful group has going on right now with you, it's just we need more of it, because right now it is misinformation. Look what was done out of Jerusalem. That the only president that actually kept a promise that was going from president to president. Look what has been done in terms of unemployment levels lower than ever for African Americans, for Latinos, and you know what? For somewhere somehow that's not registering. I expected a landslide, and to be done and over with. So I am here to tell you that we definitely I think this is definitely a call to action. Everybody has to become a little more serious about where we're getting the sources of information and what we're going to do about it moving forward. I think that we need a new set of voices.
So Marvin, you think tonight Trump's winning by a landslide?
That was my projection. I was very comfortable going into this saying, you know what? I don't think we need to worry about this process. I think this is on the back. It's a little closer than I expected. I'm a little uncomfortable about where we are, because I was hoping that people were going to be able to see what was actually happening and taking place throughout the country, opposed to what all the people are saying that is taking place throughout the country, which is not the truth. The fact of the matter is that what this man has managed to do, a man who was never a politician, right? What this man has managed to do is nothing less than remarkable. And I'm having a hard time understanding why people didn't get to see that.
Well, from the sound of it, it sounds like you're a diehard Biden guy. So what can we?
All right, listen. All I'm telling you is that they talk about social programs because they don't want to call it socialism. They keep talking about all these Trojan phrases that get to be introduced. And you know what? When I came into the country, I used to believe that party was a party that was for the people. And then I realized that, you know what, they are harming the dreams of so many people that can actually be taken away. Literally, they can rob away what truly is the last hope in this planet. I mean, literally, when you're talking about American dream, when you're talking about you becoming whoever you want to become, Pat, I'm a guy, I came here, I didn't know anybody, I didn't speak the language. I made $1 million for the first time when I was 27 years old, and I keep doing that over and over again. I've reinvented myself in 3 different industries now, and the only reason why I was able to do that is because of this beautiful country, because you have a constitution that allows you to do that. But moments like this gets me nervous. I'm hoping that everybody is paying attention, and if we make it happen, I hope that better voices will come out of this moment to be able to tell the story just a little better.
Marvin, it's Matt. You have an influx there in Orlando of people from Venezuela in your organization. What are they telling you? What are they telling you about their experiences coming from Venezuela, socialism, now here in America, capitalism?
They couldn't. But first of all, they having a little bit of a hard time even understanding why is this even a concept. You know what I mean? Why? Like seriously, like I have today. I kept everybody very busy and away from like we literally it's 11:30. We just finished training with about 150 associates, and I was keeping everybody. But I do have, like you're saying, I have a very large Venezuelan community, and saying people don't understand. What, like right now, you go to the supermarket and you're not second guessing that the cereal is going to be there, that the milk is going to be there, that the water is going to be there. In Venezuela right now, even if you have the money, you're going to a place where you don't know if that's going to be there for you. And if you think that that cannot happen to us, then you don't know, how a politician can play with the system just to stay in power.
Well, Marvin, you got to follow up.
Marvin,
Ray Crockett's got a question for you.
I just wanted to ask, because we keep hearing the capitalism and socialism, and what is so bad? Like, for instance, if, just by chance, if it were to happen that Biden wins, what would that do to capitalism?
Well, I mean, where do you want to start? Do you want to start?
No, I just want to hear, because some people don't think it would be changed. I mean,
do you want to start with taxes? Do you want to start also with the simple fact that at every single one of the small businesses that are trying to get going right now? Look at New York. I mean, it's going to be shut down again. California is going to be shut down again, and that is an intentional position to create a dependency. Like you don't understand it. Like but actually you do know that the best way to secure a vote is to make sure that the person will be dependent on you. Because when another guy comes in to try to take it away from you, you don't want to give it up. Once somebody's getting something for free, listen, I spent half of my life in New York. I know it. I sound like Julio Iglesias, but I'm a Brooklyn. I'm a Brooklyn boy. Okay, and I had people working for me. They know how to milk the system. I know people that I employed that were saying, listen, why should I go to work when they were willing to give me, if I make an extra $1,000, I will qualify. I don't qualify for any help. But mind you, this is somebody that didn't need any help. So to your question, listen, I think that there is a place for government. And I think that there is people that actually do need some help. But unfortunately, we are at a place where politics and politicians are more concerned about getting elected, to the point that, any social program is being used for re-election, not to really help the needy. There's a lot of people that do need some help right now. They're not getting it. As a matter of fact, it's the people that know how to get around the system that are getting some help. And so if you're asking me what would be bad about socialism, anything that can be used to actually hold back what it would be the natural desire to evolve, to improve, and to build something that would be yours. That is the one, how can I put it, organic, natural gift that we have in this country. You can actually make something out of your own. And anything that somewhere somehow wants to move people away from that idea, it's a very unfortunate situation. And the issue is not just socialism. The issue is how socialism is being introduced by this very particular group that we have in power right now.
Marvin, you're amazing. Thank you for your time. Love you, brother. Tell everybody I said hello.
Guys, appreciate you. Thank you for your voices.
Thank you. By the way, a couple things. I want to show you guys a video we just got right now from New York. Don't play it yet. Before we do, I got a couple things. We got two people that paid $100 that just gave. I want to give a shout out to these guys for a couple reasons. One of them wanted to send a message to Tom Zenner, and which I'll give here in a minute. Junior still gave $100, said, Tom, just answer the damn question. Stop beating around the bush. Did you ever vote Democrat? Okay, and then we had Daniel Bayburn, who said, thank you for being a virtual mentor and leader to aspire to become. Shout out to Sosnick for his amazing work so far. Waiting for you guys to tag crypto one of these days, possibly handle future elections. Shout out to Roy and Mario. Thank you, Daniel. And then we got another one here that came in, which I want him to call in. So I hope you're listening. It's an Armenian guy who said the following: I would love to have you on. Just paid $50. Stephen Kavinyan said, are you kidding me? Small businesses are dying right now because of the incompetent handling of the COVID crisis. The policies Trump put in place are the most socialist policies any president has ever put in. So, Stephen, send us a text at 310-340-1132. 310-340-1132. We want to hear your passion.
Yes. I cannot wait to hear this
tonight. But having said that,
I'm starving right
show
now.
us what's going
My
on in front of
small
Trump
business.
Tower, because Adam and Ray need a bailout.
we need something. We are struggling.
So this is what, in front of Trump Tower in New York right now.
Fifth Avenue.
A las
Great.
10:52. Vamos a pasar por el frente de la Torre Trump. Las fensas. Estamos aquí en la 57. Policía.
Is he talking dirty to his girl? Honestly, it sounds like he's saying right now that the place.
La torre.
Yeah, I'm gonna take you to Trump Tower.
I don't speak douchebags.
Nothing going on.
No, that's a racist comment. I thought he's just reading from the medical dictionary.
Mira, los de las protestas ya están aquí, ya. Están listos a protestar.
See that? Nerve damage, that's what he's saying. Latin.
Aquí, la policía.
There's nothing to
Esto
see.
está emocionante.
Okay, nothing to see.
This is the least exciting video I've ever seen.
Hector Del Toro, this is the video you guys wanted me to show. I'm waiting for like a fist fight. I swear to God, like, you know, we thought there's going to be some action. This guy's flirting with the guy. He could be an Uber driver saying, you know,
Right,
Unexpected. Back up.
He said everything is calm here. There's nothing to see.
You need to have some of your.
You have it frozen. See? Hang on, go back to that video. I'll show you what you was trying to show us. No, where you were at the end.
Oh, here?
Stephen,
3,
where are you, Stephen?
2, 1. The guy at the mailbox, he's voting.
No, he said in Spanish. There's
Good
nothing to
eyes,
see
Tom.
here. Everything is calm.
Let me tell you, that's why.
what he says.
Okay, so we're
No,
about to
very-
call
no,
Stephen
very
Kavianyan. Okay, Stephen, send your number. I'm
You
calling you
said
right
so.
now.
Well,
All right, so brace yourself. Stephen is not a fan.
Can we get him to tell us if he
Send
voted
your
Democrat or not?
phone number.
Let's make that call.
All right, let's make that call right now.
Tom, you got people
Meanwhile,
asking
we
you
have
to answer a question.
I'm going to keep.
Tom.
I want to stay on the podcast. We'll
Tom is
wait.
like Tom is like clearly a Democrat his whole life.
Just
Just the truth will set you free,
The
Tom.
truth. That's all we
People
asking
are paying
for.
money for you just to be honest.
$100.
I'm honest. I get
And I'm
my
gonna
money.
match that.
The highest, just to say, can you answer?
$100.
This guy just put
I'm
$1
gonna
million.
match that
Answer the question.
Yeah. Okay, you want me to answer the
By the way,
question?
yeah.
Dennis
The
Prager's
truth.
on hold, waiting
Oh,
for
no,
a
go
call.
ahead.
Oh,
Go ahead.
And we got
okay, we'll have to wait.
Tom's gonna
No,
answer
go
a
ahead.
question.
You go ahead.
Okay, here's the answer. The answer is yes, because Donald Trump used to be a Democrat. There's your answer.
That's not an answer.
That's
but
not an
it's all
answer.
cool.
Let's go to Dennis.
Let's call Stephen, and then we're calling Dennis. Dennis, Sue, if you're listening, we're going to call Stephen. We're coming to you next.
Who's this guy?
That's you.
Oh, shit. Hang on. I put on
Keep telling
speaker.
him,
So
down
let me
by,
take it
Bruce.
off speaker. Yeah. Hang on. All right, we got it, Stephen. He's in. Stephen, how are you?
Good. What's up, Pat?
How you doing, brother?
I'm good. Hey, before you ask me any questions, there's a guy from your agency, PHP Agency, who reached out to me, Ruben. Amazing guy. Love what you're doing there. I listened to your podcast. You're an awesome guy. You're Armenian yourself. You came as an immigrant. My parents were as well. So love your story and just want to share my appreciation. And I appreciate you for giving me a call.
Much love, man. Much love. So tell us your position. You're saying, you know, small businesses has taken a big hit because of Trump's policies. Take the lead from there. Tell us why you're saying that.
Yeah, well, to give you some background, so when I was younger, since I was like 15 years old, I've listened to Sean Hannity, Rush Limbaugh. I was a diehard conservative, voted for Mitt Romney in 2012. I thought Obama was a pretty good president his last 4 years. And, you know, I debated between Clinton and Trump in 2016, and I was leaning more Trump. But what I've seen as a true conservative and I guess as a true capitalist, in my opinion, you know, a lot of you guys are saying you're capitalist. The biggest thing from a socialist standpoint is you got to look at what's happened during this COVID crisis. And I'm not blaming Donald Trump for the COVID crisis itself. I'm not saying that he caused COVID and he spread it all over the world and blah, 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 like, you know, you see in the media every day. What I am saying is that his handling of the situation has been absolutely sad. as a leader of the free world, as a person.
How would you have done it, Stephen? Why don't you? So let's go, because we got to call Dennis next.
What are
Give
the
me an idea
socialist
of
policies?
How you would have done it?
I want to know about that.
How would you would
Well,
have done
a lot
it?
of things. I think in California, what I'm seeing is a lot of people who are claiming, oh, masks, fire Fauci, don't wear masks, masks don't work, COVID's fake. It's
Mask mandates come from state governments.
And these are individuals. The legitimacy he's giving to QAnon. The thing that he was saying with how they're claiming that the Democrats had started COVID for Bill Gates to inject his vaccine. All of that stuff is clearly false. There's science behind of what's going on, and it doesn't help us when the leader of the free world isn't uniting the United States of America, whether you're Democratic or Republican. When you're telling people, hey, this is a serious issue, guys. You guys got to stay at home. And this is something he knew about back in January when Bob Woodward, the man who exposed the Richard Nixon campaign, actually reported on this and said, hey, yeah, it's airborne. Bob, it's airborne. It's something that's in the air.
I hear you, brother, but these are not socialist policies.
Told him as the president. And if you're not actually saying that to the American people, why are you holding back? To me, my intellectual, what I'm thinking is because he was in an election year and he wanted the stock market to be high. And yes, he did do well in the economy, but you can't have a thriving economy without solving COVID. It's that simple. And you know that. And from a foundational standpoint, you just can't do that. And in terms of the socialist policies, I recommend that you guys look at a true capitalist by the name of Peter Schiff. He actually reported on this, and he talked about what we've done during this COVID crisis to bail out, quote unquote, small businesses and individuals, is we've printed money out of the ass in order for us to keep the economy somewhat stable, in order to bail out companies like Boeing, in order to bail out small companies, smaller companies.
So I got a question for you, Stephen. I got a question for you. And everything you're saying on the stimulus side, we are on the same page. So you are preaching to the choir here when it comes down to the stimulus. But is it fair to say that both sides have strategies going into 2020 election? One side wants Trump gone, one side wants Biden to be elected. Is that a fair assessment on both sides using strategies?
Well, can you repeat the question? What exactly
is it fair to say that both of them leading into 2020 were looking for strategies to have the other person not get elected, meaning the left wanted Trump to be gone and the right wants Trump to be reelected? Is that a fair assessment?
That is a fair assessment from an individual standpoint. I would say that, you have to put the trust in whoever is actually preaching. So if the Democrats are saying, hey, believe in science, don't fire Fauci or don't go on
No. All I'm saying to you is it's a very simple question. It's not a long-winded answer. It's just, do you agree that Democrats want Trump out? And do you agree that most Republicans will want Trump to stay for another 4 years?
I agree.
Okay, fair enough. So is it fair to say when COVID happened, he comes out and he says, we're shutting down China. Biden says it's a mistake, it's xenophobic. And then Kamala goes in, Nancy goes into streets of Chinatown saying, we shouldn't be afraid. And then they say he did the right thing. And then it comes down to stimulus, where they say, let's shut down. And by the way, when you say people in California, it's the state. Nobody in Florida closed down Disney World. They opened it on July 16th and 17th. It's your Governor Newsom that's kept it closed till today. Since 1959, which I don't know if it's 59, since 55, I believe, since 1955, that Disneyland has been open. It's only been closed 5 days, but ever since COVID under Governor Newsom, Disneyland has been closed 200 plus days till today. Same company, two separate states, same CEO, two separate states. Florida opened up, California didn't. California had to fire 28,000 employees of Disneyland. That's the state. So watch where I'm going with this here. Question for you. So let's just say all these states who are liberal are shutting down. They're saying you can't go out. If you're a non-essential business, you cannot go to work. So in New York, I can't go to work if I don't have an essential business. Cuomo was doing an interview, and the lady asks him, who determines what's a non-essential business? He says, we do. He says, so what if I don't have an essential business? And then Cuomo in the interview says, then go find an essential job. Go find an essential job instead of not working a non. That's not a right answer to give. So at this point, say Trump doesn't pass a stimulus. Let's say Trump doesn't pass a stimulus. Assume Trump does not pass a stimulus. Assume all these states who have the right to make the decision because it's separate, it's state. They can do whatever they want to do, different than the governor. If the states opens up, if the states stay closed, and Trump doesn't pass stimulus, what do you think happens in that state? And who do you think everyone hates the most first? Who do they end up hating the most if there's no stimulus?
So there's a few things with what you just said. There are three components to that. First of all, I watched your video on the Disneyland shutdown in Florida, and I watched the whole thing minute by minute. So I did appreciate your perspective on that, and you made a lot of good points. So your
Try
point
to answer
about,
them. Give us 30 seconds to 60 seconds because Prager's waiting. Go ahead.
Okay. Biden and Kamala were not in the Oval Office when they received secret intelligence reports stating how dangerous COVID was in January. That's a fact, okay? They were not. And the situation wasn't handled until March. It was too late by then. Secondly, in terms of how would you have kept these businesses alive if you look at Democratic-run cities like Los Angeles, or I'm from Los Angeles, I'm here in Los Angeles, and you look at companies out here compared to Florida, the biggest thing is the failures in the foundation of how you handled the COVID crisis in the beginning. That's why it got out of hand the way it is now, and that's why you had to create a stimulus package. What I would have done differently is enacted specific mandates that would have kept workers safe. Florida's doing a good job in Disney World. That's a large corporation that can get sued if something goes wrong. They're doing all of the right things. In terms of what's happening in California, it is a Democratic-run city, but there are a lot of cases here as well, and we know that if we have the largest population in the United States...
You haven't answered the question, buddy. Get to the answer. You haven't answered the question. So what do you think he should do? If he doesn't do the stimulus, do you know what would have happened in America? And those videos would have shown how terrible of a job Trump did not passing stimulus. The economy, Dow Jones, when it dropped to 18,000, it would have gone to 9,500. It would have been riots times 10. There's no way in the world he's going to get reelected. So as an advisor, if you're saying something like, well, Biden and Kamala didn't have access to the information that Trump had, maybe Trump had access to other information that you don't have, that he decided to pass the stimulus. I'm not for printing money. I am not. But if you're going to use that argument, it backfires on you, brother. It backfires on you because then you can say anything Trump can use that argument against you to say, well, Stephen, I have 50 million different things that we go through with the data that you don't know about that we don't want to disclose to you. The point is here that both sides have to play games to do whatever they can to pin the other side. What Pelosi and Schumer tried to do is said he will never pass the stimulus. Put it on his desk. He'll never pass it. And what does he do? He passed it. Dow went to 27. The biggest mistake the liberals, the biggest mistake they made is shutting down states. They helped Trump. It's the biggest mistake they made, shutting down their states, because he became the savior. Yep. Democrats turned Trump into a savior, not Republicans, Stephen. I know you hate to hear that because that's not what you want to hear, but Democrats turned him into a savior.
No, you make a good point, and I agree with that. I think for me, it goes back to understanding the information you had back in January and how bad the cases actually got in America. Now, you're pretty much cleaning up a mistake that you made 3 months prior, and that's why you're seeing what you're seeing today.
I don't think that's the case. I think in that part is the fact that, you know, when a pandemic first comes, like the same one that came under Obama and Biden, thank God it wasn't as deadly as some of the viruses were, or else we would have had, you know, 1% of 60 million. The number would have been a lot higher. 1.5% of 60 million. You're talking about 1 million people versus 200,000 people. They were very casual. There was no shutdowns. They didn't have access to any information. So
I don't want to argue with you, but the information on the swine flu is pretty clear from a scientific standpoint that it was not as deadly as COVID-19.
But what I'm trying to say to you is you don't have that data right off the bat. You don't get that data right off the bat. So meaning when you're saying in the January conversation, just so you know, I agree with you. And if you say, well, Pat, do you not think that Trump would say something like that? No, I do think Trump would say something like that. You know, the whole Woodard comment. I do think Trump would say something like that. But I think so would Obama. I think so would Bush. I think so would Clinton. I think so would any of these guys prior to him, because they don't want that news to get out there, because they're thinking, I don't think it's going to be that big of a deal. Anyways, Stephen, I got to tell you, stick around. stick around. If you're going to stick around, we may call you in a couple hours again if this thing's still going on, because we'd love to hear your thoughts when this thing shuts down. Thanks for taking the call, big guy.
I appreciate you so much. Thank you so much for having me on. I have all the most respect for you and your story, and every other guest there. I appreciate your time. So
Much love, much love. Have a good night.
Much love always.
Much love.
Smart
Let me tell you. No joke. I like this guy a lot.
Yeah.
But you know what the thing is?
I like he's well researched.
No, I love what he's saying. But that's the part. What people don't realize is Obama gave birth to Trump, and Democrats are the reasons why Trump's going to get reelected. Democrats are the ones that helped Trump get reelected. When they said stimulus, the first thing I said is what? Would a Republican ever pass a stimulus? Hell no.
Right.
They're not going to pass a stimulus. And then he said yes.
But because he did, it gave him the opportunity to make some Democrats say he's looking out for us.
Not some voters, not
Yes.
Democrat
Yeah,
politicians.
no, I'm saying the voters, the Democratic voters.
Let's
saying
call
he's looking out for us. The Republicans
Stephen.
never would
If
have.
you're
at this
listening to
point.
this, Stephen, I got to tell you, much love, Stephen. Very proud of you, buddy. Okay, let me call.
Who is Stephen, by the way?
I have no idea. I've never met him, but I love. I just love the way he processes
Valuetainer.
issues.
Stephen,
Valuetainment community.
respect to your mindset.
On a serious note. Okay, Sue, I'm calling Sue. All right, so we're going to go to your question.
Yes.
Because you were leading the question. I think you had a question as well. Follow up.
I'm trying to get the mayor of Denver on.
Hello,
You want to get
Prager.
him on.
Dennis, how are you?
Pretty much the same as when we.
Just making sure everything is okay in the state of California in the last 45 minutes.
Never know.
Everything is the same in California. Thus far, there are no riots of which I am aware.
Okay, excellent. So you want to go back to the question, Matt, if you want to restate your question so the viewers know what your question is, and then Dennis will take the question.
Sure, Dennis. Matt Sapala here. Yeah, I come from the military background, Marine Corps veteran. Our family comes here from the Philippines, and oftentimes we have the question, why isn't government supposed to fix your life? My question to you, Dennis, why isn't government supposed to fix your life?
There are many answers. Let me give you one or two. Number one, America was founded on the following belief. Number one, to the extent possible, every individual must take care of himself. Number two, he must take care of his family. And number three, take care of his community. This has been America's greatness, that we take care of each other. And only as a very last resort do we have to go to the government. There were resorts before the last resort. You would go to the church, for example, which was extremely powerful in helping people who had issues in their lives, like the Salvation Army with people who were homeless and addicted. And what they did was they gave them meaning in their lives, not just food. Number two, the idea that the government should take care of people makes people inevitably selfish. If I know that the government will take care of me, my family, and my community, then I won't, which is exactly what happens in Europe. Americans give much more charity, and I'm not talking about rich Americans. The exact same socioeconomic status American gives much more charity and volunteers much more time than the exact same socioeconomic status European. Because Europeans believe if somebody's in trouble, including me, the government will take care of the person who's in trouble. So people don't take care of other people. Now, if you truly believe that the government will take better care of people than you, your family, your community, your church, your Kiwanis Club, your Rotary Club, then you have I think, a deeply naive understanding of what helps people. So those are my two most immediate responses.
I love it.
Very well said.
Go ahead, Doug.
Dennis, I guess you're saying happiness is a serious problem.
God bless you. That's exactly right. And because I know that happiness is a serious problem, I know that the biggest impediment to happiness in my life is Dennis, not America.
Correct.
Absolutely.
Why do you think that's a tough concept to embrace?
Because nobody wants to struggle with their own nature. It's much easier to call America racist than to have people struggle with their own selves. I wrote a column recently, something to the effect, the title was, that what is it? 1 second, let me try to remember it. Oh yes, the left blames America, conservatives blame themselves. That's the case. You see, when
That's awesome.
I've said all of my
Very
life,
powerful.
the biggest difference between my religious education and the secular education that most Americans get is, I was taught that the biggest problem in Dennis Prager's life is Dennis Prager. And outside of the religious, Jewish, and Christian worlds, you're taught that the biggest problem in your life is society. And that's it's a completely different outlook on life.
So do you not feel that the way some were, I'm not going to say raised, but the way in the circumstances we were brought up in, from education to not being able to get loans, to not being able to get houses, to, you don't think any of that have anything to do with your mindset and mindset going behind that as far as doing better and being better?
Those were terrible things in American history. The human being is flawed, and flawed people will do flawed things. But America became ultimately the least racist, multi-ethnic society in the world, which is why 3 million black Africans moved to this country in the last 20 years. So in other words, far more blacks have come to the United States voluntarily than came as slaves. This is from the New York Times. You could easily check it.
No, that's
I've
true.
written about it. It's why, if America is systemically racist, are Africans morons?
No, they just
either
see in a better
African-
situation.
either
We're not dumb. We're going to take a better situation. It was a better situation than apartheid and some of the stuff that was going on in Africa.
No. I'm not going. Wait. No. Excuse me. This has nothing to do with apartheid.
No.
Apartheid
I'm
is-
saying situational. You're saying are they
It's
morons
not-
to come here? No. The situation was better.
The people who come here are not South Africans. They're overwhelmingly Nigerians and others from West Africa or from East Africa and Uganda or Kenya.
But my
Those are
point
the
is they
Africans.
see what's going on in Africa. So get the hell up out of there. I mean, if you have a better situation, no one's a moron to go to a better
If
situation.
you are on record as acknowledging that it is better for a black to live in America than Africa, we are on the same side.
Oh, I'm definitely on, but I'm saying for a black that was born in the States, came here, been here, lived here, and experienced like I have 53 years of being here, you may have a different mindset, is what I'm trying to tell you. If you're an African from Nigeria or wherever, Kenya, or wherever you're from, not even from South African, all of that, not being a part of apartheid, but you're right there next to it. If I see the U.S., it looks a lot more appealing to me.
I know exactly what you're saying.
Yeah,
I
but
understand exactly what you're saying.
They're not comparing America to apartheid. Most of the black Africans who come here came after apartheid died in South Africa, and they never experienced it.
But no,
Only
what I'm
blacks-
saying, they're comparing it to what they know. Is what I'm trying to tell you.
Yeah,
Your
I agree.
mindset is
what
the
they
most
know
important
is
thing.
that there is infinitely more opportunity to live a good life in America for a black African than in Nigeria or Cameroon or Togo or Ghana or Uganda or Zambia.
I agree.
That's what they know.
So what I'm saying is the blacks that are in the States, though, that's all I'm saying. The difference is when you compare, it's just like I was telling Patrick that day, when you compare someone that comes from a third world country or from somewhere else, their mindset is going to be totally, totally different once they get to the States. Because it's
Right.
way
so
better than what they see.
Once they get to the States, do they experience racism?
Of
Do they
course.
regret
I'm
coming
sure.
here? Do
No, they
do
won't regret coming here
here?
because the opportunities are better. But I'm sure they experienced some racism at doing some point in time. I'm not sure if Patrick BetDavid did, but I'm sure some of the Africans. Well, I know for a fact a lot of my friends are Nigerian. A lot of athletes that played in the NFL are Nigerian, and they've experienced racism. But at the end of the day, the opportunities that this state, the United States afford them, the country affords them, is way better than where they came from. So your mindset is going to be different. But what I'm talking about, if you just trace it back to the African Americans, the blacks that are here and have gone through all of the prejudice and all the other things, it's a total different mindset. That's my point.
Yeah, and I have to say, I find that that mindset is self-destructive. A black American, like any other American from any other place, an Asian American, a Jewish American, an Armenian American, they should believe what is true. They should be extraordinarily grateful for being in America. Americans are not perfect people. There are racists of all colors, but there is, I believe, an extremely small amount of racism. Now, I want you to know that when I tell left-wing Jews that I don't think America's anti-Semitic, they say the same thing to me. You don't know what the hell you're talking about. There's a lot of anti-Semitism in America, except that I do know what I'm talking about. Not only am I a Jew, I wrote one of the most widely used texts on anti-Semitism ever written. It's called Why the Jews. It's in print for 40 years. I battled anti-Semitism. This is the best country Jews have ever lived in. This is the best country right now a black can live in.
Okay, so can I ask you this then? In the same premise of what you just spoke about and so eloquently you did, I'm in agreement, and in all states and all facets I'm in agreement. But is there not room for change?
There's always room for change. But the question that a black American needs to ask to be a happier human being is, what is more important to change? The social mores in much of black life, like the 80% who are born without a father in the house, or America's racism? Which is the bigger problem for the average American black? And if you say America's racism, all you're doing is condemning that black to blaming
you're passing the buck.
What is not the greatest cause of his or her problems.
Dennis, this is Matt again. I have a follow-up to that. So based on your dialogue here, how can we be better at taking, how come it's so hard for people to take ownership, and how can we be better at taking ownership?
Ownership of what?
Ownership of our situation, ownership of...
Take your responsibility.
The human being does not want to take responsibility. That's what I said before in part one of our dialogue. That is not, human nature is, I don't want to take responsibility, I want others to take care of me. The human being who wants to take responsibility over his own life will be called a conservative.
Okay, so with that being said, what can a conservative do to take responsibility?
And get better at it. Yep.
Well, I think that's the nature of conservatism is you take responsibility for your own life. So everybody could be better at doing that, but half this country believes that if you say that any minority should take more responsibility for their lives, that renders you a racist just by saying it. That's like saying that if you give somebody who has heart disease a regimen of diet and exercise, you hate them because they don't like diet and exercise. So the question is, what do you want to do? Do you want to help yourself, or do you want to live in anger the rest of your life? That is the choice that blacks face. As far as Democrats are concerned, the angrier the black, the more assured we are of his vote.
Dennis, question for you. As a fellow MOT, you know what I mean? The March on Charlottesville.
Well, others don't know what you mean. It stands for member of the tribe. It's a fellow Jew. Go ahead.
Yes. Something that really stands out in my mind was that March on Charlottesville and the white supremacists with tiki torches screaming, "What? Jews will not replace us." And then obviously Trump came out and said the next day there were,
folks,
good people on both sides.
Right.
So obviously you're a Republican, obviously you're a conservative, obviously you're a Trump fan. How do you grapple with that as a Jew, seeing that those people...
There's nothing to grapple with. It's a gigantic lie. We have a video on it from Steve Cortez, who used to work at CNN, a 5-minute video called The Charlottesville Lie. It is an enormous lie. The president was referring to the two people on the statues demonstration. There were 2 demonstrations in Charlottesville. He was referring to the people who he was trying to calm things down, saying there are good people who want to take down the statues. There are good people or fine people who want to get rid of the statues. That's what he was talking about. He made it clear in his press conference the next day that Nazis, neo-Nazis, white supremacists are not fine people. Moreover, just common sense. The man has a Jewish daughter, a Jewish son-in-law, and Jewish grandchildren. You think he thinks they were fine Nazis?
Thank you for clarifying that. I want to follow up on that. That necessarily wasn't my question. How do you grapple with seeing those supporters of Trump, because they support Trump, those people saying those things? Like, that obviously can't sit well with
There's
you.
nothing to grapple with. That assholes support the president is as irrelevant as assholes who support Biden.
So the fact
that is the most amazing answer ever.
Okay, so question. Okay, my question is this. then.
So that doesn't make you feel any type of way. You're not like, oh, those assholes. Oh, they
Zero. As all right.
There's
Oh yeah,
radicals
my
on
wife
either
reminds
side.
me. Richard Spencer endorsed Biden. Okay, so there you go. There's a white supremacist who endorsed Biden. The whole thing. Nazis are a zero issue in the United States. Zero. I know more about anti-Semitism than 99% of my fellow Jews. Okay, they don't know what they're talking. They hate the right, and therefore they believe the lies of CNN and the New York Times. So there's almost nothing I can do, because when you tell them the truth, it doesn't matter. You're different. When I explained to you Charlottesville, you said, whoa, I got to look into that. Most of my fellow Jews will just say, no, that's not what happened.
Right.
But just denying the truth. The president does not believe there are fine Nazis. It's absurd. I don't care if there's a fringe group of course there are 330 million Americans. Not everyone is an angel.
So can I ask you this then? During this presidency, and once again, I'll be the first to say I'm for right. So I've been a Democrat, I've been a Republican, I voted both. But during this presidency, there's been more racial tension. There's been more racists come out of the woodworks. Why do you feel that is?
I don't think there are more racists out of the woodwork, unless you're referring to what I believe are the biggest racists, the left. I think the left have contempt for blacks. That's why they're always speaking about them as victims and always
telling them how to
speaking
vote.
about lowering standards for blacks.
Well, no, what I mean by the different from the place. Look, the people that we thought were gone and in hiding have seemed to come forward. Ku Klux Klan, the white supremacists, whatever you want to call it. Why do they feel that freedom and why do they feel that free? Again, let's just put it that way.
They're an insignificant number. My answer doesn't satisfy you, which is fine.
No, I'm cool with your answer.
I will say it again.
I just want to hear it.
No, let me finish, please. They are an insignificant group in America, Nazis and white supremacists. Amazingly, I never met one in my life. Also, when I grew up, there were far more of them. When I grew up, there was a big Nazi march in Skokie, Illinois, because they with the swastikas and heiling Hitler, and they marched there because there were so many Holocaust survivors who live in Skokie, which is a suburb of Chicago. Yep. So they picked the people whose families were butchered by Nazis to demonstrate there. But they play no role in America. Focusing on Nazis is an utter waste of time.
I agree.
I agree. I just wanted to hear your answer, and let's be clear. I don't disagree, or your answer was always remarkable for me. I just wanted to hear you answer it.
Can I have next question?
Thank you.
Sure.
Fair enough.
Okay. I've kind of been wanting to ask this all night, and I'm wondering if you're the best person to answer it. I was severely disappointed that neither presidential candidate touched on the subject of firearms or the Second Amendment during either debate. Especially given the fact that we've sold more firearms in America this year than any other year in recorded history. Why do you think that is?
Because people saw that Democratic mayors and governors would not stop violence. That's the only reason. Had the rioters, not protesters, I have no issue with protesters. Had the rioters been arrested, suppressed, and stopped, then people wouldn't think they have to defend themselves, but they do. Because if you live in a place with a Democratic mayor, they won't stop people from violence. And they will allow people who have committed violence to get out of prison. And they will have in California, you can steal up to $900 at a time, and it will not be a felony. So they have invited this mass amount of thefts that have taken place, and so you have it's not Walmart. What is the other one that they keep closing in San Francisco? The third one just closed because people just help themselves to the cash register. Walgreens. 3 Walgreens just closed in San Francisco because they know that nothing will happen to them. On camera, they just stick their hand into the cash register, pull out money, and pull out items from the Walgreens and steal them. Thanks to the Democrats.
So Dennis, to be fair, okay, and listen to me as I say this, to be fair, because right now, I don't know if anybody else feels this way, you're sounding like a far. What have the Republicans done that, in your opinion, could be done differently or better?
Yeah, the Democrats believe that if you commit a crime, you should be arrested. It's
No,
a very
you mean the
old-fashioned
Republicans.
notion. Excuse me, the Republicans.
Right,
The
okay.
Republicans believe that you should arrest people who commit violence. That's it. It's not complex. They don't believe you defund the police. The
So that's
idea
all
is so-
that's all you feel
it's-
they could do better during this election? The Republicans, that's it.
The Republic. What would you like? Tell me. What would you like them to do that you think?
No,
would
I'm
be
asking
better
you.
than-
No, I'm asking you, 'cause I know
what
you're a
is better
Republican.
than arresting people committing crimes. If
No,
you
I
have
mean-
a
I mean
better
in general.
answer, I would like to know what it is. That's what Republicans stand for: arresting criminals.
No, I mean in general. I'm talking about the whole election, not just the. I understand that anybody that commits a crime should be elected.
I think Dennis, for you, Ray.
Yes.
What I would have for you is, if you're asking that question, are you asking it because you have something in your mind, or are you asking it because you want him to come up with something?
Well, no, what I'm asking in general, because like I said, from what we've heard from Dennis, we all know he's not a Democrat. We understand that. Yeah.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, we all know that. So I'm saying, from your standpoint, from your political view, from your experience and expertise, from a Republican standpoint, what do you feel could be done differently, or should have been done differently?
Nothing needs to be done differently.
Okay.
The differently has been initiated by the Democrats.
Okay.
Letting people destroy police cars, letting people burn down buildings, let people take over an area in front of this in the middle of Seattle and make it an autonomous place. That's new. The old-fashioned way was you stop crime by stopping criminals. So I am for the old-fashioned notion that the innocent should be protected from the guilty. The Democrats do not believe that.
Okay, so a better question probably will be this then. From a presidential standpoint, do you feel Trump has handled himself as a president?
I think he's been, in terms of what he has done, he has been a great president. In terms of his demeanor, that is not, if I were president, I would have a more presidential demeanor.
Okay.
However, if there's an old Jewish saying, if my grandmother had testicles, she'd be my grandfather.
Well,
That's a black saying too. Now we're even. We're on the same page now.
Mine had to be put on my
I love
chest to avoid
it. I did
shaving.
not know it was a black saying.
Yes, we're on
I
the
love
look. We are in agreement, 100%. Okay, so I like that answer though. That's really what I wanted to hear.
Adam, you got a follow up.
Yeah, Dennis, I think you've definitely been our most fun person to speak with, most informative. I think we
Most
all
real.
definitely appreciate where you're at.
Dennis's
MOT.
mind is, just so
Yeah.
everybody knows here, have you followed, do you know who Dennis Prager is, Ray, or no?
don't, but I'm about to follow
Adam,
him.
do you?
Yeah, I've seen some of his stuff,
Obviously,
yes.
everybody, if you don't, Dennis Prager is probably one of the sharpest minds in America today.
Yes.
Just so you know that, okay? Sharpest minds in America today. So go ahead with your question.
I have
Dennis-
wanted to be involved in Prager U forever. Like,
There we
I'm
go.
so excited right now.
Cool.
Go ahead, Adam.
Sold.
One of the things that I don't like are just generalities. The left does this. The right does this. Well, if you vote Democrat, then you're obviously a communist. If you vote Republican, then you're obviously a racist. I really don't like that. I don't like generalizing things. So in your mind, how many different wings are there of the Democratic Party and the Republican Party? Meaning there's the super left, the Bernies, the Elizabeth Warrens, there's the moderates, there's the Bloombergs, there's the Bidens. On the right, there's the moderates, the Kasich, then you got the Ted Cruz's all the right. How many different factions of there are on each side? Would you just enlighten us on that?
Yeah, I was happy to. Let me first comment on generalizations. I've actually written about this. The mind that cannot generalize is a very unwise mind. The issue with the generalization is not, is it okay to generalize? Of course it is. The question, for example, if you take vitamin D, here's a generalization. People with vitamin D do better against COVID. That's a generalization. Does it mean everybody who has vitamin D is immune to COVID? Of course not. So without generalizations, humans cannot make judgments about life, and they are blind. The question about any generalization is not, is it right to make a generalization? Is the generalization accurate? That's the question. So if I say that the left doesn't want to arrest criminals, that is an accurate generalization, because I don't know anyone on the left who does. There might be.
I do. You don't know anyone that votes Democrat that wouldn't want to arrest
Then you're not
criminals?
a leftist. You're probably a liberal. Which
Remember,
comes to the second.
But wait, I think Dennis, you and I have done this before. Neither Adam or Ray have. Can you unpack what a leftist means and what a liberal means? Because it's unpacked. You and I talked about this 5 years ago.
Okay, again, for all of your, everybody listening or watching, they should know that there's an article, take 5 minutes to read, on at least 5 differences between liberals and leftists. And I have a video, also 5 minutes, 6 differences between liberals and leftists. I'll give you a couple of them. Liberals believe that the ideal is to be race blind, that we should regard the color of a person's skin as completely unimportant. That is the liberal view. That is the view I was raised with as a liberal Jewish Democrat, which is how I was raised. I still have that view. I don't give a damn what color you are. The color of your skin is as important to me as the color of your hair and of your shoes. That's the liberal view. The left-wing view is that race is just about everything. That race is determinative. That black should be capitalized. This is a brand new thing, for example. So color is very important to them. Another difference, liberals have always been pro-capitalism because the only thing that has ever taken people out of poverty in large numbers is capitalism. The left has always hated capitalism. So a third, liberals have always been profoundly pro-Israel. The left hates Israel. The left all over the world, including America. So those are 3. I can give you 3 more. I could give you 5 more. That's what's happened. That's the difference between liberal and left. The problem is liberals vote left. So liberals vote for people who loathe liberalism. I'll give you a 4th example. Liberals have always been for free speech. The left has never been for free speech. There was no exception. That's not a generalization. That's a rule. No leftist regime, no leftist power, from the university to Lenin in Russia, has ever allowed free speech.
Well, Dennis, I just found out that I'm a liberal.
No, I'm not trying to be funny. That was very important for you to hear that.
This was so educational for me because I'm not a leftist at all. But I've always said I'm not far left or I'm not far right. I am for what is right. So I'm a liberal for sure, and I appreciate that. What you just helped me to understand, I appreciate.
Likewise, Dennis. Would you? So, are you saying on the left end of the spectrum, the super far left is literally what you would call leftists, and then towards the center, 40-yard line, that's what you would call liberal? A, is that correct?
Well,
and then B, would you go back to my initial question on the different factions within each party? Like, what's on the right? If you're on the right, are you just conservative? Are you a capitalist? What's on the right side?
Yeah, the right, the truth is, pretty much the right is just basic conservative. The Constitution should be obeyed. Humans should take care of themselves, their families, and their communities. It is better if people get married before they have babies, which, by the way, a professor of the University of Pennsylvania Law School wrote. 200 professors demanded that she not teach any longer at their law school for writing that middle class values like getting married before you have babies is a good idea for everybody. So that gives you a perfect example of a liberal and a liberals and conservatives. Here's the irony: Liberals and conservatives agree on far more than liberals and leftists do, but liberals still vote left.
That is very interesting.
Dennis, it's Matt. I'm sharing with your hope here, and I'm looking at this map here on this TV. It looks like it's getting more red and red as we continue speaking. But in your opinion, what does a Trump presidency in these next 4 years, what does that look like?
Pretty much what it looked like for the first 4 years. The man really does. I mean, you may loathe him, but you
Definitely
know
not.
what he stands for. The guy stands up and says, "I actually care about America." His attitude towards COVID is my attitude. We had a virus called the Hong Kong flu in 68, 69, killed the equivalent of 165,000 Americans. Not one store, not one sporting event was closed down. The lockdown has done far more damage than the virus. The vast majority of people who have died would have died within a year because they were very old. The chances of someone under 60 dying from COVID is like 0.005. You are more likely to die if you are 25 of a car crash than COVID.
That's the math.
Do you wear a mask when you go out in public?
No, I don't. But whenever I'm asked to, I put it on, whether it's an airplane or in a store. I don't want to cause people aggravation. But I know that in the vast majority of cases, masks are utterly useless. This was basically written in the New England Journal of Medicine in July or August, and then people started believing in masks. It's like a rabbit's foot.
Why do you think the masks have become so politicized? And
because half of this country has engaged in the religion of safetyism, where better safe than sorry has become the motto of the country instead of the land of the free and the home of the brave. Why did they wear masks? Why did they wear masks in 1968, 69?
Land of safe.
Because they understood it's part of life. Viruses happen. People die prematurely on occasion. We should. I'm sorry. And masks don't stop it. This is unless you're wearing a surgical mask.
Who's feeding you answers, Dennis? Dennis, is your wife giving you all the brains?
If you spend time
have
with
my
Sue,
wife on next time, then I
we need you.
I can play chess.
Follow up on the mask. We just saw that England went into a month lockdown. We're hearing similar things in other places in Europe. What's wrong with them?
This is my theory, and it shows it's not politicized. England is run by conservatives. Israel is run by conservatives. Conservatives have bought the Kool-Aid as much as everybody else, and I'll tell you why. I've worked on this a lot. Only Sweden didn't, and Sweden is not hardly conservative. So it shows that my take on this is not a conservative or liberal one. Here's my theory. Leaders in our time are scared. They are scared of the media, and they are scared of academia, and they are scared that they will be said to have caused anybody to die. Andrew Cuomo, who is responsible for a lot of the deaths in the nursing homes in New York City. But Andrew Cuomo said in the beginning, when he locked down New York State, I don't know why people in Buffalo couldn't go to work because people in New York City were dying in nursing homes, but that's a separate issue. And he said, if everything I have done saves one life, I will sleep well. That's their attitude. I have no responsibility for kids to go to school. I have no responsibility to keep people their life savings intact in their little business that they founded. I have only responsibility to prevent deaths. But if that's the case, you should never raise the speed limit. Every time we raise the speed limit, it is a guaranteed 10,000 more deaths. Why do we raise speed limits? If the only concern is anyone will die, we have to stop almost everything.
So was it a mistake to close the cities down, in your opinion?
No, in the very beginning, no. But as soon as the hospitals were not overflowing, beyond capacity, it was a horrible mistake. It was a crime.
Agreed.
Hey, Dennis,
Agreed.
if the
Agreed.
Democrat-run
Amen.
cities can't use it as a political move, if Trump wins, is it going to calm down? Because Trump said you're not going to hear him talking about COVID much after November 4th. What do you think?
If Trump wins, then we won't have a national lockdown as Joe Biden would like to see. Joe Biden said during we had a flu a few years ago while he was vice president.
That was the H1N1.
And he said that he would not enter an airplane. I have it. I play it on my show regularly. And I said at the time, I said, what kind of leader is this? He's telling people not to go on airplanes because of the H1N1 flu? And that's what he did. This is not a leader. He's a wimp.
Dennis, Sue, are you guys watching TV saying Joe Biden's about to make a statement shortly?
No. How can I watch TV? I'm talking to you.
I don't know if you got the TV on.
Well, we're talking to you on TV at the same time.
So let me ask
I never have the TV on when I broadcast.
Let me ask a different question for you. Wiz. So you just talked about what's going to happen if Trump is president. Flip it. What if Biden's a president? What's going to happen if Biden becomes president?
We will print $1 trillion more, or $2 trillion more, or $3 trillion more monopoly dollars. We will give the younger generation debt that they will barely be able to pay. We will cheapen the dollar to the point where we will have an inflation that will be reminiscent of Germany before Hitler came to power. We will have massive government intrusion into people's lives because they will do for global warming what they are doing for COVID. They will destroy the economy to save lives.
And small businesses like mine will tank.
Right, but they don't give a crap about small businesses because they're mostly Republicans.
So when you
they care about Walmart, they care about Amazon, and censorship will grow immensely. That is right.
Can you unpack the censorship part?
Yes.
Because that's something that's very important, obviously, to you guys. You went against Google yourself. I remember when I've watched the videos. Sue and I have spoken about this before. What do you mean by censorship's going to get worse?
Well, we are experiencing more censorship today than any time in American history.
Yep.
It's not happening from the government. It's happening from the universities, the media, Twitter, and of course the other tech companies. They simply don't allow you to tweet more and more if they disagree with you. Even when doctors, how many doctors did the Great Barrington Declaration? No, they're like 1,000. There were 3 who headed it. Okay. It was headed by doctors from Oxford, Harvard, and I believe Stanford. And it's called the Great Barrington Declaration. I think either 600 or 1,000 or more doctors signed it about how the lockdown is causing more damage than it is good. And you cannot tweet out that declaration. Twitter will suppress it. So they don't believe in science. They believe trust scientists who we agree with. If a scientist disagrees with Twitter, that scientist is suppressed.
So when you go back, do you say small businesses will tank? I understand it. Don't get me wrong. I have restaurants. I have small businesses myself. But explain that for the listeners. Why do you feel it would tank?
Well, already, I mean, it's assumed in California that 1/3 are out of business. I mean, restaurants are notoriously minimally profitable. It is a razor-thin margin. It's very expensive to run a restaurant. And if they're not full a good part of the time, then they start losing money. And if you can't even enter them, which I can't in Los Angeles, which is beyond belief. I can, so listen to this, to show you the utter irrationality, aside from criminality, of Gavin Newsom and Eric Garcetti.
Thank you.
I have been on planes plenty during the COVID thing. I can eat without my mask on 2 inches from the guy next to me, 6 inches or 10 inches from the guy in front of me, 10 inches from the guy behind me, without a mask. But I can't eat without a mask 8 feet from somebody in a restaurant.
Right.
Explain that to me.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And I'll explain it to you, because they care much more about Delta Airlines than the poor guy who runs Joe's Cafe.
So with that being said, some of those trillion dollars that they will be spending, you don't think they will spend them on small businesses?
The ones they
Yeah,
want.
but it's very hard to direct every needed fund to the exact right person. Also, that money, I don't know if it will sustain a business. It's, you know, these people, let's say they make $70,000 a year, which is not exactly a rich person in America today, but you can certainly live on it. And are they going to get $70,000 from the government? I mean, the government cannot supplant the income of a restaurant owner. There's no reason to close it. I mean, it's despicable. Let people be free. I'm 72 years old, and I just spoke at a rally with hundreds of people surrounding me and hugging me and taking pictures with me. I'm not dead. And if I die, then you know what? It was worth it. Because the purpose of life is not to live. The purpose of life is to live fully.
To live free.
Hey, Dennis, do we have hope of things changing?
I love it. Wait, Dennis, say that one more time before you get off.
That was
Say
powerful.
that. The purpose of life is what?
Not to live, but to live fully.
I love it.
That's just...
Dennis, can things change? I mean, Trump has lead in Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, North Carolina, Georgia. Will these governors still hammer us with these restrictions, you think?
Yeah, of course. Why not?
So, Dennis, when did you become
Americans have become so docile, they don't take them to court. That's part of my sadness about what has happened to the American. 50 years ago, Americans wouldn't have put up with this. 100 years ago, 150, 200, never. This is new. We have raised weaklings. You know why? They went to college.
Whoa!
Oh my goodness.
So listening to your answers and listening to you in general, have you always been a Republican?
No, he said it was.
No, I was. Look, I'm a Jew from New York. I was born Democrat.
So you were born Democrat.
Yeah.
So when did you switch? When did the light turn on?
When Reagan ran for his when Reagan ran during Reagan's first term, I switched to Republican.
And what was your reasoning? At that point,
I realized I was more and more voting Republican, but it was so hard. When you're a Jew from New York, it's like being a black from New York or Chicago. It's ingrained in you that you're a Democrat. So, you know, the first time I voted Republican, I felt like I was eating a ham sandwich on Yom Kippur.
So you just helped me with this group and with my point. It was your mindset. It was your mindset from day
That's
one.
right. And you know what? And the task, God gave us a mind to battle our mindset.
Exactly.
To have us think rationally.
So that's the problem that I'm facing now.
Your mindset.
Yes.
That's your word of the night.
Exactly. Talking to PBD and everybody else who's talking about capitalism, socialism, whatever. Your mindset that's the battle that most of us are facing now.
That's right.
And what we
I
hear.
salute you for recognizing it. It's to your credit. Listen, I have so many others calling in. I love you guys.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
This was a very important. That's why I did it part 2. Patrick, you do great work, and all of you are a joy to be with.
Dennis, you're the best. Much love, Sue. Take care. Bye-bye.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
I cannot tell you how big of a fan I am of that dude.
Like,
this made my freaking year. I am fangirling.
By the way, he's, just so you know, he is, and his wife, one of the coolest cats. First time I met him was, I don't know, 15 years ago. He had a show on KRLA, And he had been doing it for a long. He's been on radio for a long time. I don't know what the timeline is. 40 years, 35 years. Been on for a long time.
Yeah, he was in L.A. as the Christian Jewish guy.
Did I take you to that event at Wayne Hughes' home in Malibu? Did you go with me that day or no? Or
yes.
But did we go for him or did we go when the?
No, I went to the second one with you.
Oh, you went to the second
Len
one.
Cooper, and we saw
the
Terry
campaign
McAuliffe.
manager of Bush and Clinton go at it.
That's right.
So he came one time.
Terry McAuliffe later became governor
I know
of
he
Virginia.
did. I know he did. Yes, I know. So when we were there first time,
Ed Gillespie.
I'm just listening to him. Every time I listen to Dennis, I'm like, this guy.
Yes.
Well, the common sense. One of a kind.
But, but you know what though? What I like about him is that he has his views and his viewpoints, but he also has an open mindset to hear and listen and respond at the same without being prejudiced.
Is that word again, mindset?
Yes,
Yeah,
without
favorite
being
word.
prejudiced.
I want to touch on something that you were talking about earlier, that has to do kind of with mindset, but really more about perspective. And I think that's one of the words that maybe you were trying to use tonight is perspective, right? So I think that you asked him how long have you been a Republican. I'll give you my answer. My whole life.
Right.
Okay. I was raised that way. My grandfather was from Sicily, and he came here as an immigrant. American dream situation, was an entrepreneur, owned a window washing business all throughout East Texas. But one of the things that he told me that never resonated with me literally until after last election, and he told me this several times growing up, he goes, you have to put yourself in a position where you're the minority. Because if you don't do that, you're never going to get a perspective. Right. And so I don't know if we haven't really had a chance to get to know each other, and so you don't know what I do for a living, but I teach firearms for a living. That's what I do. Wow. My whole business is guns.
What's she packing?
So the Second Amendment is very important to me. I own a small business. That's very important to me. So what leftist ideals represent to me is overregulation and overtaxation of my business. And I don't want that, because my business represents education for everyone, okay? And if we've ever seen demographics who weren't normally about the Second Amendment come into that, we've seen it this year, okay? Record gun sales, more than ever in recorded history. So what I started doing over the last couple of years is I started training with people who were not like me. So I've been in touch with a lot of African American, Latina people, Asian people who are in the gun industry, right? And so Chris Chang is a really good example. He won Top Shot. He's a gay Asian that won the show Top Shot. And so he and I have had some conversations. Kevin Dixie out of Missouri, who's an African American trainer, he and I have had some conversations, and they really gave me a lot of perspective into what it's like to be gay in America, what it's like to be black in
Ray's
America.
not gay, by the way.
And I get it.
No.
And one of the greatest things, one of the greatest things that Kevin actually did for me was he took me into the hood. And he showed me. I went to the hood in St. Louis, baby. I went to the hood in St. Louis.
And St. Louis over the arches?
Mm-hmm.
No, East St. Louis.
Where
That's
the
where that
cemetery
damage
is bigger than the neighborhood.
You're right.
Okay, so I've been there, and he was like, this is what we deal with. Politicians don't come into our areas unless it's an election year. Right. Nobody is fighting to give us better education, as far as elected officials go. They don't even, a lot of hoods across America don't even have a grocery store, a major grocery store.
So call them bodegas.
You have to, So I think that one of the things that I would challenge people that are listening to this podcast today is understand that if you are not putting yourself in a position where you're the minority, right? So like Maj Touré, right? He started a thing called Black Guns Matter in retaliation to Black Lives Matter, because he thinks that the Second Amendment is for everyone. He thinks that the African American community needs to arm themselves. They need to have a good mindset. They need to learn responsible firearms training.
I don't know if you want us to arm ourselves.
You do. I do. I actually do. But when he came into Dallas at the gun range that I built, and said,
So you're from Dallas. Your range is in Dallas.
I'm from East Texas originally, but I've built 4 in Texas. Okay. And so he said to me,
Gerard, can you finish go to that, because I want to do a quick update, because I'm getting a lot of text on what's
and so
going
the
on.
last thing I'll say is, when he came into town, there were a lot of African American people who came to his class, and I went to dinner for the first time in my entire life where I was the only white person at the table. And you want to talk about getting a perspective.
How'd that work out?
Amazingly.
Okay, cool.
Amazingly.
But by the way, she's here because she came in. She taught a class here on license to carry, and I said, I love this girl. She's got to get on, and then we brought her on. That's how she came here to teach a class for everybody on how to have a license to carry for people at home office to prepare for the madness. But I just got a text from my sisters saying Arizona is questioning why they're calling results when 2 million votes haven't been tabulated yet.
Wow. And it depends where they're from there, too. Like Maricopa County.
My brother has texted me from Georgia that said CNN is discussing pulling back their Arizona call because 2 million votes.
Huh.
And it was actually Fox that called it first for Biden, and others followed.
Wow.
So Fox thought it was for Biden. They called it, and the other networks followed because they don't want to miss, right? There is a battle to call the states, you know that.
First, to call it first.
Oh, sure. To call a state first.
So when they say Joe Biden's about to make a statement.
CNN, it's gray now. It's not blue anymore. It's gray.
Was it ever blue?
Yeah,
It's
but
always been gray over here.
No, it was blue a
91.
minute ago.
Was
it? It was blue 30 minutes ago. It was.
On CNN.
Look, it's blue over there. It's blue over there.
What about Texas?
Yep.
They're giving them Texas. Not yet. 91% of the votes in on Texas.
So Joe Biden's about to make a statement shortly. What do you think he's going to say?
He's going to say, don't rush to judgment, blah, blah, blah.
Yeah, he's going to say, everybody wait.
This is not a concession speech. I was thinking if he's making a statement, it's a
he's gonna
concession
say
speech.
it's not
That's
in.
what I was thinking.
Everybody
That's not what it
wait.
is, probably.
You think that's what he's going to be saying?
I think that is.
Let me ask you guys a question.
I just woke up.
Yeah, Florida's done. That I do know. Florida's done. Texas is not done yet.
91%.
Yeah,
Texas is
should
done.
be any minute. Some people are saying it's done.
From 80% of the vote counted all the way up to
I don't think he can.
92%.
I mean, he's done.
Trump kept going.
Biden's done in Pennsylvania. I mean, Donald Trump's lead is huge.
That's correct.
Same thing in Michigan.
You know the biggest loser of this whole election? The frickin' polls. They are so freaking
No one trusted them going in.
We've been saying this for
None of the
God knows
polls
how
are right.
long, and only one person.
How does anybody
Let's hear it. Let's hear it. Put it on. We want to hear it.
Trafalgar is closest.
What's going on?
He's going to lie. Oh, look at his
All the
cars.
Jeeps.
God. He's pathetic.
Tomorrow morning, maybe even longer. But look,
Plant the seed.
we
Keep it
feel
longer.
good about where we are.
I
We
was
really
supposed to
do.
win a landslide.
I'm here to tell you
Everybody's
tonight,
in cars.
we believe we're on track to win this election.
Wow.
Really? We believe we're on track.
Wow.
30 days, we got this thing
We
done.
knew because of the unprecedented early vote and the mail-in vote that it's going to take a while. We're going to have to be patient until
He's just trying to
the
plant a
hard
seed.
work of tallying the votes is finished. And it ain't over till every vote is counted. Every ballot is counted.
And we're counting them once and we're counting them twice, especially if you're not looking.
But we're feeling good. We're feeling good about where we are. We believe one of the nets has suggested we've already won Arizona, but we're confident about Arizona. That's a turnaround. We also just called it for Minnesota, and we're still in the game in Georgia, although that's not one we expected. And we're feeling really good about Wisconsin and Michigan.
Filling it up.
Last second rally.
And by the way, it's going to take time to count the votes. We're going to win Pennsylvania.
That's all he wanted to do. He wants to just
in
plant the seed.
Pennsylvania, 41%.
We're talking to folks in Philly, Allegheny County,
I don't think so.
Scranton, and they're really encouraged by the turnout and what they see. Look, you know, we can know the results as early as tomorrow morning.
No.
But it may take a little longer, as I've said all along.
He better shut up while
It's
he
not
can.
my place or Donald Trump's place to declare who's won this election. That's the decision of the American people.
If you've
But
already
I'm
voted in
optimistic
Scranton, vote
about
again.
this outcome. And I want to thank every one of you who came out and voted in this election. And by the way, Chris Coons and the Democrats, congratulations here in Delaware.
Honey, we're in New Jersey.
Hey, John, you're the gov. Yeah, the whole team, man. You've done a great job. I'm grateful to the poll workers, to our volunteers, our canvassers, everyone who participated in this democratic process. And I'm grateful to all of my supporters here in Delaware and all across the nation. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And folks, you heard me say it before. Every time I walk out of my grandpa's house up in Scranton, he'd yell, "Joey, keep the faith." And my grandma, when she was alive, yelled, "No, Joey, spread it. Keep the faith, guys. We're going to win this." Thank you, thank you, thank you.
He's not feeling good, man. He tried his
Patience is
best.
great.
The only
Feel
thing
it.
he wanted to plant the seed is it's going to take
You and I
time.
be quiet. You and I be quiet. What did you think of his message to the people?
I felt it was him wanting to encourage everyone to feel good and to feel, first and foremost, I think to feel safe. As
safe
far as,
for what?
No, as far as what could happen if he would have came on saying something different. Like right now, if you had any thoughts of doing anything stupid or whatever, you're gonna chill out. And he also said that it won't happen until, like I said, maybe tomorrow, maybe the next day. So everybody just chill out.
I can't wait to hear Trump. That should be
Hang on.
exciting.
Halftime speech of the Super Bowl. Would you play for that guy?
Hey, I'm optimistic.
No. I'm just gonna be real.
Like Shanahan, hey, I'm optimistic.
Halftime of the Super Bowl, we was up by 3 against Green Bay, who was supposed to beat us by 17. Mike Shanahan came in and said, "We kicking their ass."
Yeah. Was that
period?
Was that the Elway flip?
Go
Period.
Pack.
Now let's go.
Go Pack.
That's it.
That's it.
That was the one in San
We
Diego.
we
right?
are going to kick their ass. Let's go.
Go Pack.
That's all
And we
Shanahan
walked
said.
out. That's all he said.
And you did.
That was the first Super Bowl?
That was the first Super Bowl. We
What
were
was the second?
supposed to lose by 17 against Green Bay because they won the year before.
Favre.
But we already knew we had a good chance.
So what do you think?
Yeah.
when
I
you
was
heard
It
that
was the
speech?
new white uniform.
Let's hear what Adam has to say. Adam,
To be
what
honest
do
with you, when they were making some sort of announcement, I was like, there must be something that he's going to say that is important, groundbreaking. I thought he was going to give some sort of concession speech, to be honest with you. But I think legitimately it's Sleepy Joe's bedtime. He wants to go to bed, so that's his message for the people.
You know what?
That's
Those
it.
rallies meant something, man. All these states where he's winning. That's where he was.
So what did you get out of? So wait, you asked
As a
us.
lifelong
That's what I was
Democrat,
about to say.
Tom,
As a lifelong Republican Democrat,
Yeah.
what did
This
you?
way. We got the
Wait,
boss.
we got to get him first. Then the boss is that he got to get the final say.
I'll
What
just
was
say it
your-
really
what'd you
quickly.
feel?
I mean, he's under orders for what he's saying. So what he has to do
Whoa. You can't just gloss over under orders. Who's ordering?
Democratic Party.
is the people on the far left who are running that campaign
That's
for
what
him.
they're telling him to say.
Oh, without a doubt. I
Okay.
mean, plant the seed that this isn't over. We got to count every vote. This could take a week. That's going to give them legally probably time to challenge in a few states.
Right.
Trump's going to come over or probably say something or tweet something pretty soon. But
There
that
he
was
is. We're up big, but they're trying to steal the election. We will never let them do it.
Yep.
Votes cannot be cast after the polls are closed.
Yeah.
Okay, so you feel
that was a soft speech. I thought
Show
he
the
would come
tweet for
out and
everybody
be a
else to
little bit
see it. Why don't
stronger.
you get that tweet for everybody else? Tom, you continue.
Okay. I honestly expected more out of him saying he was basically conceding without saying it.
Conceding that he lost?
Basically. I mean, look at the math. I mean, if
Did you
you're
get that?
I did not
Did
get
you
that.
get that?
I didn't.
Wait,
I didn't pick
whoa.
that
The
up
boss
either.
is shaking his head. Did you get that?
No, what I got from it is 3 times he put it in there. We can't find out the results tonight.
Correct.
He had one outcome. To get everybody to go to sleep tonight. We're not
Exactly.
going to find out. Go to sleep, folks.
There it is.
Don't worry about it. We have to count. The earliest we're going to find out is tomorrow maybe
morning.
later. The earliest.
We're on the
was a
same
dangerous
page.
speech, guys.
We're on the same page. It's a
Dangerous
dangerous
speech.
speech because he didn't, in my opinion, he didn't say anything but go to sleep and be chill.
Tom.
There's a guy on our chat that says Biden battery low, going to sleep now.
Must recharge.
Here's what I think. He just gave the Podesta speech.
Explain
He
that. Explain that. Against,
In Hillary's election, where Podesta came out and made the speech.
Okay.
Hey, chill out, hang tight. Thank you for being here. Thank you for crying all over your red, white, and blue makeup on your face and everything. Remember that?
Yeah.
He just gave the Podesta speech.
No,
because
but
Hillary was
Podesta-
breaking chairs in a hotel room, and
But
she would.
Podesta gave it saying, thank you for showing up.
Exactly.
So meaning
We
it's
lost.
over. We
Yes,
lost.
we
and
lost.
Hillary made the phone call.
Right.
And, rumors had it she was drinking and she didn't want to come out because of parties, confetti, everything was waiting. Tom, this is slightly different because he came out saying, we're strong, we're going to win it, we told you. And, I think his
Fair
outcome
point.
is slightly different.
I just don't think they're that far apart.
I mean, they may not be that far apart, but I agree with
You mean
PhD.
Podesta and his speech?
I agree with you, Tom.
I mean, they're over in this
No.
range.
Yeah.
Maybe Biden was here and Podesta was here, but they're in that same neighborhood. But I
he couldn't
take
concede
back what I
yet.
said.
I think that, but that's the speech was we lost. Like, Thank you for coming out. God bless and good night. It was that.
Thank you and good night.
You know what I mean?
As a competitor,
This wasn't that.
As a competitor, when you have to start saying stuff like that, you already know you lost.
Well, no. I feel you in a battle. I don't feel you know. I feel you don't know. That's
how I feel. I feel
there's a chance.
And there's a doubt there's a bigger doubt for me that if I have to say something like that,
right.
like in our competitions, if I got to go on our group and say, yo, hey, our team's not really fired up and there's certain things that we're not doing on right now. That's kind of like that talk, like I'm preparing for a loss. That type of pre-excuse.
I think they're buying time to figure out what they can do legally too,
Yeah.
to just prolong this as long as they can.
I think you're thinking a lot further than what it really is. Like you keep bringing in legally and that dude is not gonna try to steal the election some kind of way. He ain't even got that in him. Like I really don't think so.
I respectfully disagree with you.
On the other hand, now Trump, I would say Trump would have that in him before Biden does.
To do what?
Biden would take his ass whooping and go home.
No. But see, that's where you have it wrong. Let me explain the difference.
Explain that, please.
That's when you have it wrong. Okay. So here's the difference. Okay. There are a couple different ways mobs get power. Sometimes mob families, a guy named Paul Castellano was a guy who was on the face, but behind closed doors, he wasn't the power. The guys behind closed doors coming up, John Gotti was the mouthpiece. John Gotti was the power. Sammy was the power.
Yeah.
Paul Castellano was a face, and then all of a sudden he got a little bit too selfish, and then boom, they took him out in front of a Sparks restaurant, right? Sparks Steakhouse. Okay. So meaning what? Biden is not the power.
Right.
It's the
He's
people
just the
behind him
Right.
that are the
That's who
power.
got it,
Don't worry about Biden being the power.
I agree.
It's the camp that's the power, because the camp cannot stand the fact that that dude is exposing everybody, that Trump guy. Trump may be the most annoying opponent candidate, presidential candidate Democrats have ever seen. There's never been a more annoyingly frustrating person in their lifetime than Trump. Never.
Because no one would ever, even myself, like I told, me and Matt talked about it, like I said, I would, if I had let's just say this, if I met Trump in 92, which that's when I first met him in 92, then again in 2000 at his house, and if they told me I wouldn't believe it.
You wouldn't believe it. Ray, let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question. What is the hardest working day you had in the last 12 months? Give me your hardest working day. A day where you came, like literally, you got in the house and you knocked out on the floor, barely made it to the bed. In the last 12 months.
I've had about 4 like that.
How bad? Well, give us like the timeline. Give us a timeline what your hardest working day looked like.
6. I woke up at 6 a.m. Came in 1:30ish.
Okay.
And legitimately flew, 2 different cities.
Yeah.
That type of thing.
And how old are you when that happened to you?
I'm 53.
Okay. Now imagine add 21 years to your life. Okay?
Right.
Then imagine in one day you go to 5 cities. On a plane, jet lag, 5 cities. You stand for a minimum of 90 minutes because it's 60 minutes talking, 30 minutes is walking from the airport down to stage, walking around. You talk for 60 minutes. 5 times you have to talk for 60 minutes. In between, you're doing 30-minute interviews with the media, 15 minutes here, 30 minutes here, and you do that at 74 years old. Then what I'm trying to say to you is, imagine doing that 21 years from now at 74 years old.
I'm done deal.
Do you realize when you have an opponent like that one has that kind of a stamina and energy, it is the most annoying opponent you will ever face.
No doubt.
Very annoying to face an opponent like that. That's what he's got. So
well, I relate that to Jerry Rice. Like seriously, on that same conversation. When I went into the league, I was studying wide receivers.
His work ethic is known as being the
greatest. Who was the best wide receiver?
Yeah.
Who was the best? Who I had to face? And when I pulled up his workout,
the hill,
I was like,
yeah, I always hear the story about J.J. Stokes and
dude, I went and ran that hill myself.
Terrell Owens, when they go to San Francisco and they say, "Oh, we're gonna beat this guy," they run up.
I flew down to San Francisco. Seriously, I flew down to San Francisco. I trained in Mexico. All of the top receivers, I took where their workouts were, and I wanted to go do them. Like, I was that dedicated to getting to that level. And I flew to San Francisco, and my best friend Michael Johnson, the Olympic sprinter, lived in San Francisco. He's like, "Oh, here's the hill." I show. Look, annoying is not the word.
The difference is, here's the big difference. You ready what the difference is? When you played against him, how old was he?
Exactly. You
know
just
when's
said
the last
70.
time- When do you think is the last time Jerry Rice worked as hard as he did at that time?
He running the hill right now.
As hard as he did at that time.
Oh, yeah. I feel you.
Okay.
I feel
He
you.
is at 74.
I know.
Trump probably had his hardest working day of his life this last Sunday. Let me say that one more time.
Yeah.
Trump probably had his hardest working day of his life at 74 3 days ago. It's an annoying opponent.
Right.
That is an annoying opponent. This guy got elected in 2016. The next day he's at the office working, already doing deals. And everyone's like, wait a minute, the typical person that, what happened? The typical person that wins, they go to the office and they take a couple weeks off.
Yeah,
Not this guy. Not this guy. So what happened, Tom?
He
You
rolled,
had a
he rolled
reaction.
Georgia to Trump, and he's pointing out that the only way that...
Can you turn the audio on that one? I
that
just want to hear
Biden-
because what he
he's
says.
saying the only way that Biden goes to presidency is in Michigan, but he's already really far behind.
Hit
See,
it.
he's got
Yeah,
Michigan
Called
ready.
Arizona. They don't have to win all three. They could do it with just Wisconsin and Michigan. We'll see.
He's saying that's what he says. Trump has a shorter path. They could just do it with Wisconsin and Michigan, and they're far ahead. That's what he just said.
Pause it.
So
Pause
can someone explain this to me over here? So the yellow states are states that haven't finished yet,
Right.
correct? Okay.
They won't call.
They haven't proclaimed. Yeah.
And so we have. So
But
we have.
Arizona's not. It's
So
elected-
Georgia just
so-
has stopped
Yeah,
counting. He's got a
electoral votes.
huge lead in Georgia. Same thing in North Carolina.
Okay. So Biden has 200 so far 237 electoral votes, and Trump has 213. Is that what we're saying?
What
Yes.
this guy just pointed out is that
But they're giving him Arizona on that map, and he might not have Arizona.
what he just pointed out,
Okay.
they're assuming that Trump has North Carolina and Georgia based on these leads. And they're saying that if he gets Michigan, Wisconsin, where he's far ahead, this thing is over.
Without Pennsylvania.
Without Pennsylvania and Nevada and Arizona flipping back.
That's a scary thought.
2 states
So
away.
when did you get so heavily
Sorry.
into the elections? Since I know you haven't been here all your life. Yeah.
You really want to know when I got heavily into elections?
Yeah.
It's 2000 and heavily. 2009 is the first time I had dinner with George Will in March of 2009. Prior to that, when I tell you I never followed politics, Ray, I never followed politics prior to March of 2009. Never.
So the Obama's first campaign.
Never
didn't-
followed politics. I just knew what was going on, just like an average guy.
So what made you?
So I tell you a weirdest.
I mean, other than of course making money.
I'll tell you a weird story about me. I'll tell you a weird story about me so you can understand this. Back in 2003, Ray, I turned off my radio in my car. From 2003 till today, I've not once turned on the radio. Let me say this one more time. Kai knows. My guys who work with me know. I've never turned on the radio since 2003.
Music radio.
I've never turned on the radio.
Okay.
You'll never go into my car and the radio's on. I've never turned on the radio.
Long
since
drives
2003.
and everything?
I've never turned on the
What do
radio.
you listen to?
I listen to podcasts, not podcasts, audibles. I listen to books. I listen to music. I've never listened to radio.
Wow.
And the music I listen to, if I sing to a rap right now in R&B, it'll be 2003 and prior to 2003. I know nothing about Kendrick Lamar. I know, like when this guy is telling me about hip hop.
I've seen your music list.
I'm all 03 and pre.
Except for the Addams Family Migos.
Well, because I watch Addams Family cartoon, my kids for the second time, and this time I didn't fall asleep. Because Dylan hadn't seen it. I watch it this Sunday.
By
to
the way,
take
you
my-
got a good music list, though.
Yeah. So watch what happens here. Watch
You
what
know
happens
some
here.
genuine.
Watch what happens when you say that. Okay, watch what happens when you say that. So 2009, I go to a George Will event, March. 2008, I have no clue what's going on in my life, career-wise. I'm making a lot of money, but I don't know what I'm going to do career-wise. 2009, I meet George Will at a dinner at Miramar Hotel. He starts talking. We start talking to each other. After we start talking to each other, he tells me about study America, capitalism, all this other stuff. I do. I start looking at capitalism. Next thing you know, I come back and I give a speech at my office. That Saturday, after having dinner with George Will, Pat Boone, John Voight, all these guys. And I said, lawyers are ruining America. I gave a 19-minute talk. I was on fire. I had no clue what I was talking about. Do you realize from that moment, all I did is I ordered every book I could to study everything I can about the economy. And you know what my business taught me, Ellsworth? Here's what my business taught me. When you deal with salespeople, this is what I learned. My best friend that I went to Army with, first grade with, high school with, Bally Total Fitness with, we all had, everything I did, he followed. If I went to Bally's, he came with me. If I went to Army, he went with me, everything. He starts working with me. Watch what happens here. Best friend in the world. Party with this guy. He see me hammered in Vegas while I'm punching him in the face. He's carrying me on his shoulder, put him in the truck, because I'm gone. I remember nothing on what happened, right? He starts working with me in the office. So I start thinking I'm going to do this guy a favor because he's going through tough times. And he's dating this girl he wants to buy a nice ring for. I said, sure, go ahead. He says, Pat, I can't make rent this month. I said, buddy, I have to pay the rent. He said, but I can't make it. I said, you know what, no worries, as a friend, I'll let you go for 1 month. 1 month becomes 8 months. 8 months later, I go to this guy, I said, why are you not going to pay rent? He says, you're the broker of the office. You make money off of everybody. Why would I pay rent? I said, buddy, we're sharing this thing together. He says, I don't have to do that. Do you know the guy I did the most for ended up becoming my biggest enemy?
Yeah.
Do you know the guy I've done the least for is the most grateful?
Friend. Yeah. Yeah.
This guy did $20 million in the last 12 months, give or take, in his business. Him and his wife make $2 million a year, right? Most easiest people I've ever worked with.
Because they appreciate it.
My politics became clear based on how I saw people work around me on a day-to-day basis. I didn't need a university. I didn't go to work. I watched the guy that asked for the lease, bitched the lease, complained the lease, was the least entitled, who just said, thank you so much for that help. I really needed that. I appreciate you for that feedback. I really needed that. And it's like, man, you know what? You have changed my life. I never met anybody like you. It's so great that I'm working with you. Like, this is a very weird perspective. Then you have a complete different conversation saying, you never did this for me. You never did for me. I'm like, oh my gosh. And in my mind, I put way more hours into you than them. I don't need politics to understand how this thing works.
You just made me feel like you're a professional athlete.
Yep.
Because that's what we experienced.
He's an entrepathlete.
That's what we experienced. That's why when he and I spoke about this, that's what we experienced. I told him, I said, trust me, when you're in that realm, you understand it.
It's amazing. It's amazing the concept.
Yeah.
It's amazing the disgusting virus of entitlement. It's amazing how ugly you could meet a girl that's drop dead gorgeous, say 36, 24, 36, whatever you want to do, lips, eyebrows, eye perfect, everything's flawless. If she's entitled, she's the ugliest human being in my eyes in the world. I don't even see it.
So you
if she's entitled, if she's a victim, if she's entitled, if she's victim, it is one of the ugliest human qualities in the world. I can't even get it filtered. In my mind, I just go straight there. I can't even have a conversation with you.
And that's what,
can't do it.
What did I tell you? When he and I spoke, same thing, PBD, I swear to God, he and I spoke about it. I told him I was getting my license, whatever. And the first thing I told him, he was like, so you get your license, how are you going to, how will we work or whatever? Entitlement does not carry over.
Hey, by the way, I have my license. Can I do anything for you guys?
Of course.
That's so funny.
I do have.
Does he have a car? Seriously?
I have a life insurance license.
have a license.
You got to talk to this guy.
What?
Yeah.
Hey, if you
Really?
do
You got multiple
So
licenses.
by the way, if you're watching this right now and you really took a lot away from what Prager said, click on that subscribe button. If you took a lot away from what Prager said, I took notes over here. I know he took a lot of notes. If that Prager moment for you got you to click in a part, just click on that subscribe button, because I'm certain people you talk to, you listen, you're like, oh, you know what? I've never thought about it that way before. Yeah. It makes you shift thinking. Yeah. Prager does that every day. He's been doing that every day for the last 40 years.
I wish he could expose a few people on the far left, just one-on-one, and let the country see really what they stand for. Because it's all common sense with him, too. I mean, you can't argue it.
Yeah, it's very tough.
So now you're going to answer our question?
Minnesota just turned blue.
Yeah.
Yeah, they announced that already.
Idiots.
They announced that
I'm from
already.
Minnesota.
So I have
morons.
what question was it that you wanted
So
to answer?
wait, whoa. See, I didn't. So why are they morons? Because of what?
Because they
think
saw
differently than you?
a great city like Minneapolis
No,
get
because they
destroyed
think
them or
differently
something.
than you?
No, because they made a mistake. They voted for the wrong person.
So I have I think this might be interesting if we kind of go around the table really quickly. And what is one issue, thought process, or platform that you could get behind on the opposite end of what you believe? So, like, if you're a Democrat, what's one Republican thing that you could maybe get
I
behind?
just found out I'm a liberal.
Yeah, well, you know what I mean.
Thanks to my man.
He described it perfectly.
No, he described me perfectly.
Yeah.
Like, seriously.
Because you don't want to be
Because I'm
associated
for
with that
what's
far
right.
left.
Yeah, I'm not for left or for right. I'm for what is right. So that's why my vote, and that's why I've always had it. It's so funny, like when people say, "Are you going to vote?" I've always had a hard time voting because maybe it's a good thing, but I've always had to research because I was always on the fence. Now I know why I'm on the fence. I'm a liberal. Like, I'm in between. I'm in between the two.
You know,
so I always had to find out what exactly.
I wish we would have had more time with him, though, because I would have liked to hear what he said about, like, the difference between, like, liberals and libertarians.
Yes.
You know?
I agree.
I can't wait to hear the rationalization tomorrow on the media, and then just some of the other Democrats.
I can't wait to hear. So what will you do? What will you say? You have kids, right?
Yes.
I see that you're married and whatnot. You have kids. What will you do, or what will you say to your kids if Biden wins? What will you say?
Well, I mean, I don't know. I haven't planned that conversation, but
Okay, but now you have.
yeah, we would have to discuss some things. You know,
But that's not answering my question.
I'm not
What would
prepared
you
to
say?
answer it.
Because you can't.
I would say
Because
no.
I'm just saying this. The reason why I said that is because I'm just saying this. You can't say what you just said to me about Minnesota. You can't just say they picked the wrong guy. So what will you say?
No, I'm from Minnesota. I saw what happened in Minneapolis. It bothers me greatly to see what happened in that city, and then for this outcome tonight. That's why I say that. I grew up there.
Okay, but what happened in that city happened under the current regime. So, what are you saying?
It happened under a Democratic governor regime. I mean, it has nothing. What happened in Minneapolis has nothing to do with Donald Trump. Nothing. And I don't even know why we have to discuss this right now.
No, we don't have to discuss.
Let me ask you a question. So out of your Wendy Birch, David Alessi, and Grant Woods, who would you want to call? Who would give us the best?
I think Wendy would be great.
Wendy would be from what standpoint?
Just because she's really. I mean, we don't have to call any of them, okay? But
I'd
she's a reporter.
Okay.
Okay, so she can see both sides. She's on the streets.
You want to text her and prepare her, see if she's
Sure.
available right
Yeah.
now, and then
Yeah.
we'll
And
drop a call through. Go ahead, Tom.
Yeah.
They just called Arizona. What did they do?
I'm pointing out that it's our favorite guy speaking.
Oh, okay.
Oh, Van.
I got something.
Van's
You don't like
legit,
Van?
man.
Georgia-
You don't like Van?
Georgia
You don't
looking
like
strong.
Van? What's wrong with Van? Talk to me. Don't be scared now.
Georgia is
Cat
now.
got your tongue?
Georgia is Trump, 52.1. Ooh, okay. 85%.
85%, yeah.
16
I
electoral.
actually really respect Van. What do you not like about him?
I think Van is not on the left. He's not a liberal. I think he's a leftist.
250,000
By what I heard
voter
tonight,
lead in Georgia.
That's what I
You think he's far?
I think he's a leftist. And I think he's gone the other side, and I think he kind of gets used. And I think he shows up and he talks leftist, but I don't think that's in his heart.
I agree with you. I don't think it is either.
He makes good money being a leftist on TV, but I don't think that's
Yeah,
really
he
in
fits
his
that
heart.
role that they're looking for.
And if he pulled back a little bit, I don't think he realizes how powerful his voice could be if he pulled back a little bit.
So PBD, when you first got,
I didn't dodge a question.
no, you didn't. You answered it, and I like it. I like it. When you first got into a position, I guess into the position, what did you think about politics? Did you feel you had to play a role once you got to a certain amount of money, that you were as a company? Did
What do you mean role? Role as in?
Did you feel you had to fit in somewhere? Like I have
At
to
all.
pick.
No, not at all. Zero. No, I just want to be. I'm a pro capitalist at the highest level. To me, it's purely about capitalism, being left alone, freedom. It's what it's about. All the other social stuff, I'll sit there and I'll say I'm okay with it. But for a Biden to increase it, we had the whole, the Chase came out with comparing the taxes. I don't know if you've seen this or not.
Yeah.
Chase came out and Chase did an article. Can you just pull up the Chase article? They went to all their users. Chase is not a liberal or Republican,
Right.
it's just a bank. And they came out and they shared this with everybody that holds an account with JP Morgan Chase. Can you make that bigger? See how much bigger you can make that. And they said, here's what's going to happen on taxes. Under Trump and under Biden, go a little bit bigger as well if you can do that, Kai. Can you go like 3 more levels or that's it for you? Okay, there we go.
There we go.
There we
And
go.
this is Chase. Okay, go a little lower so we can see Trump Biden at the top, Kai. I don't know what you're doing, buddy.
Okay, go ahead. Go down one.
Make it bigger, Kai.
I go one bigger and that's what we get.
Okay, go up. What I'm saying is do that. You were fine a minute ago until you
Perfect.
touched the
Keep going
computer.
down. There you go. Keep going. Keep going. You'll get to red and blue.
Kai and using the computer, man. We have this issue every podcast with Kai.
There it is. Just go back. Right there.
You turn
right
down.
there.
Make it
Perfect.
bigger, Kai.
Go one bigger.
One bigger. One bigger if you can. Just right there. Perfect.
You
It's
still
stay the
cannot
same.
see it, buddy.
It's still the same. No worries. No worries. I can see it though.
So I cannot see it.
You can't see it? My
No,
bad.
I cannot see it. But can the viewer see it or no?
The viewers should be able to see it here.
If the viewer can see it, I can read you what's on there because
Okay,
I
yeah,
have
go
it.
ahead.
Let me see if I opened it up or no. Okay, here we go. Here's what it says. On the Donald Trump side, ordinary income, top ordinary income stays at 37%. On Biden, it goes all the way up to 39.6.
On every dime above 400.
Yep. Under Trump for Social Security, no payroll tax imposed on earned income in excess of 137.
So current limit, you reach 137, you're done
Zero.
paying Social
Yep.
Security.
Under Biden, apply a Social Security payroll tax of 12.4 to earnings above $400,000. Did you know that? 12.4% above 400,000.
Okay, so let
me continue. Wait a minute, but let me continue.
Right
But let me go to the last one here for you.
Go ahead. Go ahead.
So I'm just giving you parts of it here.
Wow.
Okay.
Scooter?
All right. So next, you want to go income deductions? We'll skip that. Itemized deductions? We'll skip that. Capital gains? Trump 20%. Biden 39.6. Did you hear what I just said? I mean, that's not about your friends with your 20 calls. You should have called this friend, Ray.
Eliminate.
I played ping pong
The next
professionally
time
in
we'll
our
call
headquarters
you.
here.
Next time
okay?
I'll call you because you got more stats than they said.
So then you got gift. They're just completely abolishing that.
Right.
Corporate taxes, 21%. Biden, 28%. 28%. You know what happens to that additional 7%? Here's what this means, Ray. If I'm netting 10 million and you take, if I'm netting 10 million,
Taking 4 million.
You're taking 7%. Instead of paying 2.1 million in taxes, now I'm paying 2.8 million in taxes.
Right.
So you're taking 700,000 away from me. What's the average salary right now in America?
62,000.
62,000. 67,000.
What's it's 77?
No, less than that.
It's less than that. It's
Average
more like
salary is like closer to 40.
yeah, it's 40,000. But let's say 53,000. Let's say 50,000.
Basically, you're saying that's a couple dozen employees that you can hire.
That's an additional 13 employees that I can hire. You know what I have to do? And if I can't do that, I got to increase my costs. I got to fire a few people.
Or your price.
I got to not invest back into my company for technology, and I got to wait for this thing to go away.
Right.
And our corporate taxes goes back to being one of the highest in the world again, if not the highest in the world. So
And see,
when you
that's
ask
what
the,
people don't understand. What you just mentioned is very important for America in general because
Converts that to jobs.
Exactly, because that was my point. My point is we don't, because the majority of America are not entrepreneurs. They don't relate it to that, or they're not owners. They don't relate it to that. Those are jobs that's being taken away. They just think it's going in your pocket. Where what you just
that's not how it works.
Exactly.
It's
What
not how
you just
things work.
look, what you just exposed.
Yeah.
You spoke on never once did you say about your money. You spoke 13 people I gotta fire. 13 people. That's what America should
let me
listen to.
put it to you this way. Every time taxes go lower, I pass a bonus to my field. If Trump gets elected, they've right now, if all my employees are watching, everybody's about to get a bonus. Just because of taxes.
Right.
And not because it's like, oh, it's because Trump is great. It's because of the taxes.
Right.
I have the ability to bonus a little bit more. Great. You know what we did last time when Trump got elected?
Your bottom line stays the same.
I brought everybody to the office. I said, for every month you've been here, you get $100. Tom was here when we did it. We brought everybody into this office and we said, hey, for every $100, for every month you've been here, you get $100. And we gave him $100. No way. Yes. Why? Because Trump got elected and taxes have changed.
Right.
Everyone's like, really? I said, yeah. I said, would you like to post that online? No, I'm not going to say because but people got checks. People got checks.
I feel
So the point I'm trying to make to you is, this is when somebody walks away and they say, "Man, I never thought about it that way."
And
that's,
you don't.
That's how taxes works.
And you,
So
because
taxes work.
everybody once I continue to say, and I know you gonna, I continue to say it's a mindset, but it is. It's a mindset that most people don't get to study or don't get to know. College don't teach you this. High school don't teach you this. You know, and I tell people that I got 2 degrees. It doesn't teach you this. When I became an entrepreneur, college didn't do shit for me.
Kai, can you do me a favor?
Can I ask you a
Prepare
question
the
on this?
video. Prepare the video of 2 videos. Prepare the Lady Gaga cringing video, and
Oh,
prepare
my God.
prepare the Obama video where he's bringing up Joe Biden. I don't know if you've seen this video. It's one of the greatest edifications of all time. And Biden comes out and gives an incredible. You should see what kind of an energy Biden comes out with. I mean, it's like inspirational, Jerry. Jerry, you got to watch this. It's like kind of stuff that can inspire
I
you.
think right now that
Yeah. So this is Lady Gaga. Watch this.
Hold on to the house right
Watch
now, but
this.
okay.
Oh yeah.
Jeez.
Well, this is
that win in
High-
Rhode Island. I
high
think you went to
school.
college. Someplace in Rhode
High school
Island.
talent show.
Lower one
For
of
the
them, increase
Associated
the other
Press in
one.
Providence, Rhode Island. It's a great state.
Lower one of them, increase the other one. There you go. Go. So this is
Listen, we can't
Why is that girl in
celebrate
the
just
corner
yet
flipping
because
me
I
off?
need everybody to vote. Are you gonna vote? Come on, scream! Why don't you scream for America?
50 people are out there.
Jeez, that's it.
Come on, put your hands in the air. Come on,
This is
everybody
a
right
girl
now.
that
Ready?
at her
Wow.
concerts,
this
50,000 people show up at her concerts.
Oh my God.
Last time, when was the last time a crowd like that showed up for Lady Gaga? Wow. They're not even in it.
Wow.
They're not even in it.
She's mad.
It was a house party.
She's pissed right now.
All right.
We take you to the cul-de-sac where Joe and Jenny Richmond live,
Since we're
and
clear
their daughter has her
on who we
16th
love.
birthday.
Since we're clear on who we love.
I know it's cold out. You all came out in the cold, but you know what? Tonight I'm taking my gloves off.
Because you can't feel the keys.
So do me a favor, go now to the next one. By the way, honestly, things like
Wow.
this hurt.
Sure they do.
Did you not
Did
see
you
the
go
video
to the-
of
Did you
her
see the one where she
crushing
did
beer
the
cans?
No, it's
the
hard to watch.
redneck thing? Oh.
I'm not gonna lie.
She's going to run down Ventura Boulevard and
I
shave
can
her
get more of
head.
that at my restaurant tonight.
That's the point.
Oh wait, that's been done already.
Yeah.
Ray, if you go look at
And
this
by the
one.
way, y'all need to come to my restaurant.
Watch this. We haven't gotten an invitation.
Who is-
yet, man. It's just the
Where is he
NFL
at?
people.
Oh my gosh.
Watch this.
10 people there.
Joe Biden! Joe Biden!
That's how we brought him up.
Joe Biden!
That's terrible. You didn't see that? This is last week. He didn't
He
show
missed
up.
the cue. He didn't come out.
You did. You guys missed this.
He
What
didn't walk
channel
out.
do you watch? Did it?
kidding
So
me?
play
Like you
one
said-
more time. Play one more time. No, you got to see this one more time to enjoy it.
Stadiums when he was
He's out there
campaigning.
doing an introduction. Like
Joe
an
Biden!
MC.
Joe Biden!
Joe, come on, Joe.
Brock wants to ream him out, man.
Joe Biden!
It's not coming out, Obama. I'm
Does
telling
he come
you.
out? Or what,
No,
what happened?
I think this is pathetic.
Oh my
Wow.
gosh.
Is that
Okay.
at the end of the video?
I quit.
Cringing, right?
Is that painful?
I mean, that should tell you something. I mean, how much
Bad.
Obama got involved in his election
You
or
gotta
in his
realize
campaign. He didn't get
Biden-
involved at all.
You know the difference.
Wanted nothing to
Stuck
do
in the
with him.
basement.
And that's
Yeah.
why I have a problem.
Look at the face.
By the way,
look
look at
Obama's
Obama.
face.
Honestly,
Because he like,
do you think
Does he
he's
look peeved?
excited about promoting
no, he's like,
Biden?
what the?
Exactly.
Did you see the story
Yeah.
where
Look at him.
one of the
Fiddle,
reasons
fiddle.
he didn't want to get
Yeah,
involved?
yeah,
you know everything
exactly.
about
There you
Hunter?
go. What the fiddle is
Really?
this?
Didn't know that.
The last time my
Did you hear
dad
that?
made
Say that again.
Why Brock distanced himself so much from even encouraging Biden to run? He thought Hunter would be the big liability for him.
And there he was.
Pat, I think something that maybe you can talk about is, you know, we've had many conversations about emotional voting, emotional thinking, letting your emotions get the best of you, not, you know, necessarily digesting all the facts as the conversations we have. Like, for instance, I've been very vocal the fact that policy-wise, I identify way more as being a libertarian or even Republican policy-wise, but I just can't get over Trump. Nails on a chalkboard, his voice. I admit it. Just like, and you said you've had to, there's things about Trump where you don't necessarily like, and you've spoken not necessarily glowing about him, but you're able to look past that.
Yeah.
I.e., you have an emotional disconnect with LeBron. This is the first time that you rooted against.
Well, I didn't hear that.
Well, we're bringing it up now.
Yes.
you've rooted for the Lakers for 20 years, and this is the first time that you've rooted against the Lakers. Why don't we just have a conversation about, seeing this play out tonight, like seeing some of the tax stuff, not that I didn't know any of this, seeing some of the, with Dennis Prager stuff, a little more of the logical, transactional. I don't, as a Jewish person, he's like, yeah, whatever, I don't care that Nazis did it. Like, to me, that affects me, right? Like, I've had grandparents and family die in the Holocaust, so like.
No, but that's not what he said.
Excuse me, sir.
No.
That's
no,
what
it isn't.
He said.
Point is, he says, I don't let that things affect me. Why don't you just talk about how you're able to think logically and not so much emotionally?
Can I ask you a question? What's the most people that have ever reported to you at one single time?
Reported?
Yeah.
Worked under, you mean? Or?
Worked under you.
Yeah.
What's the most people that have you've had a direct report to you?
Okay, when I was a camp,
I mean, seriously.
yeah, like when I was
because you make very good money right now, but you're a solo. You're a tennis player.
Yeah, no, I've only
You're a
become,
golfer.
Exactly.
What's the most people ever worked for you?
No, I was never been a boss of
Just give me
hundreds
number
of people.
one.
No, I mean, I ran a hotel. I had a couple dozen people working for me.
Okay.
When I was
2 dozen people that reported directly to you.
Yeah.
When you worked at a hotel.
Yeah.
Okay. So one of the best things that builds tolerance is when people work for you. Okay. So when you end up working, people work for you, and you work with people. Okay. You have no choice but to build tolerance.
A lot of tolerance.
Here's the other one. When you're married, you don't have a choice, buddy.
You need one of those.
So here's the other. Let me give you another one for you. When you got kids, my dad sits over there. My dad's laughing. I said, "What are you laughing at?" He says,
"It's a lottery."
He says, "You have changed." I said, "What do you mean I've changed?" He says, "I'm watching you. There are 3 kids screaming your name nonstop, and you haven't lost your cool once. What the hell happened to the Patrick I knew?" And I'm sitting, I'm like, you know what? But I tell you, if I go back to Tico, there are a couple moments I'm not proud of myself as a parent, because I was a jerk to Tico a couple times, and I remember till today. Okay, but what Tico did to me was he was my teacher. My oldest son taught me about tolerance. He forced me to learn about the concept of tolerance. Then Dylan came, I was more tolerant. Then Senna came, I'm more tolerant. Okay? So when you get people that work for you and you work with them, you're like, let me do it, boom, you're an idiot. Doesn't work out. Now I got to go recruit another idiot. Maybe you're the idiot. You don't have the tolerance. Everybody's a damn idiot, and you're the leader of idiots, which makes you the biggest idiot.
Common denominator.
So then you sit there and you're like, okay. You understand what I'm saying to you? So you're going on, you're like, okay, so then you hire somebody, and the moment you hire them, you're like, well, I don't like this person, I don't like that about them, I don't like this about them, I don't like that about them. Then you fire them, and you're like, but I missed that about them, I missed that about them, I needed this about them. So then you're like, you know what, man, you just got to be a little bit more cautious. So I fired my first 26 assistants.
Jeez.
Did you really?
No joke. And you know how quickly, like this, you're fired. One girl made one flight, wrong flight. I asked her to book a flight in July. She booked everybody's flight in June. We all paid $500. 6 of us booked their flight. We lost $500 because she didn't get insurance. So everybody's like, Pat, when am I going to? I said, I don't know you $500. He said, but your assistant booked my flight. I said, dude, you're fired. And she was gone.
But that one, she may have deserved it.
She 100% deserves it. Do you know the 27th assistant that I have is Alexis Moody? She runs the entire department. She owns a piece of the company here, and she's ridiculously amazing at what she does. I built tolerance. When Tom and I were working together, there was a couple instances where we had some interesting moments. You know, when yesterday Tom and I went and ate, we talked about it. I told Tom, I said, Tom, you know, out of everything we had working together, I had one issue with you. What did I tell you, Tom? What did I tell you? What's the only issue I had with you?
I was Canadian.
Yeah, that's what it is. You know what's the one issue with Tom? You know what's the one issue with Tom I had? What was it? By the way, just so everybody knows, Tom and I spent more time together for 4 years than my own wife, than your wife.
Yep.
Tom is a guy I learned more.
This is not a confession. This is just because we were building a business.
Yeah. By the way, Tom. By the way, listen.
Call me no more. I take my number back.
Let me tell you a story about Tom. Let me tell you about a story about Tom. Here's a story about Tom. Do you know right now, Tom was supposed to be at 6:30. He was 3 minutes late. You know what I said? I said, he's not late. He's sitting in the car praying with his girls. So I go outside. You know what he's doing? He's hanging up the phone. I said, this guy's not late. I guarantee he was here way earlier. He's been sitting out there for probably 10 minutes. I know how Tom is, but he's talking to his daughters. Every time we travel together, you know how Tom was? 7:30, we're in the room. Okay, Bailey, how was your day? How was your day, Brooke? So what did you learn today? Okay, can we do prayer together? You want to go first? And they would pray together. He stayed at my house for 6 months because he used to travel from Plano to LA. He traveled from Plano to LA, and he lived in my house 5 days a week, and he would fly back. 5:30 every morning, I'd go downstairs to look if the lights are on. You know what Tom is doing at 5:30 in the morning? Every morning, reading the Bible. Every morning at 5:30. Then he would call his daughters in the morning, and he would pray with them before the kids went to school. Okay, we traveled together. I learned how to travel with Tom. Tom, the way he would pack his stuff. Tom's a ridiculous packer. Like, it's flawless. And if we're late, Tom's like, okay, I just want you to know we're changed from C1 to B22. It's been taken care of. We've been upgraded to first class. You're sitting C3. I'm C2. That's Tom. That's
nice.
Tom. You know what I said to Tom yesterday? We had one issue with Tom.
What was the issue?
Tom gets excited. And when Tom gets excited, if you have an announcement, people know about it. That was his only challenge. And we talked.
Kiss of death in the mafia, Tom.
I never heard anything.
No, I would talk to people. I'd be very excited about it, and I would think they're going to keep a secret. But they would tell their entire organization, which is the problem if Matt's got 1,500 agents.
After the 40th time?
Yeah, so I'm like, Tom, you're killing me. I gave Tom books. I gave Tom, I'm like, Tom, please, Tom. And then finally, anyways.
Yeah, tie this into the emotional, logical.
The point I'm trying to make to you is, for 3 years when Tom and I worked together, one time we had a technology thing that didn't go right. $150,000 we lost. We had a meeting in our office. Tom's like, Pat, why are you so pissed? Is this it for me? I said, no, bro. What do you mean? We're going to make a lot of mistakes. We're going to lose a lot of money together. What are you talking about? I'm just having perspective here. My perspective is I love working with you. You ain't got to worry about it. But that tolerance came after 16 years. For you to sit there and you look at Trump, dude, you haven't had enough people work for you. You haven't had enough people in your life for too long. Anybody that's in your life for too long, they're eventually going to disappoint you. Yeah. They're going to. Kids are going to disappoint you. Your friends are going to disappoint you. Your wife's going to disappoint you in one way. Your brother's going to disappoint you. Your mom's going to disappoint you. Your dad's going to disappoint you. This is why, as a family, we pray for 4 things: courage, wisdom, tolerance, understanding. The hardest one is tolerance. It's very annoying because people are so annoying. Right. People are so annoying. Very annoying. So when you say Trump, I don't wake up in the morning and tell my kids, I hope you grow up to be like Trump. I don't wake up in the morning and say, man, I can't wait to go have my wife and Trump and them have dinner together. I don't know how he is. When I went to Mar-a-Lago with him, when we spent that day together with him in Mar-a-Lago.
In March.
I mean, I couldn't believe every phone was taken away. Everything was gone. And you watch me like, dude, this guy's a chill guy. I'm cool with this guy. Yeah. The way he was. You liked the guy when you hung out with him, right? But for you, you have to be able to reason. I got a lot of people here that work for me. I remember one time Ian and I were sitting down. Ian was here for 3 months. He came in, you know what he said? He said, Pat, I don't know if this is going to work out. I said, tell me why. He said, because you're, the way you drive, I think Tom would remember this. You drive people. I said, what do you mean? He said, you drive people. I said, you ever ran a sales organization? He said, no. I said, do I come to you telling you how to be a CFO? He said, no. I said, is there anything that you've had bad experience with me outside of the way I drive? He says, no. I said, is it fair to say, you do you, I do me? I'm not a micromanager. Right. You know how long Ian's been here now? How many years has Ian been here now? None of you guys would know.
17.
Tom, how long has Ian been here now? You hired him. It's going to be
almost 3.
November of 20. Matter of fact, it's this month.
It's Lake Tahoe.
This is 3 years.
That's what I'm saying. 2, almost 3.
That's right. We're going. This year, Ian's 3. And you know what Ian does? He's phenomenal at what he does. Phenomenal. He had to learn what it is to work with a personality like me. I had to learn what it is to work with a guy that wants to be low-key. The guy's got 41 followers on Instagram, has never posted a picture. He wants 0 attention, anything. And he may be laid up right now watching this, by the way, okay? But he's that guy. So I look at policies. I look at how people work. I look at how Lexus works. I look at how Amor works. Amor's a very weird guy. I remember one time, I know when you're roommates with Amor, I got to tell this story. When you're roommates with Amor, Amor's from France.
Oui.
So in France, guess what they don't believe in? They believe in Speedos. Okay? And, you know, they don't like a lot of clothes on. So I've roomed up with Amor because I've known Amor since 02. I know how Amor is when you travel with him. So I said, you know what? I tell Tom, I said, Tom, as a new president of the company, I think it's a very good idea, and I'm gonna room up. Can't room up. Can't room up. I know what's about to happen. He comes to me and says, I said, so Tom, how was it? I'm glad you guys had a chance to get to know each other last night.
How's that morning prayer? How's that morning prayer going?
I got to tell you, is it normal that he walks around naked? I said, yeah, all the time. Aside from that, it was good.
Down the hall getting extra towels from the maid?
Wow. He's very confident in
that's the whole
himself.
thing that what I was telling you about Trump. Same thing.
A tolerance.
It's like with all. That's why I would never have anything super negative, because I knew him before, and also last year. We had the same tax guy, by the way. The guy that does his taxes does my taxes.
Are you still under audit for the last 8 years?
No, I'm not. I'm good. But Julio Gonzalez is like, he's a big Denver Bronco fan, one of my partners or whatever. I came last year to Trump's dinner for New Year's or whatever. Me and a couple of my friends, my nephew, he gave us his chopper to go to Miami. I mean, he's a cool. He's never been not cool. It's just
Trump.
Yeah, it's just like, as a president, there's just certain you just have to change. Like, there's certain things you have to do to be presidential.
Okay, how he
And
is.
I just don't think a lot of people, like you say, from tolerance and from that, you don't care because
Zero.
Because
you know why I don't care? Let me tell you why I don't care. Let me put
most
it to you
America
this way.
don't
What language are we speaking right now?
English.
Do you know if it's not for a guy named Winston Churchill, we'd be speaking German right now?
True.
And do you know, you ever read books on Winston Churchill? He's read every book on Winston Churchill. That guy right there. Do you know how Winston Churchill was? One of the most obnoxious human beings ever. But if it's not for him, after the guy went up against everybody in Europe and everybody finally surrendered, says, I'm sorry, we can't beat you, he said, not gonna happen, not over my dead body.
Never, 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 never.
Never. And today, you and I get to speak English because of a Churchill. So you don't have to like Churchills. You don't have to like Trumps. They get the job done. Forget about their personalities. They are
that's
annoying.
where
They're not
America,
going
that's
away.
the problem with I mean, it's always been that, is that we feel too comfortable and too close, so to speak,
Well,
to principles and to policy.
It's back to that Saturday Night Live, the gangster video we just watched earlier. A lot of people are just afraid to be that type of person. They feel they gotta, include and
If you're the president, you have to,
it's
because that's what you've been taught.
Being in the military and having guys yell in your face and taking orders, barking orders, and playing sports, all this type of stuff. Like we didn't care. Listen, I may not respect the man, but I respect the rank. I slip the ring, and there's orders that got to get done. And I think
that's why it's called player coaches, and it's called coaches. Most players coaches do not win because, as PBD just said, you allow people to be or to feel too close.
And in the military, how much do they care about your feelings?
Zero. Exactly.
Okay,
We gotta get
so
the job done.
I think that one of the hugest problems that we have in America right now is that people put too much stock in their opinions.
Everybody's in their feelings, not in their minds.
People put too much stock in their opinions.
It's
And
social media.
Your opinion is literally the lowest form of
It's
knowledge
really
that
not
you
your
have.
opinion. It's really your feelings. You
So-
there. It's your feelings.
But
Because
you
we all know
base
everybody
your
have opinions.
opinions on your feelings.
Yeah,
a lot of
everybody
times, right?
is in their
And
feelings.
your opinions and your feelings too require no accountability.
Yeah.
They require no fact to back up why you feel the way you feel. You just feel.
And
that
they
way.
change constantly.
See, I can't
so-
understand how a dislike of Trump is worth flushing the economy away. I mean, how you could hate Trump
Because
so
they-
much that it's worth it to do that.
Because they got to be right.
And what's
Right.
wrong with not being a normal politician?
Yeah.
In some regards, it's refreshing.
But no, here's the thing though, is that is why he got into office the first time. Because he was not a normal politician and everybody was ready for something different.
But that's what we voted for.
But once again, I always tell people, be careful what you wish for. Make sure you can handle it. Make sure your feelings can handle it. Because if you vote someone in, or if you ask for something and it comes to you and your feelings are not ready, then your mind will take over. The mind is going to always, I always say your mindset is going to always take over to where you are and to where you end up. I don't give a damn how you cut it up, how you spend. If your mindset does not change, your feelings are going to overtake you.
You know, Dennis said it earlier that it's easier to defer responsibility than take ownership of it.
Because that's what your feelings do. Your feelings would defer responsibility.
So let me ask you this.
Your
Kai,
mindset takes responsibility.
Kai just sent me a number here. Kai said Biden has 2 states that will go his way. It's going to be 15 electorals.
Wow.
Trump has 83 possible with 6 states that's going to go his way. It's what it's looking like. If Pennsylvania doesn't go his way, that's 20. Out of the 83, 63 is left. 63 plus 213 is what? 276, it's over? Is that what you're saying? So you're saying even without Pennsylvania, we can find out tonight with Trump beating Biden?
Correct.
What about Georgia? Georgia stopped counting.
Georgia is 87%.
Count it. 87% count it. And what kind of a lead does he have?
He has 300,000 votes. No, actually it's closer now. 90% counted, and he has a lead of 28,000 votes.
But it's 90% counted.
Correct.
120,000 votes. Arizona is Biden.
Arizona's
Georgia, there it is. 128,000.
Only 77% of the votes in Arizona.
2 of Maine. Congressional District 2 in the inland Maine and the hills, Trump actually won.
So PBD, I want to ask you this so that the listeners really get to hear this from a clear concept. If Biden wins, what would you have to do as a owner? Or what would you change as an owner? You mentioned it earlier. But what does that mean?
If Biden wins, what will we have to do as an owner?
Yes.
When Biden wins, the first meeting I'm having is with my accountant.
Right.
Just telling you.
Right.
I mean, that's serious with you.
No.
And then my
Be real.
accountant's going to tell me, normally, the company would
between
net
now
this
and
much.
12/31?
Exactly.
Right.
The company's going to net this much. Here's what you want to take this year. Leave the rest for next year because you're going to have to pay twice as much or whatever. And whatever you're doing next year, be prepared. And then we have to make our decision on what kind of bonuses we're going to pass down.
That's going to
because of the taxes.
be painful.
And with that, some people may be what? There's going to be some people that don't.
The benefit we have, here's
Right.
the benefit that we have. And I'll tell you the benefit that we have, and Tom knows this. The benefit that we have is we've been so flippin' frugal.
Right.
Our last board meeting, you know what the board complained about? What did the board complain about?
Lunch.
We got
No?
stacked. We're stacked.
Why do we have so much cash we're sitting on? We're sitting
Stack
on a lot of
cash.
cash.
There you go.
Because I believe in cash.
There you go.
We're sitting on so much cash
Save
right
that
now
money.
that for
Sound
us.
like Trump.
So you believe in cash, and most people, most
you
people
sounded like
say
Trump.
don't
We're
believe
sitting
in
on
cash.
so
I
much
like
beautiful
this.
cash right now. Oh, it's a
No,
lot
I
of
like
cash.
this. You said you believe in cash, and a lot of people right now are saying don't believe.
I
in
believe
cash.
in, well, I mean, I've made videos saying cash is king, and I went against people that said cash is not king. I believe in cash because I knew if the possibility of Biden getting elected, those who have cash, they're going to be able to survive the 4 years.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You want to know why they're hyperventilating?
Why?
Because Pennsylvania is still counting incremental, unlike Arizona and Georgia, waiting for the morning. Kai,
I'm pulling it up.
what is Pennsylvania? It's almost 700,000 votes now, is it not?
That
Nice.
is scary, guys.
Yeah, you're not gonna know tomorrow.
Yes.
Oh my God.
700 exactly.
66% estimated votes reported.
66
a lot to
reported,
make up,
and he's
man.
got 700,000 vote lead.
Well, here's what you need to do with that, Tom. Take those two numbers and add them up.
Yep, divide
So
by
if-
66.
Divided by 66, exactly. Wow.
That's
what do we
good.
get? If it's
Why
not
are
the
we dividing by
700,000,
66?
So 2 million and 2.7, right?
2 million and 2.7 is 4.7 million divided by 0.66. What's the number?
Six on the nose.
6 what?
Million on the nose.
6 million is left.
Yep.
Or is it, no, 6 million is total. So that means 1.4 million is left. So that means out of the 1.4 million that's left, the other 34%, 50% needs to vote one way.
Votes already in.
Do you know what just happened right there? Do you know what just happened right there?
He won
Okay.
Pennsylvania.
Let me tell you what just happened right there. No, check. He won Pennsylvania. Watch this. So there's 2.6 million that's on Trump's side. Go back to the numbers, guys, so we can look at it.
2.7.
Here's basic math. you take 2.7 million plus 2 million, which gives you 4.7 million, right?
Right.
Then you take the 66% that's in there, which means 34 is left. The 34 puts it at around 6 million, which is around another 1.4, 1.3 million votes. Okay, so let me do the math for you.
So from 4.7,
So what
that puts you at
percentage?
1.3.
It's still 700,000 though. So now puts it at 4.7 million. Let me do the math here for you guys. 4.7 million. 4.7
If you had
million.
6 is 1.3. If you had 7, it's 2.3.
Florida voters back in the
Okay, it's 2 points. So here's what happens.
2.3.
Yeah, so 2.3 million is left.
Right.
In order for Biden to win Pennsylvania, that 2.3 million votes has to go the following. 2.3 million votes, it has to be
705,000 for him, above the split.
Above the split.
That's exactly it. So if you split it in half,
yeah.
it's 1.15. Then you got to add 350 up. So he has to do 1.5. He has to do 1.5 million of the 2.3 remaining votes. He's not going to do it.
Nope.
He's not going to do it.
Well, Trump gets only 550 of them.
So do you know what just happened right there? So if it's over,
it should be over.
He's been reelected.
Oh my God.
You heard it here in the BetDavid Podcast.
Trump should win.
But they won't.
You know what math I'm doing. You know
the math you're doing.
It's over.
I mean, if that's the case, Trump
Yeah, but he
will
needs
win.
more than Pennsylvania.
Give Arizona.
But that's what I was about to say. He needs more than
No,
Pennsylvania.
now
But
go
this
do
is
Michigan.
Pennsylvania.
Do the same math in Michigan.
Let's go to Michigan. Do the same exact math to the other ones. Go to Michigan.
1.6.
1.8. So he's got a 300,000 lead there. What percentage is in? Is that
62%.
Okay, he can lose this one.
No, he can lose Michigan. He can lose Michigan.
Yeah, and what's
lose
this one?
Michigan.
Pennsylvania,
Now go-
700.
Wisconsin.
No, it's not.
Go to Wisconsin.
He's not
I'll show you.
necessarily going to lose it.
No, I said he's
could.
gonna lose
He
it. He
could.
could.
Go
That's
to
what I said.
Wisconsin.
He can't lose.
78%. Look. See?
He can lose.
Wisconsin is
but
what?
He can't lose
78.
Pennsylvania.
He can lose that because it's 22%
Yes.
left
He
on
can lose
2.75
Wisconsin,
million,
he can
Tom.
lose Michigan. He can't lose
No, he can
Pennsylvania.
lose that still.
He can lose those two.
Okay, but keep this part in mind, Ray. Wisconsin and the other guys, they're going to go all night.
Yeah.
The one that may not is Pennsylvania, but Pennsylvania, he has to win 1.5 million. You know what's 1.5 million of? He has to win 65% of the remaining votes.
See, that's what this guy in the silver hair has been
The one-
saying all night. He says,
John
give him
King?
give him Nevada, give him Arizona. That's what he's been pointing out and saying, but he has to come back and win Wisconsin, Biden. He has to come back and win Michigan. And then he could give up Pennsylvania. No. Biden has to win Pennsylvania.
Has to win Pennsylvania.
He has to win.
Guys,
He's
he
not
is
gonna win
not
it.
going to win
He's not gonna
Pennsylvania.
win it.
Unless he wins
It's
Arizona.
Because
a
North
miracle
Carolina-
to win
By
Pennsylvania.
the way, the only reason they won't
He won't
Kai,
win.
go up there.
But I'm going
what's
to tell
the
you
percent?
something, guys. It's going to be embarrassing if he gets closer than Hillary.
Oh, wait, take a look.
It
Georgia's
just means how
Well, I can tell you
terrible of
this,
a
he-
candidate
Oh,
Hillary was.
I can tell you this.
Hillary's going to be
He's
sitting
going
around.
to get closer than Hillary. I guarantee you that. I put that on everything I love right now. He's going to get closer
If
than
that
Hillary.
happens, we're going to see Hillary
promise
flying
you.
around on a
God.
bus.
You guys
Georgia
heard
and
me
North
say it. I
Carolina,
promise you,
see,
he
they're
will
already
get closer
they're
than Hillary.
91 and 95% counted.
That
Pat.
is a scary thought, what Hillary's going to be doing tonight.
New York Times should call Nevada and Arizona blue, and they should call North Carolina and Georgia red.
Wow.
And they should call Pennsylvania red. Yeah, they're 91%.
What's his name?
In Georgia?
Yeah.
Georgia's 91%?
Georgia, yeah, I agree.
And North Carolina, 95%. And look at the lead, 90. Go over to North Carolina,
Go to
please.
North Carolina.
It's not a big lead. 70
That's
grand.
not a big
No,
lead.
it's
You
not a
can't
big lead.
count.
5%
Tom,
left.
you can't cancel that.
Tom,
Yeah,
what does
you
this
can't
mean
cancel
on
that.
New York Times that they
You
still
can't
have
cancel that, though.
Trump up 3 in Georgia, but they have a 64% forecast
You can't
towards
cancel North
Biden?
Carolina.
What does that
Not
mean?
yet.
No.
So
Yeah,
remind me the
this
states that
moves
quit
until this
counting
gets to
tonight,
95,
Georgia, right?
and then it goes permanent.
But
That's
what does
what
that
they
Pennsylvania
mean?
and Georgia.
Pennsylvania.
64%.
But
That
Pennsylvania is
means
still
that they think there's an
counting.
82%
Pennsylvania
chance
still
to
counting.
They
clear.
woke back up.
But
They-
Georgia,
yeah, they
said no.
currently,
See you in the morning.
Exactly.
they believe there's a 64% chance that
Isn't it crazy?
Georgia.
was when you
They believe that
When the
Biden's
OG 13
still
state
in
in
Georgia.
Georgia.
That's good for
Yeah, I don't know how they say
Rhode-
that.
not even Rhode Island, but
Yeah,
yeah.
their,
Exactly.
statistic,
Or how-
their statisticians
how many
think
people in America
Maine.
it's still there.
make
It also could be that it's Nothing's being updated now.
Yeah, but
So that helps.
You're
that
right.
helps,
Remember, they
you know
went
what I
off
mean?
the air.
You're
That
right,
helps
but,
everybody.
but not on not on corporate
They went
taxes
off
and
the air.
capital
No, not on
gains.
corporate. Yes, exactly.
Capital
I
gains.
agree
People are going to
100%.
be hit by those two.
I
100%.
100%. Yeah.
By the way, on the capital gains, just
Where
so
did Tom
you know, bathroom.
He lost.
He lost what bet?
He lost the bet.
What bet is that?
What bet?
The who goes to the bathroom first bet.
No,
my
he went to
gosh.
the bathroom first.
I wasn't in it. I don't
I
know.
wasn't in
I got here late.
What's that on your face?
I
Is that a bus mark?
I got here
I
late.
didn't know you had a bus like that.
I got here late.
Oh, and by the
I
way,
didn't know there was
what's
a bet.
funny
I
is
know when I
it's
went to the
You gotta
bathroom.
worry about me.
about
I have a,
It's
I have a
typically
PhD bladder.
Adam.
I'm used to this stuff.
this is progress, buddy.
Yeah, I know. Well, you don't know is I already pissed on the floor.
You think I'm going out like that? I heard you can't use the bathroom. Trust me, I'm good.
So Tom, he called you out for going to the
Okay,
bathroom.
whatever.
You lost.
You lost.
I'm so disappointed in you, Tom. You know what I'm going to do for that?
Wait.
I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Hold on. You can't leave before you hear
honestly,
this.
have you been
You
waiting
can't
for him
leave
to
before
go
you
first?
hear
You
this.
just got to even have to go to the bathroom.
Look,
His
you
bite
can't
his
leave
teeth.
before you hear this.
Yeah.
Say that what you just said, you admit it.
I admit I lost. Yes.
Okay,
I
because
lost.
you ain't admit nothing else
You got your something.
Tell me, you admit to something, shit.
There you
Tom
go.
doesn't like admitting.
Yeah, he don't admit to much, but he did to this. Okay,
Yes, I
good.
did.
We good.
Tom, you have people paying you money to just be honest. That's all they want from you.
So right now, as of right now, Tom, if you were to put a percentage right now, which way it's going, can you put a number on it? My number hasn't changed. I've been the same number for how long?
He's scared
He's
right
been
now.
at 85% for 6
Tom's
months.
scared right now. Be honest. You scared right now.
No, I don't think I'm scared.
What do you think?
I think this thing's over.
You think so?
I think this thing's
What
over.
percentage?
I think Georgia needs to wake up.
No, I think I'm not. I
Very
think
disappointed.
New York Times says
I
that
am
Georgia can still win this.
90% certain
I mean, we're up.
this thing is over because North Carolina and Georgia are going to be red. Wisconsin and Michigan are going to be red.
Red.
Doesn't matter what Pennsylvania is. Nevada and Arizona
Well,
are red
Wisconsin
right
and
now.
Michigan are red. This thing's over, so that can't.
Arizona, I think Arizona's going to go blue.
Yeah.
You think Arizona's going to go blue? I
Which
think it's
is
very.
funny to me.
Yeah, it is funny.
That's the funniest thing of all this.
Yes.
Of all this, if there's
And by the
one
way-
place that would say something, is Arizona.
Wall Street Journal.
Ain't nothing but
Hang on.
old retired white folks.
Hang on here. New York Times,
Rich.
Georgia 91%. Now 93%, and he's up to now 124,000 lead.
Wait, what?
Trump.
In Georgia.
Georgia is now 93%
Go on
reported.
let's do the math. Go on Georgia at the 93% on New York Times.
That's
He's got
that's
120,000 vote
91%.
lead.
But where do you see 93%?
No, on the
Is
New
it-
York, on the Fox News, it's 93.
It's 93%
Okay, I wanna
now,
see.
and it's now 122,000 vote lead. That's not 122. So it's gone
Georgia's
from,
very close.
it's gone from 91 to
This
93,
is where Georgia
and
is
it's
right now.
extended.
50 to 48.
Yeah, but what you want to see is you want to see the numbers. I want to see exactly what the count is. And
Oh,
it's
gotcha.
91. I
Okay,
want to
do
see
it.
the
Ready?
exact.
Package your
If you
info.
give me the numbers, I'll do it right now. Go for it.
2.366.
2.366 million.
Tom, I know who you would have been if I went to
Plus
high school with you. I'd be cheating all my
2.248.
math tests on you.
2.248.
Divided by
Hey, look.
0.935. 93.5.
4934. Hang on.
Minus, okay, 4934. Minus. Of course.
Give it to me.
2.366 minus the 2.248.
Absolutely.
248.
Correct.
Call me in LA
Minus-
sometime.
Yeah.
2366242.
Yeah, my guy is Peter, who
49.
the Wish CEO.
4934
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was
minus
stay with him when I go to-
2366
Beautiful.
Yeah, he's good.
minus
Where? What part?
2248.
Yeah, he's in
It's over.
in Bel Air.
320,000
It's
left,
over.
and he's 120 ahead.
Yeah,
Yeah.
of course.
Georgia's
See,
done.
that's Georgia. Georgia's
kidding?
done.
Pennsylvania's done.
Yeah, I
By
did
the way,
numbers.
Adam, Tom, Georgia's done. I just did the math. It's not possible.
Right.
If it's 93.5%, 320, he's got how big of a lead?
About 180?
120.
120?
120. So here's what has to happen.
Biden's got to beat him 70-30.
It's even worse. Out of the 320, you're looking at 160, right? 160.
Yeah, they're
he
right-
needs to win.
they're right there.
220 to
120.
100.
He doesn't have enough.
He has to win 220,000 of the 320,000 votes.
Yeah.
He has to win 69% the rest of the votes. Not going to happen.
Have you guys done North Carolina?
No, if you give it to me, I'll do it.
Okay, sure. They're at 94%. Trump's at 2.73 million.
2.7. Give me exact.
Okay,
2.73.
2,732,000.
Okay, got it.
And
Next.
Biden is 2,655,000.
Correct.
Okay, so that's 5,387. And what's the percentage?
94.
Ooh. 5,730 minus 5,387. 343. What's the difference? How big's the lead?
The difference between those two. 2732, 2655. So 655 to 732. 45 and 32.
45 and 32, 78. 45 and 32, 75. Let's just 77. Okay, let's just say 75. So 170.
76.
76. 246. He's got to win 246 to 100,000.
Really?
Not going to happen.
No.
So those are what two states?
That's North Carolina and Georgia.
Carolina, Georgia,
He's going to win North Carolina
and
and
Michigan,
Georgia,
he's
95%.
really strong in right now.
What percentage do we have on Michigan?
Okay, well, only 65%. Now the vote difference is about 330,000.
How late does Michigan go by?
Hang on. Pat, do this
Polls
for me
are
real
closed.
Go for it.
quick. Pat, do this real quick. So hang on. Show me up with Kai a little bit more, Kai. 213 right now? Yeah, okay, 213.
Go.
Plus, show me Pennsylvania.
20.
20. Okay. Show me North Carolina.
15.
15.
Yep.
Hang on 1 second. 213 plus 20 plus 15.
Yep.
213.
Georgia is 16 if you give them that.
213 plus 20 plus 15 plus
16.
That's not
264. You need 10. You need 8 more.
He needs Wisconsin or Michigan.
And by the way, it's going to be Michigan.
Michigan got 16.
It's going to be Michigan with 16.
That's 16.
That's over. 280.
Correct.
280.
And by the way, he'll probably win Wisconsin too.
Can I ask you a question? Can I ask you a question? Why was this a tougher beat than Hillary? I'm actually dead serious with you guys.
What do you mean?
Why was this a tougher?
I'm looking at the states and trying to
candidate
think which
beat
ones
than
he didn't
Hillary?
win.
I want to say coronavirus. There wasn't coronavirus in 2016. And they were having.
Hillary was very
this is a-
unfavorable.
Sam, is there
and
any
we've
way
never
we can
elected
get
a
some
female
ice for these
president,
guys
so-
because he's having a drink with no ice?
I'm with you. I
Can you
think
have
that
somebody
has
grab
a
ice?
lot to do with it.
The female
Okay,
component.
Kai,
I
if you
think the
can
female
grab it real
component
quick.
honestly has a lot to do with it. I
Pat,
don't
unless
know.
there's
I don't
something
like
really
it,
weird,
but
or they find a trunk load of mysterious votes. You know what I mean?
Buddy, we're gonna make insurance great again. Okay. And we're gonna bring it
But
back.
I'm being serious. Why is this a tougher
I
candidate
know.
than
I'm looking
Hillary?
at the states, and
In my
there's a lot
opinion,
of
there's
red
three
here.
things. Obviously, there's a freaking pandemic going on. Okay. Don't forget, we've never elected a female president, so there's people that have reservations. I'm sure
Kamala?
Jared can talk about that.
Or Hillary.
Hillary.
Okay.
And other
think
than
George
Trump's,
Floyd?
Trump
Okay.
has one of the lowest favorability ratings ever. You know who was number 2? Hillary. So as much as Joe is sleepy and he's tired and he's old, he doesn't have very negative favorability ratings. So COVID, female, favorability. Those are the 3.
No rioting tonight, right? I haven't seen anything.
Can you search, Kai, to see if there's any kind of rioting going on?
It won't be tonight.
He's just calling it.
I'm just being real. It won't be tonight.
Ray, let's talk to our Antifa folks. Let's call them off. All right.
Hang on.
Hold on. Let me
Let's
say
just
it.
hold on.
No, let me say it the way you say
Uh,
it. Stand down, but stand by.
Stand back.
Why don't we call your
Where
friend
we
from
heard that
LA?
before?
Tom, let's call her and see
Sure.
what she can say.
Okay.
Here, you take the lead with the call.
Okay,
It's
Stand
gonna
by,
be really good.
but
Okay.
stand
Have
by.
her give us an update on what's going on
Yeah.
over there. Are they
Yeah.
expecting any riots?
Yeah.
I'll give you a
Are
real
we
quick
dialing
one
it?
here.
Is someone dialing?
I dialed already.
Oh, okay.
And Pat, just to put the thing on Michigan, only 65%.
Are you seeing it or no?
Pat,
She's
only
picked up, by the way.
Hello?
Wendy,
Yes.
you're live on the podcast, the Patrick BetDavid podcast.
Well, hi. Hi, podcast.
All right. Well, thanks for joining us. We got a good crew here.
Pull that picture up.
So
we know what we're
Wendy
talking
is a news anchor and news reporter in Los Angeles at KTLA. Wendy, so what's going on? What are you guys reporting at KTLA? Are you guys? What were the meetings like leading up to this? Did you think this was a possibility? Did you think it'd be this close?
Yeah, I think everybody was ready for anything. I mean, and I think that LA, like many major cities, was ready for the long haul, as evidenced by the other night when I was standing along Rodeo Drive and every one of the buildings were being boarded up. You know, if you would have told me a year ago that on election night I'd be standing on Rodeo Drive wearing a face mask and Beverly Hills would be boarded up, I would have called you crazy. So LA is really gearing for it. I mean, you know, we've been a hotbed of protest rallies and Black Lives Matter. And so I think the concern for LA, at least from the officials' perspective, is that there is a high likelihood of civil unrest for a number of days.
Nothing yet, though?
Nothing yet. I mean, a little practice down at the Staples Center, but nothing in comparison to the crowd that gathered when the Lakers won the championship. So that was pretty much it. But, you know, they're on ready alert. All of the police departments in the Los Angeles area and in Southern California have various degrees of tactical alerts, and they're all on them. And what I find is interesting is that they're all on these tactical alerts, but there's no official intel of any sort of organized protest or, you know, any buzz that there's going to be something big that will break out. So it's interesting when you see Beverly Hills boarded up and then driving their black tank down the street, you know, the Golden Triangle. You know, is this going to be the tail wagging the dog a little bit? You know, because they're doing all this and because you see police in, you know, tactical gear, will that, you know, maybe bring out people? It remains to be seen, but so far the protests have been pretty scattered. And
I think they have to have that show of force after what happened this summer. Have you guys seen what Beverly Hills has rolled out? It's insane. The tanks and the heavy artillery, they're not messing around.
Do they really have the tanks and heavy artillery prepared?
Yeah, Wendy, I mean, it's like military, isn't it? I mean,
the National Guard's out?
It's like big.
No, it wasn't
They
all
bought
that
stuff.
bad.
It's Beverly Hills Police Department. It's,
Beverly Hills Police Department was ready.
Yeah, but they've got all that stuff hidden somewhere in Beverly Hills. And, you know,
Trump is about to speak.
I'm telling you, they boarded up several different things in Bel Air.
Hey, Wendy, what about the celebrity culture in Hollywood? I mean, there's no way they saw this coming.
Celebrities are very, very nervous tonight. There's a lot of drinking going on in Hollywood.
That makes three of them.
You know, I follow a lot of Twitter feeds right now, and there's great concern.
Oh, I bet they're
Celebrities, by
hyperventilating.
and large, because they felt their voices being heard, I think really, and you know, it's difficult to give a blanket statement, but I think that there was this belief that there would be a huge blue wave and that everyone heard this message from the left coast that Trump was bad and that, you know, we were going to win in a landslide. And when that didn't happen, and, you know, a lot of people were very fearful that it was going to be just another repeat of what we saw with Hillary Clinton. And, you know, I think many people are still in this town crying over that. So, yeah, there's a lot of people, you know, grabbing a drink, grabbing a Xanax.
Yeah, no kidding. But you know what? The funny thing is they're going to save a lot of money. They're going to be able to hold on to a lot more of their money. You'd think that might soften the blow a little for them.
For sure.
Well, I think that, you know, that's for their accountants, but, you know, a lot of these celebrities have really put themselves out there. I mean, more so than we've seen in other political campaigns. I mean, this has become, you know, every celebrity has their passion project. This election has been a passion project for many. So, you know, you've got people like Chrissy Teigen and John Lennon saying that they're going to move out of America if, you know, Trump wins.
Right. Yeah. Hey, Wendy, what about in 2 years? Do you think Newsom can get voted out?
You know, that's a good call. I mean, if you talk to people that are the mask wearers and the folks that want, you know, great help for the homeless and, you know, the list goes on and on about the problems in California, they're going to say, hey, this is a good guy, he's dynamic, you know, he's good looking, he may be a little long-winded, but, you know, he's kind of California. But on the flip side of that, so many people are so upset about how California has handled things and that there's the closure. I think that we're really going to have to watch this one come out because if California continues on track, you know, the rest of the country is really having explosions with the coronavirus cases, and California is doing relatively okay. I mean, we're moving in the right direction instead of the wrong direction. So, you know, it's either he's going to come out looking like a sinner or a saint in this, but I think time's going to have to tell on that one.
Well, hey, thanks. Call us back if riots start, okay?
Wendy, thank you so much. You're awesome. Appreciate you.
All right, I'll go patrol Beverly Hills for you right now.
Bye, Wendy.
Thanks, Wendy. Thank you.
Bye, Wendy.
Bye.
I just got a message from a friend of ours who said that Wisconsin says, from Saleha Mohsin, tweet that went out tonight, saying Wisconsin says there is no way they are announcing a winner tonight. Michigan needs until Friday.
What?
They just announced it. Michigan needs until Friday. Pennsylvania isn't coming out anytime soon either, per officials in those states.
Unbelievable.
Well, Michigan needs till Friday because it takes time for the ink to dry and ballots are pending tomorrow.
Tom, give us the current, do what you do and give us the current state of the race, assuming that we don't have a clear winner tonight. I know Tom's wishing for riots. It doesn't look like riots are happening.
I'm not
Ray's
wishing for
learning
riots.
some stuff from Dennis Prager.
Yes,
We don't need a case study, and I don't think we need to torture the numbers. I think we just took a look at the votes that are there, and if the information we're getting from left and right, from New York Times, from Fox, that it is in fact 93, 94% of these precincts counted, that means that Georgia and North Carolina, unless there's something really bizarre, it appears that Trump's going to win those states and that Biden is absolutely going to win Nevada and Arizona. There's no reason they shouldn't call those, but they called Arizona once, so now they're not going to call it until they.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So is it fair to say that this entire race hinges on Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, the entire Rust Belt?
Yeah, well, no, it hinges on Michigan and Pennsylvania, and the president is currently 700,000 up in Pennsylvania and 600,000 up in Michigan. Just these four,
With what
it's
percentage
over.
of the vote?
Just these four, it's over.
Hopefully they can get some true election officials into those states and monitor things.
Has there ever been another time?
I wanna know what they think
when
this
we
is.
didn't have election results within like 24 hours.
Yeah.
Like
Bush.
when has that happened?
Bush Gore.
Bush Gore.
Florida.
I was
That
a
went
lot
on-
younger.
that went- 32 days.
Yeah, that's why I say a whole month. It was a month.
Okay,
Yeah.
I was
32 days.
I was super young then.
Yeah, Bush.
That's a good-
Oh,
Me
I'm
too.
sorry. Well, I'm sorry.
So, I'll admit it.
Yeah. I was in
you know what?
Tallahassee
I don't
at
remember
Florida
Bush
State
either, matter of
University,
fact.
and I was a intern at the state capitol in my junior year of college during that. And I remember there was just chaos.
Really?
And I was a big Clinton guy. I mean, that was the first time I ever really paid attention to politics. So, although I did like Reagan because I learned about him in history books, but I voted for Gore, and I remember being around all this chaos at Florida State, FSU, Tallahassee. That's the capital of Florida. That's why I'm telling you where this is. And it was just a month long of like news, media, drama for your mama every single day. And you said it was 32 days? Yeah, that sounds about right. It was a full-on month.
There's
The
no
entire month of
controlling
November.
legal authority that will determine this race.
What does that mean, Tom?
What does that mean? Yeah.
We still don't know what it means, but it's what Gore was saying for a week.
Oh.
He said there's no controlling legal authority.
You're about to give us your third impression?
No,
'Cause
I
you
don't-
killed
I
it.
don't-
You
I
killed
don't-
it with Clinton.
I don't
Oh, he got
You
Clinton.
killed it
Look,
with.
he got Clinton.
Who else did he? Did a
He got
Perot.
Clinton.
You had a Perot out of nowhere. Give us a little Gore. It's very lame, but let's.
The
I think
gifted
you can
Gore.
do
We
it.
need next time. Can we do this at my restaurant? Let's just say.
What kind
Where's
of food
your
you got?
restaurant?
What's the food?
Asian fusion. You
Really?
like it? Oh, I'm telling you.
Really?
I love Asian
Wow.
food.
Ray, where's your
You should
restaurant?
never have told me
It's
that.
downtown Dallas, Musamay. It's off
Okay.
of Crockett Street.
They named the street after you, huh?
Yeah. Well, look, I paid for it.
Seriously?
Yeah.
Okay.
I paid for it.
They named
know
the street
something
after
amazing
you.
looking
Seriously,
Dallas?
Crockett Street.
Yeah.
Well, you're from Dallas.
I'm from Dallas. Yeah.
Okay.
I went to Baylor University.
So you're
Went to
Dallas
Vanderbilt,
and Denver.
Dallas born.
And Denver and Dallas. That's you.
Adam's getting ideas. He wants
No, I'm
a
telling you.
Sosnick
I have
Boulevard.
I have a lounge next
He wants a
door.
boulevard.
Look, I have a
Miami.
lounge next door. That's a
Sauce
easy
Boulevard.
lounge. It's really nice.
Saucy.
Paul, I love saying my name.
Saucy. But in the Gore situation, was there also multiple states like this that?
It was just Florida. It was the hanging chads.
So you have
Florida.
multiple states here that are saying we're not going to count votes, or we're just
No,
take a-
it's Florida lost votes.
right. But
They
here
can find
in
them,
this
but
situation, you have multiple states now saying
Gore was the winner, then
Chicago
Bush was the
votes.
winner, then Bush, then
You guys
Gore,
ready
then
for
By the way,
Trump?
it ended up being Florida, but let's all remember what happened.
They're saying Trump is talking.
He's talking now?
Trump is speaking.
Turn it up.
Coming soon.
But they're saying here that Trump is already talking.
I would also like to point out that I can tell how important this is to people. Our viewership has not waned. It's 1 o'clock in the
Oh,
morning.
they up. They up.
I mean,
Yeah, shout out to Valuetainers out there.
Yeah,
You guys are seriously
How many?
one of a kind. If you're enjoying the podcast at this point, much love to you. Push a thumbs up if you're enjoying the podcast so much so far.
Jeez, you go Valuetainers.
This is the audience, man. These guys got standing.
somebody said Trump is speaking right now.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah, they
Trump is
said it.
speaking, but we don't see it. Kai, are you seeing anything with Trump speaking?
We don't have a delay on any of this?
Trump is on, Trump is on, Trump is on. Okay, then they're saying he's not speaking. Okay, that's good to know.
No, not talking.
Thanks,
not
Seb.
talking.
Thanks, Shenanigans. Thanks, AAA 2782.
I know it doesn't look it, but my family's Canadian.
You go,
I mean, it's 2 o'clock in the morning for some of our viewers.
There's
right
still
now.
You can tell in the summertime we burn lights out.
Old fashioned.
Wow.
We've got people in Germany watching this.
That's
What was the guy that sent in $1,000?
We got. Does everyone have a cocktail?
Macedonia.
Well, guys, we are well into the midnight hour. It is 1 a.m. I appreciate everyone being here. We're having a nice little cocktail. Party. By the way, Tom, have you had a drink yet?
No. Man.
I know that's
I made it. I said he's going to play. He's going to have
no,
I didn't play it. You
I
made it.
was- Thank you.
We
I
gonna
wanna
peer
clear up
pressure Tom into a
something.
cocktail or what?
I want to clear up something we were just talking about.
I'll take a little bit. I'll
Do
take
you
a
know
tiny bit.
why?
Go,
No.
Tom.
Okay, I'll take a tiny
God.
bit. Thank
Do
you.
you know?
Tom, loosen
I'll
up.
take one sip. Just give me a little splash. That's it.
Splash.
Does everybody know why
Splash.
Florida
Thank you.
mattered
Who
in the
knows how
year
much longer we're gonna
2000
be?
election? Why did Florida matter in the year 2000 election?
Because Florida matters in every election.
Because Gore lost Tennessee, his home state, handily.
That's embarrassing.
Embarrassing.
People forget that.
When your
He
own
lost
place
his
don't vote
home
for you.
state, and he had to
That
go
is
32
embarrassing.
days in
Your own
Florida
place
for the
don't
Supreme
vote
Court
for
to flip
you.
him off. If
I
he
did not
wins
know
his
that.
home state, go back and look it up. If he wins his home state, Florida doesn't matter.
I was 18 in 2000.
we're partying.
Let me read you this.
This is interesting.
But this is so
the history
great.
books makes it all about Florida and about
Tom is an encyclopedia.
but
Jeez.
it's not.
Tom,
He
you are-
lost
you
his
are
home
the
state.
Tom, Google,
And I
Ellsworth.
don't mean by a little bit.
Didn't he invent the internet too?
You were 18.
By the way, Fox News just supported
AOL.
National Guard brought in to help Wisconsin ballot counting issue.
Yeah.
National Guard brought in for Wisconsin counting.
Excuse me. See, I
They
think
gotta
that
make
should say National Guard sent in.
By who?
That would be the state.
I would imagine it's the big guy
That's
wants to
Trump.
make sure that everything is straight.
Yeah, but
And
he
there's-
can't control the
there's
National
talk
Guard.
of
Who's the big guy?
Texas
Biden?
deploying
10%?
state guard.
10% the big guy.
Thank goodness
Texas is over
A lot of
with.
people are saying Adam is flipping. I don't think Adam's flipped yet, just so everybody knows.
Well, I'm not going to say the news. Pat gave me news right before the show.
You can't say the news.
I'm not. I would never. I'm not someone else that
You're
likes
not a
to.
snitch.
The governor
I'm
of
not a
Wisconsin
snitch.
is
Just
Democratic.
kidding.
Keep that in
I
mind.
didn't snitch. I'm just kidding.
No. Nothing about it is.
I'm not. I'm just
too
saying. Pat
excited.
gave me some news that would incline me to be good with whoever wins and good with a Trump victory. That's all I'll say.
Okay. All right.
You're good with that. You'd be good with the Trump. victory.
Hector Del Toro texted me. Hector's texting me for different reasons. Go ahead, Ray. You were going to say something?
No, I'm not. Go ahead.
Oh, believe me, I'm not going to say nothing because Hector's expecting a different kind of man.
Is Hector listening?
What did Hector want?
You tell Hector.
Hector's
You tell Hector that I like that guy.
I like him as well.
Here, the thing that makes me nervous
We
is,
haven't met him.
except for
I
Wisconsin,
haven't.
all
And
these
I haven't, but
states
you know what I
have
like? I like his
Democratic
fire.
governors.
I mean,
Yeah, let's talk about
No,
Illinois,
no,
man.
you're talking about
Governor Pritzker.
oh,
Illinois.
no, but Hector's the other
He was
guy.
already a
Hector
billionaire.
is like Ricky.
Inherited
has
billions.
tattoos, but bigger.
Pritzker, yeah.
And then he wants to raise.
I like Rick.
He wants to reform taxes in Illinois.
What is
put
he,
a-
a Walton?
And
By the way,
out.
NL's been going strong with us for 6 straight hours since 7 p.m.
Wow.
from Norway.
Norway!
Go NL, Team Kai Loda.
Motivate.
We got Morocco in the house too.
We got India, we got
Morocco.
Israel, we got everybody in the house.
I think our valuetainers know that we have a fond place in our heart for Norwegians.
Yes,
for Norway.
because of Kai.
Because of Kai, specifically.
Because you know what, hey Z, why don't we do it right now? This is a good time. Why don't we do it right now? So if you want to, this is a good time for us to make a public announcement. Mario, if you're ready, Mario, why don't you come out here, Mario? This is a good time for us to make an announcement in front of everybody.
course.
Is Mario here? Does he have a
Sheena's
shirt on?
mom.
Mario's
Sheena's mom's from
knocked
Norway.
out
You know that?
in the truck in his new car. Mario got a new car today.
He
A brand
did.
spanking new
Surprising.
Dodge
I thought he was going
Challenger.
with the,
All right.
Black
Stop
wheels.
it.
It looks sick. Is Mario here or he's
My
gone?
restaurant is Houston made.
He's in the spa.
Mario.
Can you send it? There's me.
Well,
Is he in the
while
spa?
he's
Got you. Anytime.
He's getting a foot massage.
while he's on his
Respond to me
way,
with your
I want to
hours
point
and
out
your
that
address.
Kai is the first person in the LTC class to finish everything.
Kai's a gangster.
He came in strong with me.
I'm not surprised.
He's already done.
I'm not
LTC
surprised.
meaning long-term
You
care.
like this teacher a lot. Tell us. So it's Mario. You want to make the announcement to everybody?
What you got, Mario?
Yeah, about yesterday.
By whatever day.
Can't take Mario seriously right now.
But Mario like
They got like finger
look,
signals.
yeah, he's like
It's not even hand signals, like finger signals.
Pat, I think he don't know what you want
You pull
to
a
say.
Tom,
He
announce
knows
something he's not
exactly
supposed
what's
to.
going on. He's just waiting.
Oh,
You
that
ready,
is so
Mario?
Just
bad of
waiting.
you people.
Yeah. Check.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Check to see if the kids are here.
I want to know if there's any valuetainers from the Philippines. Anybody from the Philippines? I want to know.
Oh,
if
yeah, we do
Get
have.
some
Where's the
Filipino
Philippines,
love
man?
for Sapalo.
Syria
Vanilla from
always
Manila.
in the house.
Tango.
Send you the name of
Where's
the
my
restaurant.
kababayan?
Surai.
Where's my turtles from Manilas?
Check.
Okay, so
Manila
I
and the
mean, just check
Philippines.
out whatever day you want to go.
Thriller Manila.
Check
You
it
are
out,
the
but
thriller
you call
from
me,
Manila.
and I got you. You ain't got to
You guys realize we've been going since
Yeah, we're
7
about-
p.m. Do you realize that?
Over 6 hours.
straight
That's amazing.
hours.
Come have a good time
We've been
on me.
going.
You just
We're
give us
some
your best
savages,
person. We'll
man.
take
I'll
care of
cheers
them.
to that.
This is the longest one we've ever done times 2.
I'm lit. You
Right?
come in,
Times
I'm
2.
Yeah.
By the way, at some point we should bring like
Originally, we're
beds
from
and
LA.
stuff if somebody wants to take a nap.
So I'm going to show you something.
What's your buddy called?
So somebody goes
Oh, boy,
Sapula.
from LA.
I took
Let me tell you-
this picture at Dodger Stadium.
Well, let me tell you the restaurant that's like mine from LA.
Here's
It's a-
Cebu.
it's a
Gungers
Katana.
from
really?
the Philippines.
On
There you
Sunset?
go.
Sunset?
Mario has an
On
announcement.
Sunset?
Mario has an
Hold on,
announcement.
Hold on, ladies and gentlemen.
Mario has an announcement.
Paulo.
Listen up.
Oh, Trump's coming. Do it. Oh, wait. Let's see who's
There's
coming up.
nuns.
Anyways, do it. He's not up yet. Do the announcement.
It was Matt Sapalo's birthday.
There's none.
Birthday to you. Sapala! Happy birthday to you. My man.
Appreciate y'all. Thanks for coming out. Have a good night. God bless.
Hey, and I wish you a happy birthday. You didn't respond to me, so I hope your
Bro,
birthday
is that
sucks.
right?
I hope your
Was that
birthday
right?
sucks.
October 31st, Halloween.
I'm going to blow this candle in your direction then.
Yeah, blow the candles over here. I hope your birthday
That looks good.
Wish.
What a great
Whoa,
cake.
go red.
Explain she wasn't-
Because
Oh my
I-
God, that's the coolest cake I've ever seen.
It's a multicultural cake.
That's a carrot cake.
That
It's
is a
like
pretty sick
red
cake.
velvet. Oh my God.
Chocolate.
Every day I drive this way.
Right, 3, 2, 1. There you go. Trump
Persian
2020.
food was delicious.
My man.
There you go.
That is hilarious.
There you go.
Every day
Thank you.
I
Thank you. Thank
I have kids in this neighborhood too. I would never.
I'll go with the
Every day
red
I've never
velvet.
seen you behind those bushes like that.
Like every day you're hiding here.
PBD.
What
you
is
want
this
slice?
one?
Red velvet is good.
Red velvet.
Small
Oh, wow.
I'll
piece.
try a little red velvet. I'll take anything.
That's a,
Anything.
everybody slice of red tonight, even Adam.
That's right.
Okay.
Thank you.
I
That was very
think-
generous. Thank you so much.
So, okay, so we
Hey,
just
happy
asked.
birthday, my brother.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
No doubt.
By the way,
You notice the CNN people are
look,
starting
by the
to
way,
get
he
their
looks
energy
like he's
back.
running for office.
I like this dude.
He looks better this year
Right.
than he did last year, than 2 years ago, and 3. I mean, he looks better and better every year. Our buddy Matt
I love
Sabala.
it.
Thank you,
He
people.
bench
love
presses now 3 plates. How many times?
2 times, 350.
3 plates?
And he's benching 4 plates. He's squatting 4 plates
Yeah.
at 6'4".
And you ain't
It's
get
pretty
paid.
impressive.
Turned
46 years old?
47. I turned 47.
47?
Yeah.
Damn, you look good,
You've got a
buddy.
few guys that could run for office that we've talked to tonight.
100%.
You know,
Oh.
seriously.
Dennis Prager for president.
100%. No, he's talking about the leader. So let me ask you this. Here's a question for you. I asked, what do you think Biden's going to come out and say? And you called it. You pretty much called it, right? You and Tom called it. Now, what is Trump going to come out and
We
say?
won this thing. It's over. Stand back, stand down.
Yeah,
You know,
no, because
No, his main
Biden comes
message
out.
is going to
Thanks for
be,
being here.
we
Happy
are not
St.
going to
Patrick's
let
Day.
them steal it.
Joe, that
That
was
is going to
March.
be
Don't
the
worry.
narrative.
Don't worry.
No, he's going
They're not going to steal the election
No, he's not
from
going to
us.
say that.
We're
He's
going
going
to
to say
win.
we're going to try to.
wonder what he's tweeting
Hey,
right now.
let me say this too, Pat.
They're gonna try to
You
steal
guys
this
did a great-
election, but
I'm
we're
looking
gonna
at
win
this,
it.
The lighting, you guys did a great job. Really, seriously, well done.
By the way, they've been
Why, you
going
think
for
you look
6
good?
plus
Yeah.
hours. By the way. Phenomenal job. No
it looks
glitches.
really good.
Good stuff,
Yeah.
guys.
Like halfway.
Good stuff. Seriously, everybody.
No, you got
Even Luis with his new Hollywood hairdo. Paul with his muscles. Paul, what are you benching nowadays, Paul?
315 for 2.
Spot me, bro.
That was a quick moment of boogie nights.
315.
No, that was a moment of boogie nights. You ever seen boogie nights, Paul? You ever seen boogie nights or no?
I don't think so.
Of course you have.
I know you have. I know you have.
What do you bench? 180. What do you bench?
Wait a minute.
185.
For somebody who said they went out every night, you seen Boogie Nights.
Dude, you want my boogie night story? This is my boogie night story.
Give it to me.
We're in the Army. One of our guys named Paddock. Paddock goes to the PX, says, there's this movie at 99 cents, so I got it. I said, awesome, let's watch it. We watch Boogie Night, and you see Mark Wahlberg. Did you remember the movie? Oh, classic movie, man. We're sitting there saying, what the hell did you buy? I says, dude, it was just 99 cents. I'm like, fine.
So I bought what I could.
I bought what I could.
Oh, man.
Boogie Nights.
Quick shout out to a couple key members behind the scenes. Number one,
Hey,
Luis.
CNBC, Trump Live. they're
Luis,
saying.
our boy. Just
First
became a
time,
dad.
that is.
Just became a dad.
The dad. When we go,
Can you guys get
And our
CNBC?
When's his
MVP
birthday?
behind the scenes, Paul
your son's
Strider,
birthday.
Oh, my daughter.
I'm sorry, your daughter's.
looking great.
23rd.
He has not had a cocktail in
Libra.
11 days.
She's a Libra.
almost 10 days,
Tom, you haven't
11
taken
days.
11 days?
Looks great.
No, I think they were talking about Paul, right?
Oh, Paul.
Yeah.
Was in class.
You haven't taken
11 days. I'm just temporary.
He's not alcoholic. He's
No explanation needed.
He's thinning out.
Where is your restaurant, Dallas?
Tom, let me ask you a
First
question.
Street, it's in the,
Question for you. Do you think tonight they're going to call it?
Nope.
No one's going to call it tonight
Nope.
because out of
Are you guys all on the nope camp?
well, because
no,
I think
100% no.
I
He
think
will
they're
not
going
call.
to
He
give.
can't
I
call
think
it.
they're going to give Pennsylvania.
Thanks, buddy. Appreciate you.
I think they're
thank
going
you,
to give.
appreciate
Excuse me,
it.
Wisconsin and Georgia are going to give professional courtesy to
By the way,
finish
Seven
counting
Figure
their
Squad just said
votes.
happy birthday to Matt from
But
Seven
why
Figure
are they
Squad.
taking
Awesome. Hey,
longer
thank
than
you.
$10.
everyone
Ali
else,
and
especially
Ivan up.
other states who have larger populations?
Who?
I worry
You
about
probably want me
that.
to wear my
What
hat.
state? What are you talking about?
Georgia, he's saying Georgia and Pennsylvania will get, what did you call it, professional courtesy?
So I'm on that spot.
And I'm wondering why are they taking so long in comparison to, I mean, Texas is done. We're
Certain states will have more mail-in ballots, absentee
Guys, is
ballots,
Trump
that
on
kind
or
of
no?
stuff.
Because it's saying Trump is on.
Thank you.
So
No,
Matt,
it'll say so. Speak soon.
Matt, I'm
Where's
a
it
part
say
of the
that?
7 Figure Squad.
50
I need
people
that.
said he's on. He's on. He's
Okay,
on.
my man.
I got my
I got
license.
you.
I'm on that. I'm,
I got you. Okay. We sent.
look, I got my license now. I'm in.
These are
By the way,
snapbacks too. So
You know,
Ask him if
the,
he's
you know the
speaking
rallies,
now.
you know the
Says,
energy, right? Here's a quote from one of the rallies. This is my favorite quote of the week.
No, he's not on yet.
Here,
Sam's on the Trump tracker.
You know why they're trying to talk everybody out of voting? People aren't buying at CNN, you dumb bastards.
See?
How can you not love that?
Now you ask me why you get put in the.
Now you ask why.
Hey, now you ask why you get responses like you get. That's why. I'm just saying.
I mean,
Real
sometimes you gotta
talk.
call a spade.
Hey, when you grew up in the hood, your mama used to always say, if you don't want none, don't give none.
But
You
we
give
have
it,
a, we have
you gonna
a,
get it.
now we have a
That's how
society
it
that
goes.
talks all kinds of shit and doesn't worry about getting punched in the face.
But
Who says that?
No, no,
that's
no,
not
you
from
don't
the hood.
understand.
You know?
LeBron's from the hood.
I grew up with these
Well, LeBron's from the hood.
You know?
Guys, you don't
That's what I'm
understand.
trying to tell you.
All those red states and all those red votes, those people have wanted to say that to their boss.
Yes, forever.
This guy
And
is
that's-
saying
wait,
something.
But that's why I voted for him the first time. Because I knew his mentality. I knew who he was and how he would act. I just didn't think it would go this far.
And he
But
wasn't,
I knew he would say some stuff that.
and he wasn't acting
No,
there. That
no,
was
no,
right
that's
from
just
the
him.
heart.
That's him. Oh, I'm
You
telling you,
dumb
I
bastards.
wish I could remember his opening speech to the film festival.
Oh, yeah?
I swear, and it went something like this. Don't quote me, I can't, but it went something like this.
You're paraphrasing.
Paraphrasing. It went something like this. I'm glad to have all you guys here Some of your films suck, and some of them be real good. The ones that are real good will get recognized. So shit like that.
It sounds like something is
We was like,
he's already calling him out.
And
I hope our film don't suck. He was like, some of you guys' film will suck. The others that are good will get recognized. The ones that are
You want to
not.
know something? What's crazy?
They're saying
In
Trump
our
is loud on
company,
CNBC.
that would be very normal.
CNBC.
Yeah, but that's how it goes.
Well, people's feelings be hurt
why do
by
we have
that.
CNN
But he was just like, but at any rate.
By the way,
welcome to my
Pennsylvania
house.
Yeah, because CNN might not show them.
Pennsylvania just hit 71%.
So they're continuing to count, apparently?
All right, why don't you show a couple minutes?
Now,
Show a
Wisconsin.
minute of what happened with Adam when he went to the streets in Dallas.
Versus 67.
Let's see what happened with Adam here, how he is in the streets. Deep Ellum, Texas.
Wisconsin has stopped.
See?
Let's see Adam's game.
Click here on behalf of Valuetainment. We are here in Deep Ellum, downtown
That's saucy.
Dallas, Texas. People are saying that this is the most important presidential election of our lifetime. People are saying that the polls are too close to call. So we're going to find out what the people are saying about the presidential election. So there's an election in a few days.
Of course.
Are you planning on voting?
Of course. Of course.
Who do you
Why
who
you
do you
got a
vote
mask on?
Not who is currently president.
You're not voting for Trump.
No.
Are you guys voted?
We already have.
You already have. Would you tell us who you're voting for?
Trump.
Biden.
Trump.
I already voted, and I voted for Biden.
Joe.
You voted for Joe Biden.
People right away say Joe.
Joe Jorgensen.
My man.
Oh, okay.
So
yeah.
you flipped it on me. I thought you were going Joe Biden. Now here's my question for you. Why did you waste your vote?
Trump all day.
Would you mind sharing who you voted for?
You want to talk about
Biden.
Biden. I'm voting for Biden.
Biden.
You're voting for Biden.
I am also voting for Joe Biden.
So we got two Joe.
It's funny how people right away.
Trump's not
Biden.
out yet. Let it keep going.
Not
Trump's not
voting.
out yet.
I am actually not voting this year.
Are you guys voting?
No.
No. No.
What
We
is-
got three non-voters.
That looks like a
Give us the
celebration.
main
Wait,
reason
go back
that
10 seconds.
Why
What
didn't
happened
you tell
right
her
there?
she was wasting
Hey,
her
this
vote
looks
by
like a
not voting?
celebration over here.
I am
think.
actually not voting this year.
Are you guys voting?
Bogus.
No.
What?
No, no, and no. We got three
Where
non-voters.
did you go, by the way, honestly?
I'm all over the
All right,
place.
go to Trump.
Trump, of course. Upstaging me, Trump. Thanks, bro.
Well, thank
We
you
won
very
this
much.
thing. It's
Here we go.
over.
Here we go.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Please sit. Thank you. This is without question the latest news conference I've ever had. Thank you.
COVID a month
I
ago.
appreciate it very much. And I want to thank the American people for their tremendous support. Millions and millions of people voted for us tonight. And a very sad group of people is trying to disenfranchise that group of people. And we won't stand for it. We will not stand for it. I want to thank the First Lady, my entire family, and Vice President Pence, Mrs. Pence, for being with us all through this. And we were getting ready for a big celebration. We were winning everything, and all of a sudden it was just called off. The results tonight have been phenomenal, and we are getting ready. I mean, literally, we were just all set to get outside and just celebrate something that was so beautiful, so good. Such a vote, such a success. The citizens of this country have come out in record numbers. This is a record. There's never been anything like it. To support our incredible movement, we won states that we weren't expected to win. Florida, we didn't win it. We won it by a lot. And we won the great state of Ohio. We won Texas. We won Texas. We won Texas by 700,000 votes, and they don't even include it in the tabulations. It's also clear that we have won Georgia. We're up by 2.5% or 117,000 votes with only 7% left. They're never going to catch us. They can't catch us.
He's right.
Likewise,
we did the math.
we
Yeah.
won
You're right about that.
North Carolina.
That's 30.
Where we're up
That's 30.
1.4% or 77,000 votes with only approximately 5% left. They can't catch us. We also, if you look and you see Arizona, we have a lot of life in that. And somebody declared that it was a victory for, and maybe it will be. I mean, that's possible. But certainly there were a lot of votes out there that we could get because we're now just coming into what they call Trump territory. I don't know what you call it, but these were friendly Trump voters. And that could be overturned. The gentleman that called it, I watched tonight, he said, well, we think it's fairly unlikely that he could catch. Well, fairly unlikely. And we don't even need it. We don't need that. That was just a state that if we would have gotten it, it would have been nice, Arizona. But there's a possibility, maybe even a good possibility. In fact, since I saw that originally, it's been changed and the numbers have substantially come down just in a small amount of votes. So we want that obviously to stay in play. But most importantly, we're winning Pennsylvania by a tremendous amount of votes.
You ain't lying about that one. That's embarrassing. Embarrassing.
Biden talking about the oil comment.
Big mistake.
They remember it at the voting booth.
Second debate.
Oil and fracking in Pennsylvania.
Get rid of fossil fuels and get rid of all this stuff.
The east side, like,
We're up 600. Think of this. Think of this. Think of this. We're up 690,000 votes in Pennsylvania. 690,000. These aren't even close. It's not like, oh, it's close. With 64% of the vote in, it's going to be almost impossible to catch. And we're coming into good Pennsylvania areas where they happen to like your president. I mean, it's so we'll probably expand that. We're winning Michigan, but I'll tell you, I looked at the numbers. I said, whoa. I said, wow, that's a lot. By almost 300,000 votes, and 65% of the voters in. And we're winning Wisconsin. We said, well, we don't need all
a
of
much
them.
different conversation than Biden.
We need, because
Much
when you
different
add
conversation.
Texas in, which wasn't added, I spoke with the really wonderful governor of Texas just a little while ago. And
Greg Abbott.
Greg Abbott, he said, congratulations. He called me to congratulate me on winning Texas. I mean, we won Texas. I don't think they finished quite the tabulation, but there's no way. And it was almost complete, but he congratulated me. Then he said, by the way, what's going on? I've never seen anything like this. Can I tell you what? Nobody has. So we won by 107,000 votes with 81% of the vote. That's Michigan. So when you take those three states in particular, and you take all of the others, I mean, we have so many, we had such a big night. You just take a look at all of these states that we've won tonight, and then you take a look at the kind of margins that we've won them by. And all of a sudden, it's not like we're up 12 votes and we have 60% left. We won states, and all of a sudden, I said, what happened to the election? It's off. And we have all these announcers saying, what happened? And then they said, oh, because you know what happened? They knew they couldn't win. So they said, let's go to court. And did I predict this, Newt? Did I say this? I've been saying this from the day I heard they were going to send out tens of millions of ballots. I said exactly, because either they were going to win, or if they didn't win, they'll take us to court. So Florida was a tremendous victory, 377,000. Texas, as we said. Ohio, think of this. Ohio, a tremendous state, a big state. I love Ohio. We won by 8.1%, 461,000. Almost 500,000 votes. North Carolina, big victory with North Carolina. And
Fired. It's crazy.
so we won there. We lead
Cash
by
$1 million checks.
76,000 votes with almost nothing left. And all of a sudden, everything just stopped. This is a fraud on the American public. This is an embarrassment to our country. We were getting ready to win this election. Frankly, we did win this election. So our goal now is to ensure the integrity for the good of this nation. This is a very big moment. This is a major fraud in our nation. We want the law to be used in a proper manner. So we'll be going to the U.S. Supreme Court. We want all voting to stop. We don't want them to find any ballots at 4 o'clock in the morning and add them to the list. Okay? It's a very sad moment. To me, this is a very sad moment, and we will win this. And we, as far as I'm concerned, we already have won it. So I just want to thank you, and I want to thank all of our support. I want to thank all of the people that worked with us, and Mr. Vice President. Say a few words, please. Please.
He looks so tired. Look at him. He looks so tired. He looks like he just woke up from a nap. Honestly.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to join you in thanking more than 60 million Americans who have already cast their vote for 4 more years for President Donald Trump in the White House. And while the votes continue to be counted, we're going to remain vigilant, as the President said. The right to vote has been at the center of our democracy since the founding of this nation, and we're going to protect the integrity of the vote. But I really believe with all of my heart, with the extraordinary margins, Mr. President, that you've inspired in the states that you just described, and the way that you launched this movement across the country to make America great again, I truly do believe, as you do, that we are on the road to victory, and we will make America great again.
Presidential.
Very presidential. Very presidential. Yeah, Mr. Hoosier.
Yeah. He looks sleepy right now.
Supreme Court, baby. Whatever it takes.
He's like, I wish I was.
And who controls the Supreme
Joe
Court?
Biden, who went to sleep
And she's
2
already
hours
on the
ago.
bench. She was already hearing cases yesterday.
What a move. What a move.
Yeah. Yeah.
Hey, that was kind of presidential. I mean, he was cool and calm. And
power play right there.
I liked what he did.
You want to play that game?
Yeah.
It's called 6-3.
Let's see what this guy's got to say.
Jake Tapper's head's
Watch
gonna
what he
explode.
says.
Remember, Jake Tapper's only in.
That's almost everything President Trump said in his declaration of victory was not true. It is true that he is ahead in the polls right now in Georgia and North Carolina. Whether or not Biden will ever catch up is a matter for Georgia and North Carolina and their election officials to decide. It is not true that he is winning Pennsylvania or winning Michigan or winning Wisconsin. They are still counting votes. They have literally millions of vote-by-mail ballots that those 3 states are counting. It may well be that President Trump ends up winning this election. That might be once the ballots are counted. But what President Trump just said was undemocratic and false and premature. It is not accurate to say that he won. We do not know who won this election. And I have to say, Dana, it's not a surprise, but still, years into this presidency, I find it shockingly disappointing that he still would continue to erode faith that the American people have in institutions. What is going on right now is a clean and fair election, and there is no evidence to the contrary.
Yeah, what happened?
Like so salty, always. Oh my God! Oh, this is Jake Tapper. He continues to erode the faith in the presidency.
It's the herd they want to try to.
Except for the 117 million.
I'm gonna give him his government name. Thomas, what made you switch? What made you switch? Talk to me. Be honest.
No switching.
Talk to me. What happened?
We got a lot of dark secrets.
Final thoughts before we wrap up, because ain't nothing gonna happen tonight, okay?
As I said when I
But
first said
final
that.
thoughts before we wrap up,
the numbers
because
are no longer.
no, it's done. It's not gonna happen. Trump's speech was Supreme Court. That means, honestly, my prediction is earliest is end of this week. It ain't even tomorrow.
That's what I said.
I think this
Yep.
thing's going till end of this week. What do you guys think?
I say it's 2020. Expect something very, very weird and bizarre to happen. I think he laid the foundation. That's why he took time to come and say what he wanted to say. Every word was measured and thought through. The Supreme Court, we all know if he goes to the Supreme Court, he should have them on his side. Hopefully, you know, with these states still having, you know, a number of votes to count, they can get election officials in there and monitor it and make sure everything is, you know, done right. But
So you really think something's going on?
until Joe Biden has completely gone away, anything is possible. Without a doubt. You think that they're going to be up all night, the Democrats, trying to figure out, if they already haven't, they've got the playbook for what they want to do for this. So he's got to fight as dirty as they are or as aggressive as they are. And he laid the groundwork by what he said. And, you know, I hope for the sake of the country, it's time for this to end. And I hope we get a result very, very soon.
For him to say I won is a mistake or not?
No, he's a competitor. He believes he has one. He looks at the number. He looks at the data, the votes that are left, the percentage that's already been cast, and he's made a conclusion that he's won.
This is a mathematical
by the way,
problem. How do you
He's
not
doing the
make that
exact
prediction,
same thing
you know?
any other politician
We
would in that
just did the
position.
same math. Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia. Let's not talk about Michigan and Wisconsin, although Wisconsin's at 81 as they shut down, by the way. But Pennsylvania, North Carolina, Georgia, we did the math here.
Yeah.
Was Biden going to win 92% of all remaining votes?
Right.
in those?
Very difficult.
That's it. And so, which means that this thing is on the cusp in the first place. I think two things I'm thinking right here. Right? And one thing I'm thinking is, I go to Real Clear Politics and I look at the summary of the polls, and then you go down and you look at those 20-some polling companies. Polling in America, Americans donate hard-earned dollars, never mind the PACs. There is people like my mom, your mom, our brothers, sisters, maybe us, that give $100, $200 to a campaign because they really believe what's going on. And these campaigns spend millions of dollars on polling that is not just wrong, but way wrong. There's not one enterprise on here that is close to being correct in these key states. Yet they make millions of dollars during the electoral cycle. So I think the way we're going to be voting in the future and the way we're going to be polling and estimating is going to be different, because the big three liberal networks have now been embarrassed on 2 consecutive elections. There were 4 outcomes tonight. A blue wave that they've been talking about, right, with a tent in their pants for the last 3 weeks, right?
With a what?
With a what?
I'm sorry.
Let Tom do his
I'm
thing.
sorry, was I asleep?
Let Tom-
Did I just wake up?
I'm sorry.
Was they what?
It was let me change my mind. What was the name? Wait a minute, it's something different. What was the name of the cowboy character in Toy Story? What was his name?
Woody.
Thanks.
Oh, that's what it was.
So,
oh, okay. Oh,
so first they were thinking blue wave. They've all been talking about it. Second, they were thinking, well, or close but decisive. They were never thinking nail biter, and they were never thinking Trump landslide. Newt Gingrich said that, but they were never thinking red nail biter. They've got a red nail biter. They're sitting there now, these networks and everything went with them, and they're embarrassed for the second electoral cycle. We got it wrong.
So thought Trump was
I don't think they have any shame. I don't think they can be embarrassed.
If I'm Ford,
Not what they put out.
where do I put my ad dollars? I'm thinking.
The embarrassment is those states that can't report tonight. It's a joke.
Yep.
There's 6 states that can't get their act together.
Georgia just called it off for some reason, right?
That I'm so curious about that. I can't wrap my head around why you wouldn't stay up all night to count these votes.
Unless you're in a warehouse trying to make more.
I mean,
That's a very
unfathomable.
You can't make that
Shady
statement.
But let me ask you a question. But let me ask you a question.
You're CEO.
You said that's a shady statement? You said that's a shady
Is it a
statement?
shady statement?
Tell me
Because-
why.
Because it happens on the local level all the time. Like in Carrollton, where I live, one of the mayoral candidates was charged with 100 counts of voter fraud.
100 counts.
For
In
real.
Carrollton?
Is that legal?
Carrollton, Texas.
Couldn't he go to jail?
This
Like-
voter fraud myth in national elections
Myth?
has been like. Give me a case example. Give me a
serious?
give me a
Dewey,
case example.
Dewey,
That has been
Chicago, Mayor,
What year was
John
that?
F. Kennedy.
I'm talking
West
on
Virginia,
a presidential
1960.
election.
There's a million.
Presidential election.
Yes, that's presidential
In our
West Virginia,
election.
lifetime.
1960 was
In our
delivered
lifetime.
by
Yes.
the Moonshiners for Joe
What
Kennedy.
was in our lifetime?
How many books have been written about
You want
this?
to go
Whitey
search it
Bulger
right
said-
now. Go pull it up right now.
Whitey
And
Bulger
what's
Boston
lifetime, by the
Pop.
way?
In the last 50
Let me tell you
years.
how we did West
Yes,
Virginia
in
in
the last 50 years
1960.
it's happened.
Do
There was
we?
no phones.
Yes,
What year was that?
64.
That's not our lifetime.
That's 50 years prior to that. You said 50 years. That's 6 years prior to that. What are you talking about doesn't happen? This has happened many times.
54 was.
64 is 56 years ago.
Nixon felt that Joe Kennedy in West Virginia and Mayor Daley
To say
stole the
this doesn't
elections,
happen.
and Nixon said, "I will not contest it for the good of the country."
Okay, in the last 50 years, has it happened?
Okay, so what are your thoughts? Tom gave his.
Right.
He gave his. Where are you at?
I'm just pumping the brakes on like massive fraud. This is all going to be stolen. Unless you think we don't live in a democracy.
Every year we get the
that's
numbers
me.
outside of
That's
goal.
me. Maybe I offended you and I'm wrong. How do you feel?
That's fine. I'm just trying to diffuse this whole stolen election.
Oh my gosh.
You know what? This whole thing's rigged, and it's all a sham. Oh, that was Trump 4 years ago. The reality is this:
Comma, we won.
we
anyway.
don't know who's won yet. Clearly, Trump looks to be the favorite. I'm going to give a silver lining here. What I would hope, if Trump is the winner, is that he will somehow
Become a president.
not be this divisive, vindictive character and actually try to be the president for the entire nation. So I know that we have a lot of people who are obsessed with Trump here and think that he can do no wrong. But I assure you, half the country is going to be very upset. And what I would implore people is to give him a chance and for him to give the other half of the country a chance of hearing why they do not sympathize with the way that he acts.
Right.
I pray, and I don't pray, I pray that he actually acts presidential and that he actually tries to do well for the entire country.
Were you in the bathroom when we all admitted that he was annoying? Because that's
I've
another blanket
heard
statement.
you say
Right
economy.
there. I mean,
I've said that.
Okay, Jared, how about yourself?
I'm pissed.
About?
I'm pissed that we don't have an in game tonight.
And she's armed.
Oh. No, I mean,
Yeah, I'm irritated by that.
And it's
Why-
on,
why would
and it's
you
on
be,
the
though?
table.
Because I think that I don't like the idea of mail-in ballots. I mean, I get it for like military and like old people.
But during the
I
pandemic.
get that. Okay?
What do you mean you don't
During
like
the
the idea of
pandemic,
mail-in
sometimes,
ballots?
What? Are you kidding me right now?
I'm just
Are
being
you
real
kidding
though.
me with this?
I mean,
I mean,
even though
this
some
is-
people
this
don't
was-
think it's a pandemic, it is a pandemic for a lot of people.
This was a situation where all we had to do was be courteous of others. We never had to. We never, outside of the first 3 weeks that we locked this down, we never had to do that.
Well-
this was a ridiculous reaction by people who live in fear. Okay, I'm not a fearful person. I'm over it.
Once
I'm
again,
100%
I'm gonna
over
say
it.
the one word.
Okay.
Mindset.
And
That's your mindset. Look, my mom, I'll be straight up. My mom is 78 years old. My mom ain't left the house for like 6 months.
She can have a mail-in ballot.
Right.
I
Real
just
talk.
said-
You need to be
no, I
careful.
just said
Real
that.
talk.
I just
She
said
ain't left the house for
old
like 6
people-
months. I've even come to her house and left shit on the porch. Excuse
Honey,
my language.
I just said
She's watching.
Yeah, left
old
stuff on the
people
porch.
Ray.
and,
Yeah, you're
and
right.
deployed military.
Those are the only
Mail-in
people that are
ballots.
allowed to do
But
mail-in
no,
ballots.
that's not. But
I think
I'm
those
just
are the
saying,
two
just
biggest
because. But there's
demographics of
other
people.
people who feel the same way.
If you are an able-bodied person that can stick a mask on your face, you should have been at a damn poll. You should have been
Jared,
voting. in
I
person.
voted in Florida. Why? Because I've been in Texas for the last 4 months. Do I not? Do I have to fucking fly back to Florida to vote? Or can I use a mail-in ballot?
You're not everybody.
I say use your gun if
Okay.
you need it.
But there's a lot of people though, because you know Texas is
You're a
Texas
small
is creative
percentage.
a lot. Like LA, I was just in LA.
Yeah.
I've met hundreds of people. None of them are from
I
LA.
feel like you're the
so
minority.
they fly back.
I feel like I don't
He
feel
is
like
the
there's an
minority.
overwhelming number of people
He is the
who
transients.
Yeah,
live
no,
in
he's
another
the minority.
state.
When I
and
lived
have
in
mail-in,
Florida, the
right?
minority
I was like,
count, though.
I don't even. If I have the option of filling out my ballot from home versus having to go. I did this 4 years ago.
I think that's lazy. I'll be honest.
Sure, call me lazy, but I voted. I wasn't fraudulent.
But you don't know that.
What don't I know?
How do you know that your mail-in vote wasn't fraudulent? How do you know that?
How
it
do I
wasn't
know that my
duplicated?
own
How do you
mail-in
know-
vote
and
wasn't
How do you know
fraudulent?
that you're like?
Was it counted or not counted? You don't know that.
You don't know.
There's actually a way for you to track. There's a tracking number on the ballot.
Right, but unless you've done it, you won't know.
So did you do it?
How do I know that when I stick my ballot in the when I'm voting in the mailbox that it actually?
Because you get a number out.
Okay.
Yeah, you get a
So
receipt.
they know what? Then why are we even in America? Because if everything's so why the fuck do we even live here?
It's your side that's trying to steal the damn
How do I know
election.
we're even living in reality right
Yeah,
now?
everything's so
coming out.
It's like a kid at the end of the night.
Meltdown. 2 in the goddamn morning.
You're grounded.
I gotta argue with conspiracy theorists.
Look, everything is fraudulent, right? I mean,
They just can't wrap
but
their
it
arms
was
around
so
the fact
funny
you
that-
lost.
But wait. All I'm gonna say is this: I don't recall this much fraudulent talk when the other presidents were running. All of a sudden, everything is fraudulent.
This is
from
a very
Florida to
galvanizing.
Texas to Georgia, you can't mail in, you can't.
It started.
Yeah, you know, the reason you don't recall it is because
I
they
don't recall
announced
that.
the winner that night. You don't think this is sketch? That's sketchy.
Yeah.
6 states that haven't reported, that's a joke.
And it was
It's
sketchy. And it was
embarrassing.
sketchy in
All the time.
2000.
No, it doesn't happen all the
Of
time.
course it does. How many times do you think the election is called the night of the?
Almost every time.
No,
Well, it
not
would be
almost
more.
every
It
time,
would
guy.
be more sketchy
Yes, it
now,
is.
though,
It
because
was-
there's
it
so
was
much
last
more
year.
That's why
mail-in
the election was
votes.
so unique.
When Obama beat Romney, there was a lot of talk about disenfranchisement.
There was
Now they
some
didn't use
sketchy
the
shit.
fraud word,
There
but
was
they
some
talked a
sketchy shit. You're
lot
right.
about
You're right.
disenfranchisement.
You're right.
So it's
Because they ain't
not,
want a
it's
brother
not,
at the helm.
It's not a.
You're trying to keep
But
a
he was
brother
already.
down.
He'd already been
We've
there.
heard everybody. Let's go.
Obama
We got
and Mike
Matt.
have been great.
I'll say a couple
I mean,
words. We'll
Michelle.
wrap up. Matt, tell
So,
us.
so before the evening began, I wrote 3 possible outcomes. Number 1, large victory.
Whoops. Inside voice.
Second one, a slim victory. And another one, last I thought was the last on my list was 1 week later. I'd never thought that I'd see 6 states not count votes. As an entrepreneur, I don't vibe with this because I don't go home until the job gets done.
It is lazy.
Get the
So
freaking job done.
So
count the dang votes.
hold on. Go back as an entrepreneur. Why did you have to say that?
Because that's some of the that's the tenets of what this country was founded on. Land of the free, the home of the brave.
I like
right? What did Dennis talk about earlier today? You know, it's about the land of the not the land of safety and secure, but versus the free and the brave.
Right.
That's it. That's
Right.
what our country was founded on. And back then they were farming, they were hunting, they got the job. Their family weren't eating. And I think if that's the reason why they can't go, because something sketchy is going on and people are trying to. I don't know. Sometimes you just smell bullshit.
Right.
This is it.
And I think
I just like to hear that when you said as an entrepreneur, because that means more.
Yeah.
Because you are doing what this country was founded
In this
on.
country, and the entrepreneur, the
Matt, let me ask you a question.
Or a soldier.
Matt, let me ask you a question.
Or a
And
soldier.
this-
Hey, it's
Right.
midnight. Can we stop shooting?
The
I go home?
governor of Georgia is a Republican,
That's the way wars work.
right?
Finish
The
it.
governor of Michigan is a Democrat. Point is, I'm giving you that there's Republicans, there's
Sure.
Democrats. I don't know state by state.
Yeah. Neither one of them
Are
can get
they
their shit
all in
together.
cahoots? Are they all cheating? Is the governor of Georgia not counting the votes? Is he cheating, but only the Democratic states? I really want to understand who we think is cheating.
I don't know what the powers that be are. I just don't know what the powers that be. All I know is that when 6 states, there's something funny going on here where there's a coordinated effort to not count
So
the
if
votes
it was
and
like
not
all
finish the job,
Democratic
get it done.
states, I'd be like, oh, this
It
is
is.
really weird.
It's all Democratic.
5 out of
except for
6.
one.
That's
Yeah,
two.
except
5 out
for
of
one.
6.
So
Georgia?
Michigan voted blue last
That's
time.
two.
Georgia voted blue last
Look,
time.
I might be wrong, but I
It's
thought it
a,
was two.
it's a
Red said
naive
governor.
statement.
Voted red.
It's very
No, I'm
naive
just
to
saying
not
I'm
think
just
that
saying
the
it's so
Democrats,
easy
the
to
far
say.
left, is
Well,
Well,
not
it's a conspiracy
scheming.
theory. Oh, it's fraud.
So I think the governor
Maybe
of Michigan
there's more to it.
really. I think the governor of Michigan made Michigan this way.
Whitmer?
Wait,
Yeah.
what? Say that again?
What has she done for the last 3 weeks?
Almost got kidnapped.
Yeah.
Did you want
But
her to get
she's like-
kidnapped?
She's like destroyed.
Typical Tom. There it is.
All right, let me see, Matt. Anything else on your end?
Has she not
That's it,
destroyed?
right? So I hope that this gets done sooner than later. I hope it doesn't take a week later, like I wrote in my initial notes. That was the least thing I had on my list.
We're going to prophesize it.
But I hope that the conversations behind closed doors. I don't know what those are. I don't know what the power plays are behind closed doors. This is my first time experiencing it myself. But I think for many people right now, they're disappointed in this process. Tom was talking about the millions of dollars get spent to fix this type of problem, yet here we are.
Again, second time in a row.
Here's what I see is going on tonight. Okay, let me prep you on what's going on tonight. Okay, I guarantee you, tomorrow, every single anchor, host, CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, they're all going to have the same blanket statement to make because tonight there's a national conference call with all of them. For all of them to use the same wording, that memorandum, that email is going to be passed down with the wording from everybody, whether the bosses have it and then they pass it to their people. That's what's going to happen tonight. Mm-hmm. Then tonight there's a meeting with Biden, with the Obamas of the world, with every one of those guys, what they're going to be doing. They already got a strategy together, what attorney, how they're going to drag it out, what they're going to do, beat a dead horse. Then there's a strategy to say, what do we need to do? Maybe we need some riots even higher, at a higher level. Maybe we need that at a higher level to show how upset the American people are. That may happen tomorrow, the next day. But you better believe tonight, a long conference call is taking place tonight. Tonight. It's going on right now as we speak.
How to fix
There
this.
is a right now meeting going on. Media, politics, they're all talking right now to be on the same page. And you're going to see every one of them are going to say the same words tomorrow.
It's going to be so
every one of
familiar.
them.
Here's my question.
No, I agree with him
I think that's great
100%.
insight. Does that conversation change the fact that the votes still just need to be counted, even if they have all the same talking points? Well, this is how it works. Like if Trump wins, he should win.
No, we're going to hear stories tomorrow about how votes didn't get counted or got lost or just showed up or didn't get a chance to be.
So all these states are coordinating?
No, what you will hear, you hear. I mean, I work with Fox, I work for ESPN, and it's the same thing that happens when something big news happens in sports, whatever. We get the same. When I walked in, I had a memorandum on my desk. I read that. Ray, you can say this, you can't say this, you can't say this, you can throw this, you can warn this. That's what they're getting right now. They're all getting the same thing. Because at the end of the day, media are against each other, but in something like this, they're together.
So
you're gonna get that call.
mail-in ballots to be in?
It's different by states.
Yes.
See,
and the
that
states
needs to
handle it
change.
differently. And the
Oh,
states handle it
some
differently.
states changed it just
Right.
this year.
Right.
They just changed it this
I
year.
think mail-in ballots should have to be in 48 hours before Election Day. If you're going to mail it in, you need to be on the ball with it. And I think that the Election Day needs to be a national holiday where the bulk of America doesn't go to work.
agree
So
with
they
that.
can vote.
And the sports made it a national holiday.
Yeah.
Oh, well,
Go
you
ahead,
should
Tom.
go.
For the
You
first
should go
time.
look up the 2000 election and go really read it. There's several good books in the 2000 election, and they're not all conservative at all. And there is an admission in there, and it's an admission that both sides make, was that there is a successful suit to stop the counting in Florida of these military votes. And you can go look it up and get me on this, but I believe it was 6,000. Because remember, Florida was this. It's like a sheet of paper in thickness. I think it was 6,000, but it was 6,000 military votes that had merely not been processed, but they'd been received properly because they go through military mail, which is duffel bags and military airplanes that are then dropped off at distribution centers in the United States stateside.
APO addresses, right?
Correct? Right, APOs.
Right.
And so these were all, am I correct, APOs?
Correct.
All the APOs. And so there was like a bag, and they openly said, you know, it was really a BS move because those young men and women that were in the military, all those votes had been processed quickly, but because had been received stateside, but they hadn't been processed quickly. And so one of the motions of the Gore campaign, David Boies, got those eliminated. And so this has been going on for a while, you know, about what votes do you count, when do you count them? And there are parts in this where good, practical votes that were mailed in, sent in, drive-by, appropriately done, all need to be counted. And then there's going to be people looking for the cracks in the wall to find a way to stop lumps. And that's what I think sucks. What I think sucks is that the forces that are in there right now that want to stop it. I'm not really worried about if all the news media wants to say, President premature and presumptuous in his remarks, and they all say premature and presumptuous. I think Pat's right, but that doesn't really bother me as much as you know, APO ballots or whatever they try to do where they will successfully use legal means to disenfranchise a stack of ballots. And you know where they're going to do it? Rural post offices. Rural post offices, if you study it, that was a target in this election. Rural post office. Why? Rural is red.
Typically, yes. I can't get behind this.
Overrun the
huge
cities,
amounts
stop
of
the rural
mail-in
post
ballots.
office.
If you're able-bodied, you need to get your ass to the poll.
Oh, that's great news. Uber just won the vote on Prop to stay independent contractor.
Nice.
Congratulations to Uber and Lyft.
Prop 22.
That's a big
Prop
deal.
22 lived.
Yeah. So they're going to keep them as independent contractors.
Slack somewhere.
Because
Screw you.
It affects the gig economy everywhere.
Exactly.
So shout out to HTZ for giving a last thank you so much for all the value y'all bring. Valuetainment, y'all rock. $100 for tonight. We've had a great crowd. For those of you guys that stuck around here with us, last try here. If you think Trump's going to win, thumbs up. If you think Biden's going to win, push that thumbs down. And if you enjoyed today's set with Adam, with Tom, with Ray, with Zenner, with Jera, with Matt Sapala, press that thumbs up button on the subscribe button there and get the alert because we're doing I think we're doing a Thursday podcast we're doing a whole different one on Thursday. On Thursday. Well, listen, just the good thing is the vibe here. One of the best things that I like on what people were saying that I like the most is that not everybody's on the same page. It allows the audience to kind of see the discourse taking place, which allows them to make a decision for themselves. And everybody was voted, every candidate was voted tonight. Somebody here voted for every candidate except for Jill Stein. Jill Stein kind of messed the whole thing up.
She wasn't.
Okay? She was on the list on some of the states, by the way, just so you know that. So having said that, gang, this makes it now, 7 straight hours that we've been on here.
Is that right?
I haven't used the restroom for 7 hours. Just so you know.
Wait, you haven't used the restroom?
How old are you? Hours.
Bro, how old are you?
What's with you military guys?
Military guys?
Trained, baby.
Y'all still in y'all 40s. Y'all still in y'all 40s.
Watch them run in 10 seconds.
You're still in your 40s.
Real quick side note, Illinois, no progressive tax in Illinois, so we voted no. So no, they're not
Oh,
great.
that
Congrats,
is
man.
great, buddy.
Good.
Happy birthday,
That
Matt
is
Sapala.
great
There
for
it is.
you.
That's our present to you.
Wait, this is
Much
Illinois,
love
right?
to all of you, gang. Have a great night. Thank you for being with us. The Warriors that were with us for 6-7 hours. You're phenomenal. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye, bye-bye, bye-bye.
America.
Damn.
America.